Ooh. Gotta let the ketchup on. Oh, waiting all day. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. That was a while ago. I remember watching that.
After 10 years, Seth Manfield is once again the world champion.
I don't remember watching that. The Dixie Backs was funny.
Eclipse champion, the Big Dane, Christopher Larson.
I remember that too. That was nice. I like that. That was a fun PT.
Welcome along, friends, to live coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven here from sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. Great view of the Sphere here as well in town this weekend. We have well over 300 players getting ready to do battle in draft and standard here this weekend, as well as 25,000 people here joining us for MagicCon Las Vegas at the Las Vegas Convention Center. There you can see everyone so excited this morning in the entry line. I'm so excited as well here to celebrate the best game.
Oh, I want to go to another MagicCon so bad, man.
Area where the best of the best are going to battle it out for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. Hey everybody, welcome to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, your host.
Why is the lane? I gotta be so far away.
So much to be excited about. But Monty, what are you most excited about this weekend?
Maria, never thought I'd say this, but I'm excited to go back to school. The original Strixhaven was one of my favorite draft formats of all time. So getting to revisit it here in Secrets of Strixhaven, I cannot wait.
Yes, it's an awesome draft format too. How about you, Tannen? What are you looking forward to?
One of my favorite subjects, constructed. You know, we've got a couple of decks that are really leading the way for the metagame here. They're taking up a lot of that percentage, but I'm more interested in the decks that are taking up a little bit less percentage. We're going to see one of those decks come up and really overperform this weekend. I'm looking at you, Blue-White Tempo. Are you going to be the one that stops these Is-It decks? We'll have to find out.
No.
All right, well, we will indeed find out, but how will we do that? Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and find out how we're going to do things here this weekend, starting with today, Friday. We're going to kick things off with Secrets of Strixhaven draft
There's
here this
8
morning.
rounds a day? Oh, that's gonna be...
You do not want to miss it. Then we're going to
I'm gonna be here a while. I thought it was 7. Oops.
4 wins gets you back to do battle here on day number 2.
Back to school we go. 3 more rounds of draft to start off Saturday morning. And then it's all standard for the rest of the weekend. 36 match points, that's 12 wins or more. Before round 16 will automatically advance you to the top 8.
And don't forget, we're going to be coming back Sunday to play that top 8. It's going to be standard. Those games are going to be best 3 out of 5 for the match, and sideboarding begins after game 2. This is where it all comes down to, and we're going to crown a champion.
And what does that champion go home with? Well, glory, of course, and a whole lot of cash.
Oh.
$50,000 to our first place finisher. $30,000 for second place. Third through fourth go home with $15K. $9,000 for making our top 8. Well, like I said, we have more than 300 players battling it out here today, and plenty of them on big testing teams, getting them ready for this weekend. So we're going to walk you through some of those big testing teams who are going to be watching the whole tournament long, find out how they're doing this weekend, starting with their results at Richmond, the first Pro Tour of the season, and leading into the rosters of their team members this weekend. Monty, where do you want to start?
All right, we're going to start by taking a look at Team TCG player, one of the biggest names in the field. They had one of their worst tournaments in recent memory here at Richmond. You can see about a third of the team completely missed day 2, and as for their best result, it was Matthew Wright at only 11-5. Here's a look at their roster for this weekend. 16 players doing battle for Team TCG player, and this is a look at their faces.
Up next, we got Team Moxfield Handshake now. This is a tale of the good and the bad. They had a bunch of top finishes. You got Loopy with the top 8, Husenbeth,
I don't know what...
and Cassis
I don't know what I'm expecting to see win.
That, you're kind of running into a little bit of a problem. You know, 5 players missed day 2. That's not great for a team of this size and this talent. We're going to look to improve on that. You can see this is their roster now that we've got representing here this weekend, and we're going to be taking a look at those players here as well.
Wow.
That's a look at Handshake Moxfield, but what about Team Moriyama Japan?
Yeah.
Leading the field here in Richmond. Some good results overall for Moriyama Japan. But
You know what? I want to see Ken win again.
Of Thunder Junction, where they put 4 members of their team into the top 8. They want to do that again. Here's a look at their roster here for this weekend. You can see Petter Sochurek joining the team. Actually speaks fluent Japanese. That's really awesome. Playing
Now wait a minute.
Moriyama Japan here this weekend.
All right, over to the biggest team in the field. It's Cosmos Heavy Play, and they had a wonderful time at Richmond, putting 2 players into the top 8, including eventual champion Christopher Larson, and they remain a large team here coming into this weekend. 21 players for this team, meaning we need 2 whole pages to capture them all, and they're hoping that they can really make up those numbers and put up great results back to back.
And that leads us into the Boulder Merlion. This was the team of the tournament for me at the last one. This was the best story. They were the best performing team overall at the last Pro Tour, and they all played the exact same deck, and that deck was the best performing deck at that Pro Tour. Great story for them there. A little bit different story this time. Not the same deck. They're playing about 3 different ones. Will that change their results? We're going to have to find out. As you see, there's their current roster, and we can take a look at those players as well.
Wow.
And one more thing I want to focus on here is during the offseason, normally some players move around teams, but this offseason there were some big hiccups. We see Team Cosmos already coming off a fantastic result, picking up 4 huge names in Ely Cassis, Nathan Stoyer, Michael Plummer, and Jake Beardsley. They're looking to continue their dominant run. Now, the inverse of that story is Team TCG Player. As I said, they came off one of their worst weekends in recent memory at the last Pro Tour, and they've been struggling a bit in Limited, so picking up players like Michael Sigris and David Rude, in addition to Pro Tour champion Alan Wu and Andrew Cuneo, means that hopefully they can turn things around this weekend.
All right, well, we will see. And draft is so important, everybody. Do not count it out. You need an excellent draft record to do well in this tournament. But how do you do that specifically in Secrets of Strixhaven? It's a sweet format, Monty.
You get the good cards.
Okay, Maria, since we're in Strixhaven, we are going to be looking at 5 primary archetypes representing the 5 colleges of Strixhaven. So we see Repartee Aggro, Opus Spellcasting, Life Gain, Swarm, Flashback Activation, and Incremental Value. What's really sweet about Strixhaven is that they came up with a very balanced format, so every archetype feels well represented and very competitive. So let's take a closer look at what these decks are really trying to do, starting with the Silver Quill College. Now, it's all about casting spells and targeting whether your creatures or your opponents in order to get those repeat repartee effects. So you can see a card like Practice Offense, one of the absolute
some of these
best
are really
cards
nice.
set. Fantastic
Stop
in this deck.
hanging going against them, but it's kind of
We are
nice.
going to take a look at Prismari, and for Prismari,
Wait a
Opus
minute, that's
is
not
the
Prismari.
name of the game. Excuse me. Let's go to Witherbloom. So, life gain is what we're trying to do here, and you see that tacked onto various cards like the removal effects with Grapple with Death, and Witherbloom is trying to be sticky. Now, here we go. Prismari.
That was a mess.
Casting spells is the name of the game, triggering Opus, and that means you can get away with some very...
Hey, wait a minute, that's a lore hold card right
high
there.
spell count, high removal count decks, and that means a card like Exhibition Tidecaller in the right deck can be an absolute powerhouse. Moving right along to Lorehold College, where Lorehold is trying to continue their excavating ways. They're trying to make use of the graveyard, and they're trying to use it whether it's a flashback or a card like Rubble Rouser, allowing you to exile cards from the
I kind of
graveyard
like
and
this.
trigger those abilities. Lorehold College, a bit slower and less aggro than you might be used to, but very, very powerful. And finally,
Oh, it's a pair.
5 main colleges. Quandrix is about going
Ancestral Recall.
ramping your mana or ramping your features and using Expel. So call it like Studious First here to ramp you, or Environmental Scientist to fix your mana. They go a long way when drafting Quandrix strategies. Now, I do want to shine a spotlight on one more theme of the format, which is Converge. Whether you are splashing or whether you're building a dedicated Converge deck, these cards are so well supported and extremely powerful. A normally mediocre card like Potioner's Trove very strong in this format, allowing you to splash and make the most use
Yeah.
of a card like Snarl Song, which is an absolute bomb on common.
And there is a look at limited. Monty, have you got to cast Ancestral Recall yet in this format?
I have not, but I am looking
I
forward to
really want to see someone either
That is
Force or
so
Daze
awesome,
something.
everybody.
It's gonna be so
One
funny.
player we're of course keeping our eyes on is Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse champion Christopher Larson. He is a top 8 in almost every single tournament type you can imagine and has been a mainstay on the Pro Tour for so very long. In fact, could we call him the greatest Dane?
And I'm joined here by defending Pro Tour champion Chris Larson. Chris, does it ever get old hearing that?
It's always good to hear. I'll
Yeah.
give you that.
Absolutely. All right.
Oh,
let's-
you're
let's talk
yapping
about
at
your
the
whole
moment.
Magic, career here. I want to take it back to when you were a kid. You grew up in the Danish community playing Magic. What was that like for you?
It was a little rough, I will give you that, but also like formative. Back in the day,
I kind of want to
it's more cutthroat than this now.
get to the first game, but I also want to.
It's for the kids and stuff like that. But
I do
back in
kind
the
of
day,
like
it was
these
more
little
cutthroat, and we got dubbed in fire to be sent.
little opening
You're
bits.
not wrong. So let's talk about how that kind of progressed as well. I've known you for having to at times maybe miss a
Oh, no.
for something. You had a very inflexible career. You were in the Navy for quite a while, and
Oh,
now
yeah,
you're a
man.
family man with a wife and some kids. How have you been able to juggle your real life and jobs and Magic with all the success you've had?
I mean, back in the days, it was a little rough, like
It
being
is.
and stuff like that. I have probably deferred my invites more than most, and having to do that with the military, Blizzards have been really flexible, giving me the opportunity to do that. But there was just a time where it just fell into pieces. I looked at my 18-month schedule, and it just imagine you take Magic like this and my career like this. It just intertwined where just get home at Thursday, leave Friday for the PT. It just worked out really, really great at a time where Magic was the highest in my life. So sometimes you just get lucky with the timing of scheduling.
Well, that's pretty impressive to hear that you were still able to put up the results you did with all this going on. It makes me think of how you approach Magic and the way that you are. You and I go back a long way, and I've always known you always have a smile on your face. You're always having a good time, but you're also always making sure everyone around you is having a good time. Is that a thing that you always try to do?
I mean, I'll try to do that, sure. But when we met, one of my Dane's best qualities was we were a lot of fun playing not Magic. That's true. Very true. Stayed at Regan Roanoke, introduced to the CTT's pros, and back then and got in. We just had fun, and then we played Magic while doing that. Magic back in the days, winning meant a lot. But Saturday night after the GP, Sunday night after the GPs, those days was also great. So we need to combine those. And
I know I want to
having
play
people around you,
Magic.
having a smile and have fun, playing a game you
Yeah.
love, just feels nice when it is.
So that actually leads me to a thing I've always wanted to know. Because of this attitude that you have towards the game and this vibrance and this exuberance, you always seem to take losses a little bit better than most people. It doesn't seem to affect you as much. Is this some kind of superpower you have, or are you just really good at hiding it?
I think at this point I was gonna call it age and wisdom. In my case, other priorities. Back in the days, loss also hit hard. I missed gold pro and stuff like that. I was 1 point short of Worlds last year. Back in the days, it was rough taking those losses, being right on the edge of qualifying, doing a 12 and 3 at the GP and just missing top 8.
Ooh.
Right now, it's somehow Magic is a huge part of my life and I love it, but it's not my top 1 priority anymore. So I also use the tournament, like I said, I want to be here and have a good time, win or lose. I'll rather win than I'll lose, but I really want to be able to have a good time enjoying this as a smaller vacation away from all the stress at home. And if I lose, so be it. I'll try to still be happy. If I win, I'll obviously be happy, but I still want to have a good time, win or lose, to say the least.
Sure. So we've already established you're very good at taking losses. You're better than average, right? They don't affect you as much. You seem to be okay with not winning, but you did win the last Pro Tour, and it seemed to hit you pretty hard. It seemed to really sink in. You were a Pro Tour champion, and you really seemed to love it. And
The
you get so
wiener.
excited. What does it mean to you to be a champ? Has it really sunk into you yet? How's that been?
It hasn't really sunk in a sense like that, but it means a lot. I'm not going to say everything, but a lifetime of playing a game that you love and then suddenly being at the top. I'm on a team with multiple PT winners and multiple World of Champion winners, which obviously also makes it not less at all, but more generic in a way. The guy who makes my decks is Javier Dominguez. he has won a lot.
He's pretty good.
He's pretty good at this game, and like my top A deck contenders and all of it is. So it's not something that you mention all the time. It's feeling like, for me, it's just like another day. Like we play games, we're having fun, but it never gets old to someone come and say congratulations on winning the PT. That always put a smile on my face as well, at least.
Well, Chris, again, congratulations on winning the PT, and hopefully this one goes just as good for you.
One can hope. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Christopher
Wow.
Larson, your reigning Pro Tour champion. Hey, Javier Dominguez, come back here, make us some eggs before our broadcast every day. We wouldn't say no. Let's take a look at our featured draft pods this morning. We have 3 pods that we're going to be following along with Tannen. Talk to me about draft pod number 1.
Well, you see our defending champion there, Christopher Larson. He's flanked by Jake Beardsley, who's a Pro Tour champion himself, and Edgar Magalhaes, who's a great player as well. And then if you look to their right, you see Clark, Gateson, and Noah. These players are playing in their very first Pro Tour. They're in this draft pod. Good luck, guys.
Oh
Here's a look at
no.
draft pod 1. What about 2, Money?
Pod 2 includes 2 very big names, Reed Duke and Shota Yasuoka, highlighting the pod, but a lot of strong players means that this will be a tough one to start off day 1 of the Pro Tour.
Good pod there indeed. Let's take a look at draft pod number 3. A couple of huge names here. Ken Yukihiro, your Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion in this pod, as well as Shi-Tian Lee here, who welcome back to the Pro Tour, is an RC champion to come on and play again. 10-time Grand Prix top 8er in Shi-Tian Lee. So some good pods here this morning to keep our eyes on. And there is a look at feature pod number 1 in the feature match area as the players arrive here to draft this morning. Like Tannen said, 3 players here in their first Pro Tour. Welcome to the Pro Tour, you guys, here in the feature match area for your first draft. Got to be some nerves. And there, a look at the head of the table is our reigning PT champ, Christopher Larson.
Look at
calm
him.
and collected. I asked him yesterday, are you nervous to be the featured drafter? He said, no, this is where I live. He loves limited. He plays a lot of it, and this is where he feels at home. Witherbloom, he said, is his college of choice. So we'll see if those colors end up in his deck here this morning. Started playing the game in 2000. Goal, win the PT. Well, he's already done it once this season. Here's a look at the broadcast team here this weekend. We have
I'm gonna go
smooth
do
Ailey
some
Loney
while
and
I hopefully don't
Corey
miss
Baumeister,
much. Oh,
as
we're
well as
back.
Marshall
How this goes.
Sutcliffe and Paul Cheon bring you all of the action from the feature match area. Well, I am so excited for draft here this morning. It's a sweet draft format. I am ready. Marshall's ready. Paul is ready. I've got Marshall's watch on, so I'm feeling ready. Take it away, you two.
Thank you, Maria. Don't worry, I have more where that came from. That's Paul Cheon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us here for Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. We've got the booster draft all lined up for you. This, of course, is where our tournament will kick off, and it has a profound impact on your ability to make top 8, how you do really in this first draft. I mean, you know, this is where they're going to kick it off, and a solid 2-1 or 3-0 out of here sets you up for Constructed.
Yeah, and absolutely. Preparation for this format in particular, super duper important. Very, very deep format, despite the fact that there's only, 5 color pairs, 5 generic color pairs. There's a lot of different ways you can draft those decks as well. So I'm really excited to see what the pro players here have in mind when they draft this format.
Take a look at our opening pod here. These are randomly constructed. On day 2, you'll see that they're based on seed, but here it can be anybody. But of course, we're going to be following along with Christopher Larson. You can see on Chris's left and right 2 big name players, Edgar Magalhaes and Jake Beardsley. And he's got his toughest competition right next to him. Maybe they'll play nice, though. I did have a chance to talk to Christopher about his thoughts on the draft format at the player intro party last night, and he sees it kind of how you and I.
Alright, I got
Paul,
food. I gotta
where,
go up and get in
there's
10
some
minutes.
Good, school-based decks, but a little bit of wiggle room when it comes to the Converge deck, too.
Yeah, the Converge decks are, definitely the decks that have the highest ceiling. If you can get the good mana fixing, this format is awesome because not only can you draft good, streamlined, aggressive decks,
Right.
you can go nuts and play a deck with 3 or 4 creatures in them and still have just as much success drafting those decks. So I think Chris Larson, he's kind of trying to draft a deck like that. But of course, if he sees, an elite interceptor pick 6, he might still draft the aggressive. He can
That's
do
right.
it.
Make sure you have a pack labeled A.
Yeah, I asked
B,
him
and C.
what cards he was looking for.
Oh, here we go.
It's one of the cards that's really jumped to the
This time
top
we're
of
gonna
the
go ahead and open
commons
the
list, which is
pack labeled
Potioner's Trove.
A.
Oh, yes.
Please
And
come
I
up
said,
to
well,
go
how high are you
14
taking
cards
it? And
face
he he kind of set a line for me, and I'm like, that's really high. Like, he's willing to take it over a whole lot of stuff.
I mean, the converge payoffs are fantastic in this format. They're mostly sitting at uncommon. Of course, there's together as one at rare, but you know, if you can pick up some of those converge spells, I mean, Potioner's Trove just goes such a long way. Not only that, the life gain is super relevant because these decks, you know, they come out to get a little bit slow. So being able to cast some cheap spells and gain that life, also very important.
I want to see if he opens one here and if he really meant business when he told me what he told me. He said he would take it over basically all removal
14
spells.
cards, no issues.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pick up your pack. You have 40 seconds.
Let's see if he gets one here.
The removal is plentiful.
It is.
Luen,
I see Luen there.
okay. That's a Snarl Song.
Snarl Song.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's one of the best payoffs, although
Absolutely.
he did not
And
actually
Veil this
go
summer.
in the pack
Ooh.
itself, but that's one of the reasons why Trove
Absolutely.
is good.
This card is just fantastic. I mean, typically when you play this, you know, you're usually splashing for it or what have you, but if you play it, it's 6 mana, make 2 3/3s, gain 3 life. But it is not hard to make 2 4/4s or even sometimes 2 5/5s with that card, especially when you first pick it. You can kind of craft your deck around really maximizing on the convergibility on this card.
And again, given what he talked to me about at the player party there, I'm not surprised to see him take that Snarl Song, and he moved it right to the front.
Yeah, he snapped it off. I mean, there was a Blarg in that pack. There was, you know, that's a solid Witherbloom rare. But, you know, if you talk to a lot of players, that's probably the one school players are trying to avoid when you look at all the other things you can draft.
Speaking of, it looks like he's pulled Grapple with Death to the front. That is a Witherbloom common, but it's a solid one.
Yeah, rock solid removal spell. There's also a Matter Bending Mage, I believe.
Yeah, that would be my pick.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I have
Tell me more.
not passed a 2 and a blue
Right.
2/2 bounce something in a while, but
Yeah.
But I could definitely see going with Grapple, which seems to be
5
where
seconds.
Chris is headed here.
I like that they got a little symbol on all the
Yeah,
cards.
just a really solid removal spell. Lots of bombs in this format.
Draft.
The life
Shuffle
gain
and
is certainly
pass.
relevant,
12
and
cards
even if you
to your
don't end
left.
up a core Witherbloom deck, a powerful enough card just to splash as well.
Pick up the pack. You have 30 seconds.
As you can tell, we are doing a timed draft here. You can hear our
Got so many of the
guidance
what's her face
there.
from Lore
Last
Hold.
gasp, I imagine that's going to be
Hey.
pretty nice pickup.
Two of the rares
especially
we've seen
after
have been
the
that.
Grapple with Death, so perhaps a Witherbloom start with maybe a little bit of a splash.
That is one of the cool things about the format, Paul, is that if you're going to do the Converge deck, that doesn't mean that you have to be all in.
Right.
You definitely have the
5
ability to just splash for a few Converge cards within the shell of a normal
Draft.
archetype, particularly
Shuffle
the
and pass,
blue-based ones with
11
Fredericks and
cards to your
Prismari, but
left.
maybe Witherbloom here.
Yeah, I mean, if you get like a Studious First Year or a Terrible,
I'm usually not awake for this part.
even
I'm
if you're
just
just
sleeping.
Witherbloom, if you just put a mountain in your deck, all of a sudden your conversion
Shared
cards get turned on.
Roots.
Off the bonus sheet here, there's a shared
And the Pox
Roots, and
Flag.
if he takes that, it really does kind of solidify him more in going for a Converge style deck, given the Snarl Song first pick. I know it kind of looks like a Witherbloom
5
deck, but I
seconds.
would assume he's going deep if he takes it, and he
Yeah.
does. There it is. So
Ooh.
he is going to take
Draft.
the shared roots there, and that means that he is now going to start prioritizing fixing and probably going to look to be a Converge deck.
Yeah, I mean, when you start things off with that Snarl Song, you see some of that mana fixing. You know, sure, you can just start with Witherbloom, but again, the ceiling for like a solid Witherbloom deck is far lower than what you can do with all the Converge stuff. You take the shared roots and then keep yourself open and very flexible, and you can just start taking all the good cards you see in all the packs moving forward.
Speaking of good cards, let's take a look at some of the cards that Chris may have in mind as he works his way through this draft at the common. You can see he's got Snarl Song, Grapple with Death, Last Gasp, and Shared Roots. That is a really excellent start for this type of build. One of the things you'll note is that there's no creatures yet. Those do tend to become deprioritized unless they can act as a spell. If they do something and you don't mind if your opponent kills it after that, then you can live with it. But a lot of just power and toughness based stuff doesn't make it through. Now that of course is going to mean that Chris is thinking about, well, where could I go from here? What may be awaiting me in the future packs? And for this archetype, for the commons for that, you know, you're looking at cards like Potioner's Trove. We mentioned that. Now he's 4 picks deep, hasn't seen one yet, but there's still 2 more packs to go. And then, of course, fixing cards like Studious First Year. And then you do want the top-end stuff. Even cards like Visionary's Dance here. It might not look like it would fit in the deck he has now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this.
I do like that.
Absolutely.
I'd like
You
the
just want
discard
to
ability on
improve
Visionary's
sure,
Dance.
Cards like Snarl Song, Visionary's Dance put multiple permanents.
Kinda like
on the
a
field, which makes it really tough to fight
2 mana
from a
sleight of
one-for-one
hand.
removal perspective.
You can see for the uncommons, it's similar. Environmental Scientist to, once again, mana fix you. That's a good example of that type of creature I was just talking about. Same thing with Sundering Archaic, a great top-end card. And then you've got Arcane Omens, real overperformer in the
Yeah, usually discard spells are not great in limited. That is not the case here. A lot of people are trying to draft these multicolored control decks.
And
and
5
Arcane
mana
Omens is
discard
just an
5.
absolute blowout every time you cast this card.
As long as you can get it.
Let's take a look at the dreams. You know, we're allowed to dream a little,
Of
Paul.
course.
And see the rares or dream picks together
Yep.
as one is the nuts. That's the best card
In the
really
entire
for
format.
the format. And the reason why is because it's so well supported. And then, you know, if we're going to dream, like, let's get some Ancestral Recalls on a 5/5 Flying Ward 2. Why not? And then, you know, we've seen the return of Planeswalkers here. There's 2 in the set. And Professor Delian Fell, especially given the start that Chris has, truly excellent card.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, turn 2 Shared Roots, turn 3 Professor Delian Fell. That's probably just going to be game most of the time.
Very difficult to deal with that. Okay, so that's the directions that Chris might go, but we get to find out where he actually does go. Let's join him back in the draft portion here and see how things play out. He's got the table set for a very powerful Golgari Converge deck. Can he convert?
You have 25
Is he
seconds.
fighting anybody for it? Is
Oh,
another relevant question.
He
here.
definitely will be. I mean, I was talking to a bunch of different players on a bunch of different teams, and a lot of players also have that similar sentiment. Creatures, haha.
LOL.
You know, like, why would if I want to put creatures in my deck, they better come into play and do something, right? Even something like the Lore
5
Master here
seconds.
is something that you can play as a way to recur some of your powerful spells, get back a Snarl Song.
Draft.
But if they kill this, you don't
Shuffle
care,
and pass.
right?
That's right.
It's just a
9
natural
cards
2-for-1.
to your
Right.
left.
Zealous Lorecaster is a decent top-end card. You
Pick up the
kind of
pack.
hope for
You have
better, but it
20
does do
seconds.
work. It does.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Divergent Equation is like the type of card that you really want to go over the top because, of course, that allows you to get multiple spells back. But
Argus.
if you don't have one of those, you always want one recursive type effect, and Zealous Lorecaster does the job.
You can see he's got a few
5
cards picked
seconds.
out here. Rapturous Moment.
Might
He's
take
going
the
to take
Newt.
the Newt. Yeah, just
Yeah.
He
keep
took
it
the Newt.
here.
Draft.
The Newt is
Shuffle and pass. 8
it's
cards
interesting because it's
to your
clearly
left.
a pushed card, right?
yeah.
It's really good
Pick
on
up the
turn
pack.
2, ramp site
You
your
have
mana, and then late
20
game you can
seconds.
trade it off. But it does meet that requirement that you don't want in that it's a creature that they can just kill.
Yeah, but the nice thing about it is at least it's a cheap creature.
Mm-hmm.
The
You're gonna be
the
even on
spot in the
mana.
mana curve where you really don't want to play creatures is 3
5
or 4
seconds.
mana vanilla creatures that don't do anything.
Oh,
But if
God.
it costs 2 or 1 mana, those are going to be fine.
Yeah, my opponent
Draft.
plays a 4-mana, 2 toughness creature,
Shuffle
and
and
I'm like,
pass.
game.
7 cards to your left.
Kill that for 2
Pick up the
mana.
pack. You have 15
Right.
seconds.
Proceed accordingly.
Yeah, the removal
Going
is
on up
excellent
here.
in this format. Yeah, and the packs are all, you know, Chris Larson starting with a very, very solid first 4 picks, but things kind of drying up a little bit
5
here.
seconds.
Not a whole lot of uncommons he's taking out of the last 3 packs, and now he's taking the Mindful Biomancer, a card you generally don't
Shuffle and
love
pass.
in
6
the
cards
multicolored
to your
Converge
left.
decks, but, you know,
Pick up
Chris
the pack.
keeping
You
his
have
options
10
open.
seconds.
You could still just end up with a
Ooh.
rock-solid Witherbloom
Ooh.
aggressive deck.
How about Lou in exchange? Oh, well, we know how Chris feels
I
about Lou in
think
exchange.
he likes
dude.
that one.
That's a nice pickup, though.
It is, absolutely
Draft.
is, and this is just a testament to
Shuffle
a
and
lot of
pass.
players
5
not
cards
respecting
to your
the
left.
Witherbloom color combination, right?
Pick
This
up
is
the
a very
pack. You
powerful
have 10
creature
seconds.
if you can play it in your deck, and Chris, of course, very happy with this pickup.
Get the page.
Paradox Gardens, a really, really, you know,
Aw.
you just want to pick up any of these
Draft.
lands late.
Pass.
And this is
4
a great
cards
one to
your
be able to
left.
help turn on your Converge.
the pack. You have
Oftentimes,
5
too, if you're
seconds.
going to be a multicolored Witherbloom deck, you're going to be splashing blue a lot of the time, right? There's a lot of card draw available.
Draft.
And so, yeah,
Pass.
this is
3
that's something
cards
that I
to your
think
left.
Chris Larson's very happy with.
Pick up the
Yeah,
pack.
it's
You have
interesting.
5
I mean,
seconds.
Lewin wheeled there. Like, that's
Right.
a long way to go for a very powerful card.
Draft.
As you can see,
I'll trust this
Chris
pack,
is
then I
in
gotta
the
go get
last
my
part of the pack here, and there's not
Pick up
really
the pack.
much,
You have 5
much
seconds.
left. Okay.
And look, last pick
Draft.
Spellbook Seeker,
All right,
right?
we'll
This
be
is
right
a
back.
card that looks like it's decent, right? 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer. But you
now
play
have
that thing on a
60
on
seconds
turn
to
4,
review your
it's
picks.
just not going to do anything, and it's just a little bit below the bar because of how good the removal is in this format.
All right, players now get a review period where they get to take all of their picks. They can order them, they can count them up, they can get a sense for what their deck needs, what their curve looks like. But as you noticed, unlike an F&M draft or when you draft on Arena or Magic Online, you don't get to look at your picks in between.
That's right.
It is something you need to get used to. You do. I found, like, I've done drafts like this, and it's like, it's actually fine.
But you do need to practice.
You
a
do need
little
to
bit,
practice.
just because you need to be able to review the pack and then understand what you need to pick up over the next pack. And sometimes you can forget, right? You just, you're already programmed to just take what you believe is the strongest card in each pack. But once you're halfway through pack,
Third roots again.
about your mana curve, the interactive spells you need. Do you have some, late game cards that can go over the top over the other, various 4-color soup decks? Like, those are all
How
things
many-
you need to consider between these packs.
Those goes.
How much fixing do you have?
Right?
Right? Like, if you're trying to put together a multicolored deck, take advantage of Snarl Song, etc., and you're thinking, did I take that?
Oh,
it's
wait,
like,
that was-
that's not good.
that was them looking at their
This has been
piles.
One of my weaknesses whenever I've drafted on the Pro Tour, I have pretty bad short-term memory. So I always go, I really value the review period because it's really important. And I just got to tell myself in my head, okay,
You're like,
I
two
need
drops,
removal,
two drops,
two drops,
right.
exactly.
Yeah, and that's particularly important for an archetype like this. Let's see what Chris picks
Pick
up.
up the
Pack
pack,
2,
you have
pick
40
1.
seconds.
Anything awesome?
Not yet. Okay, grapple with death is fine. Okay, paradox.
Oh,
Okay,
oh,
well that's
cool.
something awesome.
He find applied geometry.
Yeah, applied geometry is fantastic. I
Very
mean,
good
a
card.
4-mana spell. Remember, you can just target your land here. So this is just a 4-mana 6/6 that can ramp you. But there are also other really good cards that this can combo with in the future. And of course, splashing is not going to be a problem. Chris Larson already picked up a blue-green dual land. He's going to be slamming this applied geometry.
This will
5
be
seconds.
Chris's first actual blue card. I mean, he does have Spellbook Seeker, but that's unlikely to make the cut.
Right.
It's his last pick.
Draft. Shuffle
But
and
again, it
pass,
really does
13
show
cards
that
to your
he's
right.
thinking in terms of, all doors are open.
Yeah,
pick up the pack,
he
you
is
have
not necessarily
35
looking to
seconds.
just play the Witherbloom, gain some life, and play a mascot. Ooh, that
Fire
is
Metal.
a nice one.
Scientist, that made the cut on, the cards you wanted to see. And
Ooh,
Chris
Brother's Dead.
Chris is light on
Ooh,
fixing.
brother should end.
He is light on Fixie, and man, I remember just doing a double take when I just first read the card. Just 2 mana for a 2/2. Usually the land goes on top of your library for a
Totally.
2-drop, or it's maybe a 1/1.
Or
But
it
just-
mills and you
but
might
ju-
miss or
but just-
something.
Just a bear, a 2-mana 2/2 that
5
literally
seconds.
just gives you an extra card. That is incredible.
Yeah, we were out at dinner and Paul's like, so apparently Civic
Draft.
Wayfinder's like 2
Shuffle
now?
and
It's
pass.
like
Civic Wayfinder
All
was played in a
cards
Pro
to
Tour
your
in
right.
Constructed.
at 3 mana. Good start here. Applied geometry
Pick up the
into
pack. You
environmental
have 30
scientist
seconds.
is really nice here for Chris.
And there's a Tam there.
Tam's good.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he started out pack 1 with kind of a Witherbloom start here, but with enough good mana fixing, you can just take the Tam. Also, a lot of the black cards that Chris took is
There's a
also
3-rare pack
splashable.
right there.
So you can just go back to a world where maybe you start out as a blue-green base. But if you need some kind of late game inevitability, Tam certainly does some pretty good work.
5 seconds.
Yeah, Tam's like the type of card that if it sticks around for 2 or 3 turns, it can run away with the game.
Draft.
You've hit enough extra land
Shuffle and
drops that it's
pass,
kind of free
11
at some
cards to
point,
your
Right.
right.
but it often doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, the correct way to
Pick
kind
up
of
the
play with
pack,
Tam
you
a
have
lot of the
25
time,
seconds.
treat it like a 6-drop,
Yep.
right? You don't want to play it and then just have it die immediately. Play it on turn 6,
Oh boy.
and then play the land, and then you're good.
I wonder if any of these players had a stress dream last night thinking about this draft. I'll tell you what, Chris is living the dream right now. That's
Yeah.
a great pickup for this deck.
Absolutely. Just remember, you can play everything. You
Right.
can play everything. Stress Stream is fantastic. I mean, the fact that this is just a removal spell that replaces itself, and it's selection, right? It doesn't even draw a
Draft.
card. You get to look at
Shuffle
2
and
cards
pass,
and put
10
the
cards
best
to
one
your
into
right.
your hand. This is one of the premier uncommons in the format.
Yeah,
Pick
at
up
the
the
stage
pack,
of the
you
game
have
when you're
25
casting it,
seconds.
it's extra important too to keep the ball moving forward.
I think I saw a Sky Coach Conductor. Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, all right. I mean,
Ooh, that's
solid card
nice.
here. Although if Chris Larson is looking for maybe some 2-mana cards to just do a little bit more ramping, could also see considering the Newt. But the upside, of course, much higher for the
5
Sky Coach
seconds.
Conductor.
Pick the pretty mountain.
Draft.
All
Yeah,
right.
he's going to go with the
Shuffle
Nude, so
and
he's
pass.
taking care of business.
9
Oh, I'll
He's
take the
green.
nude too.
And we're not clear whether or not his
Pick up the
second
pack,
color is
you
black
have
or
20
blue.
seconds.
Right?
Whoa,
so,
whoa, whoa.
What?
And
And right.
Yeah.
Just all of
Yeah.
them. Of course.
it's just the only real question is there a white card he might pick up worth playing? Because he doesn't have one of those.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Come on, all the
5
colors, Paul.
seconds.
You know how to do this.
So there's an
There's no
SSN
good white
here,
cards.
which I think is generally stronger than a mill, but you don't
Draft.
know what your base
Shuffle and
second
pass,
color is going to
8
be.
Yeah.
So just take the
your
green
right.
creature, good late game
Pick
card,
up the pack,
and then just kind
you
of
have
move on from
20
there.
seconds.
Yeah, you may not have access to blue mana at that stage of the game,
Right.
and that could be a problem. Where Emil's actually pretty good in the mirror. Like, it
Yeah.
demands a removal spell. He usually finds one, unfortunately, but
All right, so we got a Forum of
5
Amity, which
seconds.
doesn't really share any of the colors that Chris Larson currently needs. There's a Visionary's Dance, but maybe he
Draft.
doesn't want to splash that
Shuffle
one.
and
Oh,
pass.
wow.
Taking the land.
Cards to
Taking
your
the Forum
right.
of Amity here, currently with
Pick
no
up the
white
pack,
cards,
you
does
have
help you with some
15
converge stuff.
seconds.
Oh my goodness.
a
Oh,
Potioner's Trove.
I mean, he said he was going to take this like third pick.
is this 8th pick?
This is, yeah, and this is unusual.
Holy
Five
smokes!
This past pack must have been very, very strong here because you typically should not be seeing a card like
Draft.
Potioner's Trove this
Shuffle
late
and
in a
pass.
draft.
Yeah,
6
that actually.
cards
Look at the
to
smile
your
on his
right.
face. He knows he's getting away with something here.
Back to 10
And
seconds.
that was his last pick out of
It
this.
ties the
pack.
room together, Marshall.
It really does a nice job of that. What did
And
he
look
pick
at
up
this,
a land here?
Paradox Gardens here too. So just
Yeah, that's easy.
you know,
money.
making it so that the
Draft.
mana is
Shuffle and
rock
pass.
solid.
5 cards
Wow.
to your right.
Wheeling Paradox
Pick up the
Gardens and
pack,
picking up a
you have
Trove pick
10
8
seconds.
is really good.
Yeah, and could use a little bit of card drop. Perhaps needs interaction
Oh.
actually.
Yeah, it's
And
interesting.
He
'cause
does have 2 copies of Noxious Newt.
exactly. I was going to say normally the Embrace of
Draft.
Paradox might be where he
Pass.
wants to be,
4
but
cards
with
to your
double
right.
Newt
Yeah.
and not quite that much on removal.
Pick up the pack.
He's
Yeah,
Newt.
I mean, this is again a responsible pick, right? This is where you take the card that your deck needs a little bit
Draft.
more than something like
Pass.
the
3
draw
cards
spell,
to your
which
right.
might
Burb.
be a little bit more.
Oh, it's a
powerful. That's what
dinosaur.
I'm trying to do,
5
but I like that
seconds.
pick.
He picks up a Terrafractal here that he could
Yeah,
put
I
in
mean,
his list.
draft.
It's not high on the priority,
Pass.
but this is
No.
where you
Cards
want to
to
pick
your
it up.
right.
yeah. I
4
mean, if
cards
you're
left
playing
in
a
the
bunch
pack.
of Noxious
Pick up the
Newts and
pack, you have
Potioner's
5
Troves, you just
seconds.
need expensive things.
Right.
And Terrafractal certainly fits the bill if you don't have the good uncommons.
Draft.
That's
Pass
also
the
like
last
one of the
card.
best name
wham.
card I've ever seen.
You will now
I
have
was
90
laughing when I
seconds
saw
to
that.
review.
You gotta
Pick
be
up your
kidding me. Whoever names the cards are just geniuses. Like,
yeah.
Like, who came up with that, right? Where you're like, I get it.
Okay, so really solid
Wow.
pack 2. I
That
think,
was much better
yeah.
than pack 1.
Yeah, like pack 1 started out okay, but it kind of died out at the end. But here, I mean, we saw so many good uncommons, starting things off with a really great rare and good mana fixing. So Chris kind of really, really well set up. Unclear if he's got the critical mass of playables, right? But the card quality looks pretty solid here, especially for a Pro Tour draft.
Yeah, I love where this thing ended up. I really like that he checked the box on fixing. He picked up 2 dual lands, Potioner's Trove, and Environmental Scientist out of pack 2. Like, that goes a long way. You know, because one of the things that is in the background of both Paul and my mind when we're looking at this, you know, is that Snarl Song that he first picked. Like, that thing's
Right.
going to do a lot of work, and if he can pick up one more good Converge payoff here, you know, we showed all would be one, that would be the dream. But, you know, there's others in the format, too, that are really good. If he can pick one up, he is so well set up for
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. Arcane Omens, I talked about
Mm-hmm.
that previously, or a Sundering Archaic, or even a Transcendent Archaic. All of those are just really, really good late game finishers. They all give you value when you cast it. It's not just a vanilla creature. So those are the things he's going to be looking for. But I mean, look at this curve too, right? His 2 mana
5
slot is
seconds.
2 Noxious Newts,
Ugh.
Environmental Scientist,
That's
and
what stuck in my
Shared
throat.
Roots. So he's not really going to get, you know,
Time.
sometimes the weakness
Please
for this
return your
deck
cards
is
to a
you
single
go a little
face-down
too heavy
pile.
on the curve.
Go ahead and
You
pick
just
up your
take
pack
all the
labeled
power.
C.
But I mean, Chris
Move
Larson's well set up
cards
to
from the pack,
ramp to the
counting
late
out
game.
14
He showed
cards
really
face
good
down.
discipline with his picks,
You
too.
now have 14
I love
cards.
how
Are you
Chris
gonna
has
notice any
navigated this
issues?
seat so
Yeah.
far.
Please let us know.
Now let's see if he can really fill it in. I think the things that he wants, number 1, are Converge payoffs. Number 2, he does need more interaction.
Right.
He's a little light on removal. He's getting there.
Yeah, he's got like the Stress Stream, a Grapple, and a Barrage Barrage that we've kind of seen.
Yeah, and he has
No
a
issues?
Last Gasp, too.
Go ahead and
Right?
pick
Okay,
up the
right,
pack.
yeah.
You have 40 seconds.
All right.
All right, let's see what we got here. Pack 3, pick 1. Any great payoffs?
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
the
there's
last-
a
Ooh.
stock up. Oh,
And the horse.
Colors from Stallion as well.
that's a good card if you can trigger it. Like, once you get the first copy,
right.
you are fully in business. And it is difficult to kill. It has ward as well.
Yeah, and there's the Yeah, I mean, this pack is kind of loaded. It's going to be one of the 3 cards in the left. Now, Colorstorm Stallion is certainly much better than a Prismari Shell.
Yes.
Just because you can play it on turn 3, and it is an aggressively static
5
creature.
seconds.
But if you have enough 5-mana cards, you can play it. There's, of course, also the Augmenter, which is just a really great 1-drop.
Draft.
You play that thing on turn 1, it just
Shuffle
kind
and
of
pass.
snowballs and runs away with the
I
game.
like Stock Up.
Your
too,
Stock
though.
Up is also great as a card.
Oh, he
draw
took
effect.
the Augmenter.
All right.
I mean, that card does kind of run away with it, like you
Absolutely.
Pick up the pack.
Like,
you have 35
Maybe the
seconds.
scariest 1-mana play.
Oh, it definitely is.
Yeah.
I mean, you just play that thing on
Ooh,
turn 1.
oh my god, living
If you
in.
don't kill it,
Oh,
you're
they're
just gonna
Sundering
get valued.
Archaic.
Yeah, and that's a great top-end card here. So now we're looking at Snarl Song, Sundering Archaic here as well. So, you know, Chris is well set up, too. It's not like he has too many expensive cards, and he's got all that acceleration. So this is going to be a pretty easy Sundering Archaic here for Chris Larson.
He did take a quick glance at Ral Zarek there, but that is a much more fair
Right.
It's a good card.
It's
but
fine.
Double
5
black is
seconds.
tough,
Exactly.
but Sundering Archaic is exactly what Christopher wanted to see here.
Draft.
And the Graveyard
Shuffle and
Disruption
pass.
Clause is very
12
relevant in
cards.
this format.
Happens
There's a
all
lot
the
of
time.
there's a lot of recursion. There's a lot of flashback that exists. So that if you untap
up
with
the
the
pack,
Archaic,
you
that
have
mode is
30
very, very
seconds.
relevant.
Oh, can he keep the good times rolling
No,
here?
this pack looks a little bit weaker here. I mean, he's kind of staring at the planar engineering, but there's not anything that you would be interested in, you know, a Sultai base. You see kind of the Aberrant Mana Worm, which has kind of been an underperformer,
Yeah.
you know, especially for an uncommon. You think it's going to be good, and then you play with the card, and like I mentioned before, it's kind of a
5
vanilla creature,
seconds.
doesn't really do anything, right?
Right.
It just kind of
Oh, the frog.
So, you know, if Chris Larson feels like
Draft.
he needs a ramp
Okay.
for mana
Shuffle and
fixing,
pass.
I guess you can
11
take the planar
cards.
engineering.
Your left.
Yeah, it's a fine card. It clears out lands from your
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing,
library. It's okay.
Pick up
if you
the
play
pack,
against
you
a
have
slower matchup,
25
you can also
seconds.
board it in.
Yes. Well,
Well, another weakish pack, so I mean, certainly this multicolored strategy, probably contested, not surprised to see. I wouldn't be surprised if at least 2 other drafters were trying to do something similar here, probably just taking the land here for Chris Larson.
yeah, it's interesting because we've seen the one Potioner's Tree,
Right,
5
yeah,
but it
seconds.
came pick 8.
it sure did,
Like
yeah.
everybody got to see it before him and didn't take it, but that's
Draft.
also the only one that we've seen.
Shuffle and
Yeah.
pass.
And we have
10
not seen a
cards
ton of the
to
blue
your left.
cards, right? So certainly some Prismari drafters at the table.
Pick up the pack.
Oftentimes
You
you'll be
have
Prismari
25
with a light
seconds.
splash. But certainly the Witherbloom cards are flowing. Another
Mm.
Grapple with Death, which I think Chris Larson will be very, very happy to pick up here.
Yeah, that's so. What was it I said? He needed priority number 1 was top end stuff, and then priority 2 is removal.
And a rare. So so far he's got fixing,
5 seconds.
he's got the top end converge payoff, and now he picked up a removal spell. The planar engineering, that's a little bit disappointing to take,
Draft.
you know, 3rd pick.
Shuffle
but,
and pass.
You know, 4th
9
pick grapple with
cards
death, you
to your
will be
left.
happy with that in your converge deck.
Pick up the pack.
Yeah, the really
You have
interesting pick
20
to me
seconds.
of this, and I mean, the fact that Chris, I think he's done a really good job drafting the seed means that we get to get into
Oh.
the weeds here is the ambitious augmenter over stock up.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, maybe just
Because the late game augmenter is weak. It doesn't do that
it is, but you know,
5
But turn
seconds.
1 is like insanity.
yeah, Chris's deck does probably have the potential to just curve out nicely
Draft.
too, which is pretty nice, right? You did see all
Shuffle
those
and
2 drops,
pass.
so
8 cards.
Okay, he's
to
going to
your
go for
left.
Archaic's Agony.
Okay.
That one's 1 tier below on
Pick
the
up the
converge
pack. You have
payoffs,
20
but still
seconds.
good.
I mean, if you do it for 4 and you kill a 1 toughness creature, that is fantastic.
That is 1 tier above. He's going to take the Cascade here.
Yeah, the thing is, Chris Larson already has 3 or 4 tap lands, so the Cascade is just a really nice way to just have an
5
untapped land that
seconds.
gives you
Yeah.
the colors that you need. I think he's going to take the Cascade here.
Yeah, it's just
Draft.
yet another checkbox on
Shuffle
his
and pass,
mana
7
fixing
cards to
being
your
really,
left.
really solid.
Yeah.
Pick up the pack. You have 15 seconds.
Oh, there's a
Ooh.
Potioner's Trove.
Yeah, but now is his mana so strong? I mean, there's also an additive evolution, and that card is really, really strong.
This
especially
is
with all
another
the-
5
8th pick
seconds.
Trove.
I mean, it is, but the evolution
agree
is
with you.
Really,
And his
really
mana's already
strong.
really good.
Draft.
Yeah,
Shuffle and pass.
Yeah.
6
All right.
cards to your left.
you got to close
He-
out the game.
He needed a little more
Pick up
payoff
the
than he
pack.
did set
You
up.
have 10
Right.
seconds.
He's probably a little bummed to see because the second Trove's really nice.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But I do think Chris Larson just needed a little more action.
I like that pick.
Evolution is the perfect
Man.
fit for that.
Chris is kind of
Draft.
running circles
Yeah.
around this
Shuffle
seat.
and pass.
Look,
5 cards.
You know,
to your
sometimes we follow a drafter and we're
up the
kind of
pack.
not
You have
sure what they're
10
doing, or
seconds.
we can't follow it necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like, you know,
Yeah.
Chris is old like we are, so we kind
We're
of
picking up what Chris is putting down for sure. He kind of super wheeled a Noxious Newt here as
Draft.
Yeah.
well. I don't know if he
Pass.
wants
Cards
another
to your
copy of
left.
it, but if he does,
Yeah.
great
up the
pickup
pack,
for
you
this
have
late in the
5
pack.
seconds.
Yeah, it works well with the barrages.
He's going to take a
Draft.
death toucher.
Pass
Yeah.
3 cards to your
Board
left.
that in if you need.
Pick up the pack. You have 5
Yeah,
seconds.
that's a good card to board in against low to the ground aggressive decks.
There's another fight spell
Draft.
here. Colonial
Yeah.
Tackle if you need.
Pass
Oh,
2
actually
cards
just
to your
taking a big
left.
reach creature.
Pick up the
Tackle,
pack.
that
You have
tackle's
5
been
seconds.
surprisingly not good.
Yeah, it's just you need it specifically with
Oh,
deathmatch
here's
creatures.
the last
Otherwise, it's just
card.
Last card. We've completed the
Planes.
draft portion. I'm going to ask you all to do me a favor at this point. Please take a moment to review all of your cards. Make sure that they all have a stamp that is visible. If you have any issues where you can't see a stamp, please let us know.
You can tell that why the judge is asking that. All these cards that the players are playing with here are stamped. You can see that little tiny stamp. It's a different thing on each one. And that, of course, is to make sure that nobody says, yeah, no, I opened all these great cards.
Yeah, together as one would be a really nice card though. Just sneak into my deck. But of
Right.
course, you cannot do that here at the Pro Tour or anywhere,
Right.
for that matter.
And you know, so they'll have them go through to make sure that all of their cards do have that stamp.
Right.
And wow, I really like how Chris managed that seat. It is funny. He definitely was not joking around last night when he said that this is the type of archetype that he wanted. And he saw that Snarl song and he was like, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's got the ramp. He's got a lot of the big stuff. One thing that I think maybe he doesn't really have too much of is card flow or card draw. He didn't really prioritize them very much. He had a couple of options there. You know, you could have taken the paradox equation. You could have taken the stock up here, and a lot of those are natural 2-for-1s or 3-for-1s. He doesn't have those. He has some things that come into play and give you that effect. So, you know, if he does play against the Prismari control deck that has a bunch of card draw, perhaps he might run out of gas. That would be my only concern.
You know, the problem's on the other end. Right. You're doing library checks halfway through the game because you're like, am I going to deck myself here or are we good to go? Let's take a look at what Chris actually put together for his list, and we'll see what ended up making the cut and what didn't. You see the augmenter down there.
All 3 newts.
All 3 newts.
He is playing the planar engineering, so, you know, kind of need, and the Hungry Gruffalon. So he was short a couple of playables here, it seems. And then the top end is the Snarl Song, the Additive Evolution, and then the Archaic and the Lorecaster. Lots of ramp. Again,
dude, he needs a little more card draw.
Yeah, kind of feel like I would have liked a card draw spell here, but, you know, he does have great mana fixing, and he's got a really good curve. And Terrafractal, you can move that all the way to the right there, right? So that's one of your top end cards as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how many lands is he playing? 6, 9, 10,
I would guess
12,
16.
13, 14, 15, 16, I think. Yeah, I you know, when you break it down based on cards that either produce mana or go get you things that produce mana, there are a
16.
lot of them in this deck.
He's got 23 ways to make mana in this deck. So when you have that, you really want to lean into some of the really great top-end stuff. But he didn't see too many of the good X spells. We didn't see the Divergent Equation. There was a Visionary's Dance that he could have taken, right? That's a one. There was a stock up, and then of course there was the really late Paradox Equation.
I mean, stock up's arguably the best card draw spell in the format.
It is. I mean, yeah, it's
that would have been
one of the better card draw spells ever. So yeah, for sure, that might be something.
And
that
now we have Flow State.
As we play out these matches.
All right. Well, we're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, we'll be getting into round number 1. Don't go anywhere.
You know, one nice thing about not watching much live.
Like the MagicCon happens for Larson draft. He is going to be playing against Clark Trezise from Australia there. And we've got a little bit of a David versus Goliath setup here. I mean, Christopher Larson, fresh off of a Pro Tour, went also a veteran of the professional Magic scene, playing against Clark.
First Pro Tour.
First Pro Tour.
Yeah, first Pro Tour.
Regional championship there. We just saw Christopher.
That must be very, very interesting matchup.
With us live, and so we know what's going on here. Let's see though what Clark drafted.
All right.
Oh,
ooh,
Clark is
Lorehold.
going low to the ground. Lorehold here.
Yeah, Lorehold, couple of Charging Strife Knights, couple of Eager Glyph Mages. Not the most aggressive curve, and you also see a Choreographed Sparks, which is not typically a card that you see played that often here, but hey, curve out, beat down is the name of the game here, most likely for Clark Trezise.
Might have to look up Choreographed Sparks here real quick, Paul.
something to do with forking a spell or.
Yeah, that one. I know the one. Two different modes.
There's two different
etc.
cards like that in this format.
There are. There's Chris with a big smile on his face. Not a worry in the world. He's got a PT championship under his belt now. And he's having a quick chat here with his opponent.
What a
Oh, we're in the first round, finally.
Right, that was one of the most insane
smokes.
Pro Tour finals.
I have not got over that yet.
Yeah. Oh, man.
They're
Had
not
he
all
lost,
like that.
Had he lost.
And had he lost,
Right.
I shudder to think. All right, let's get underway here. Clark Chaziz again from Australia versus Christopher Larson from Denmark. And it looks like Clark's won the die roll here. He's going to lead off with a mountain before passing over to Chris.
And Chris with a nice curve there, right? Couple of newts, last gasp, and a barrage. Just kind of needs the late game stuff here.
Land go here from Clark, so that not a quick start, at least thus far.
Yeah, turn to newt here. Clark has a reverse debater, I believe.
Yeah, it will survive.
Okay.
The newt, that is.
Right, and Chris can just go.
We got the Tam already.
Gasp newt this turn if he likes.
He also
That's pretty
drew,
nice.
He drew Graphalon.
Yeah, Graphalon is certainly also a consideration, but you know, developing your board just seems so tempting here, right? Like not only do you get to put a mana ramp creature in play, you just get to spend 2 mana to kill their 3/3.
And your contention is that that's good.
Well, you know, the thing is the last gasp or the Noxious Newt doesn't even pump up the Graphalon, right? Just because it's just going to be that 3/4 or so. But at the same time, Chris Larson is sitting at 20 life, so maybe he's just happy with playing out a 4-drop here.
Yeah, he's going to use 4 mana one way or the other.
Right,
It's just
right.
what do you want to use?
Exactly.
I like your line best,
Yeah.
Paul. I like especially while the shields are down. But no, he's going to go for the
For
Graphalon.
Raph.
Probably going, hey, it's like, if you want to kill this, kill my last pick, go for it.
Right.
Clark does have the Wilt in the heat here to kill it if he likes.
It would be a compliment to the Graphalon if he used
Yeah,
it on it.
that-
and
he's
he
like-
does.
That's a good trade.
He's going to get in for 4 here thanks to the Repartee trigger.
Repartee.
That's exile.
It does. And this says, may I go? He draws shared roots, so even
Okay.
more mana development available here.
Yeah, he's going to be really leaning on that Tam that he has in his hand for card advantage. But I imagine this turn, you know, while Clark is tapped out, probably interested in killing the debater and then playing one of his ramp effects.
Ooh, another newt.
Barrage Barrage or the Last Gasp. Now, Barrage Barrage is probably better to keep in hand because you have 2 Death Touchers in play, so you can just kill a bigger creature.
Rethinking.
Maybe just passing. It's like, hey, if you want to trade with one of my Death Touchers, I'm also okay with that.
Yeah, there's a good chance that Clark just doesn't have an attack through the Noxious
Right.
Newts this turn, and Christopher might be able to see
Oh,
a
no.
better target for Last Gasp.
Yeah, I mean, Chris has so much mana in play, probably just happy trading a Newt for the debater here.
Right. He also has the Barrage as another backup plan. Because, of course, I don't want to be dramatic, but the downside to this play is if you just don't get to do anything this turn.
Right.
But he, of course, has that option with both Barrage and Last Gasp. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Snap it off.
yeah, and this is going to be probably the sick Newt
This-
here.
The sick Newt.
And Clark attacking here to set up so that he can play the Soaring Stone Glider, now that you got the second creature in the graveyard, but Last Gasp taking it down.
Oh.
Does Chris Larson have an untapped land here? Because that would be really nice with the shared roots.
He drew Paradox Gardens, so
Not quite.
I got that mixed up with that other one. I can't think of the name of it. The Cascade one.
Yeah, so this is kind of an interesting spot. Maybe you just hold the Tam, go with the shared roots, don't play the land, right? Hold the land until the next turn. That way now you'll have 6 lands in play. So you go Tam into the land, prepare the Tam, then draw the card.
19.
And yeah, I believe he is holding the Paradox Gardens in hand.
he did.
Yeah.
Max value here for Larson.
Of course. And currently, Clark doesn't have a way to kill the Tam, so you know,
Yeah.
it's one of those things. That if I draw more lands, I'm happy. I can just keep doing this over and over again. If not, I'm going to draw action.
Clark unable to get anything significant moving forward as far as the damage race goes.
Right.
He's got Larson down to 16, but he's just now rebuilding his board. And
Chris just using the mana
barrage.
when he can here because he knows he's going to be tapped out this turn.
Yes.
So just use that 2 mana, get that 3/3 off the battlefield, and then now try to take over with the TAM.
I'll gain a life. Sure. 17.
And it's time to draw some cards.
A good one.
So now the question is, can Clark deal with TAM or find a way to apply enough pressure to Chris that he can
Take agony.
sidestep it?
We talked about it before, but oh, okay, never mind.
Oh,
For a
never
brief
mind.
moment, it showed Archaic's Agony in Chris Larson's hand. If he had that, there is a 1/1 on the battlefield.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you'd be able to get a lot of cards here, but I mean, things looking very, very good here for Chris Larson.
Yeah, you can see he has the Zealous Lorecaster here to buy back.
This is the
whatever
first.
he'd like.
This is the first time I've seen Ennis do anything. So I'm, you know, it allowed the Charging Strife Knight to attack, and then you flicker it, and then you get the +1/+1 counter on the Ennis.
Wow.
So now you can rummage.
Wow.
There you go. We did it.
It gave something vigilance.
There you go. You know, that's a card where you look at it and you're like, it's an uncommon 2-drop with a lot of text.
Anything
It's
could
gonna
happen.
be awesome.
And
It does
it's
something,
just
surely.
a common 2-mana white creature.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna read
You
it.
have to do that to get the counter on it,
Right.
too. Like,
You can't just
you're
play it
not
on an
even
empty
getting a
board.
2/2, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I think Elite Interceptor is the combo, right? Like,
Sure.
you get your card off of it and then rebuy it, but
6 mana. Ooh, Zealous Lorecaster.
and he's going to get back Last Gasp.
Last Gasp,
So
okay.
that'll just be sitting there,
Right.
while Clark has to just stare on and watch the value train start to leave the station.
Right. I mean, now, I mean, Clark, if you're a Clark, you just have to kind of go to the skies here, right? Because the ground is just completely mucked up here. Oh, huh.
It's also annoying because now the Last Gasp is already out of the yard, though. He still
I
has
see.
targets for the Dust
so
Speaker.
targeting the Strife Knight here. You get in for 1 less point of damage, but now the Strife Knight can't die to the Last Gasp.
Judge, this is both graveyards, is that correct? Yeah. Combat, I'll exile Borrow Barrage.
Yeah, there you go. Get the barrage out of there.
And I'll attack in the air for 1.
Then he'll get a counter on the Ennis here.
Go to end step.
Yep.
Wow.
And you heard Clark just double check with the judge that it worked the way he wanted
Right.
to. That's always a good thing to do.
Definitely. All right, so.
Ooh, there's
Great
Snarl
turn.
Song off the top here for Larson.
Wow, yeah. I mean, and that's.
Can he do it for all the colors, or is he
no
one
white
short?
mana.
Yeah.
So I think he'd be able to do it for 4 here.
Does it even count if you do it for 4?
Make 2 4/4s, gain 4 life.
I guess that
Doesn't
doesn't
even matter at that point.
That was his
the
first
Not
turn.
5.
Absolutely was. Very, very good. Although right now Chris does have kind of the ground covered. All right, it looks like we're going to try to go get into a racing situation here. Now, noting Clark does know about the Last Gasp in Chris's hand, so you don't really want to set up any bad double block situations that would potentially blow you out through the Last Gasp. And I don't think Clark can block with the Dust Speaker here. I think that's kind of his path to victory.
Yep.
And Chris actually happy to just trade the Ennis with the TAM.
What do you have me at 12?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go to 16.
I'll go to 16.
We all know what's coming.
prematurely. Yeah, there's.
I will go.
The Force of Will does exist, but
16.
you're not going to see it in a lore hold deck.
No. And you get to see the raw power of Converge here. This is one of the better Converge payoffs that you just saw hit the battle.
I really want to see something get forced. It'll be so funny.
I mean, actually, choosing not to rummage away there. You know, the Choreographed Sparks is kind of a situational card, but likes it here.
I wonder if he's hoping to get him with a
Maybe.
Last Gasp or something. I mean,
Yeah, you can.
not great though. Like it
Right.
only kills the nude.
It just copies the spell too, right? It doesn't
Right.
redirect.
You mean it doesn't like steal it?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the
You just get
there's
your
another
own.
one. It's the bonus sheet card, Return to Favor, I believe, which you can use to kind of redirect the spell.
I'm going to
It's just not that great here. You need to find something better than
unstable
Last Gasp.
mockery on one of these.
Unsubtle
Priority.
Mockery.
Oh, he's just going to
Okay.
copy his own mockery.
Yep.
here.
All right. Sure.
Copy.
That works.
Wow.
No, that's not how it works. You have to copy a creature spell.
I can choose both.
Yes, but you're not having a creature spell.
Oh, it's creature spell.
Oh, no.
Choose one or both.
So I
No,
guess
you can fork a
kill
spell.
both.
Yeah. Okay. Get some surveils. Missed the surveil triggers, I think.
So I need a creature, anything on
And that's
combat.
really important here because
exile.
he's on 5 mana and really just needs to find action for the rest of the
Right.
game, especially if your
Oh
line
no, the
is, I'm gonna 2 for
surveils.
1 myself.
Yeah.
To kill your 2
The privilege of
4/4s,
playing
he
with this guy,
has to
and
be
I
able
was
to
about
apply
to go
pressure.
off
Yeah.
until I was.
So Chris Larson does have additive evolution, right? So that can help you with the race along with the last gap. So that's a really great
So I
turn.
need to
You put
cast a
4
creature
power
and
and
then
4
cast
toughness
an
worth of
instant
stats on the
in
battlefield
response,
while
and then
killing something
do
if
it.
you need.
Okay.
Although the last gas
That's a
doesn't
lot
actually
more.
kill anything relevant because there's just the 1/1 here in play. Ooh,
Good to-
grapple with death though was the draw here. For
Wow,
Chris
what a
Larson.
rip.
Being able to kill the 3/4 flyer means that you're just not going to be in
mean,
that much trouble in a racing situation,
It just stops the attacks,
right?
right? I mean, Clark has at
As
best
a
trades
1/1.
otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, and Chris going, you know what?
3/3
That's
and then
fine and
get
all,
counters.
but I'm just happy with the race here. Yeah, and Vigilance with the Newt is also really, really nice because you can attack and then still use
9.
the mana for the last gasp later.
Yeah, the +1/+1 counter is nice for the extra damage. He would rather have it elsewhere, but Vigilance matters huge.
That's
there.
right.
Additive Evolution is the type of card that the longer this game goes, the more advantage Christopher's going to get off of it. And once again, Clark finds himself in a situation where he's forced to race. He has to try to push through damage, and it is a very steep hill to climb
Right.
with the draw
Where
that
from?
Christopher's had.
Yeah, I mean, not only does
Australia.
Chris Larson have 2 removal spells in
Yeah,
hand,
right.
Clark just can't attack in the ground, and Chris actually has a potentially lethal attack next turn if Clark just turns everything sideways.
Yeah.
Christopher very much aware of the damage race situation. You know, that's something that it's easy to lose track of when you're playing this style of deck where you're just thinking long game, inevitability, just keep me alive. I'm going to be the one to get more cards to have.
He'll
more
die
stuff in the late
eventually.
game. But it's worth noting that if there's a weakness with Christopher's deck, it is that lack of card draw. He does not have the big card draw punch. He does have ways to get card
Combat.
advantage. We saw the Zealous Lorecaster, etc.
Yeah,
So it's not 0, but he would like a little more.
definitely. And it looks like Clark
None of
keeping the
them are game
1/1
wins.
back here, recognizing that if there's last gasp into a removal spell,
He's dead.
he's just gonna be dead. But Clark did draw helping hand here
Yeah, he's back.
to get back the Soaring
Does come
Stone
into
Blade,
play
but that
tap.
does come into
Yeah.
play tap. So I think Chris just has the kill here.
Go back.
Last gasp on the flyer potentially. Oh no, just kills the bigger creature. Sure.
But
Yeah. So, but because Clark has 1 card in hand with 4 mana up,
I see.
just saying, well, if he has an Unsubtle Mockery, maybe he's just not dead this turn. The way I lose is if somehow he does have the interactive spell and then I kill you with the flyer. So
You know, like,
just killing Charging Strife Knight, and the
just
1/1
gotta
will
kill him.
still be forced to chump block here.
So tremendous advantage here to Christopher Larson in game number 1. It looks like he's just about to close it out against Clark.
Deciding whether or not to rummage away the Zealous Lorecaster. If he has a red removal spell, again, a second copy of Unsubtle Mockery, something along those lines, might be interested in rummaging. You got to play to your outs here.
Sec.
Like, if you go land Lorecaster next turn, are you winning? Maybe not, right?
Hmm.
If that's the case, you
Probably
should
not.
take and try to find something to play this turn.
Yeah, this is where you start to think about the cards in your library and say, actually, is there anything better?
Right.
It might not be.
Chris will gain a life there off the grapple, or I don't know if you.
Yeah, you should be at 10
10,
there.
9.
Okay, you gain.
9/9.
10, 9, I gain a life.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you already marked it.
And then this is a chump block.
Block 4.
Yeah,
Forced
Yep.
chump block.
Block the biggest
I take
creature.
6.
Take
go to
6,
3.
go to 3.
Ooh.
And as you can see, Clark
Sure,
is
just like
overwhelmed at this point.
Time to thin out the deck.
Yippee! Deck thinning.
Pre-shuffle.
Yeah,
Right?
planar engineering, just look at this. Look at all these lands. We got a bunch of surveil lands in
I
play
guess
too.
Clark
So.
gets to know a little more about your land count before
Right.
he finishes. the
Probably
game
just
off.
conceding here.
Yeah, he's got a Spirit Mascot and Interjection, and that's going to be game number 1 going to Christopher Larson. Methodical. This seems like a good matchup.
It does.
You know, one of the things that we were just talking about, Paul, is the relative lack of card draw spells for Larson, but that does mean that the things he has are board affecting, stuff, and against Lorehold, that's a little better.
Yeah, I think where Chris Larson's deck could struggle would be other Prismari control decks.
Right.
But I think specifically against the more aggressive strategies, I like Chris's build better for those decks.
Chris is on 6 cards this time. Clark, once again, will be on the play. We asked the players
Newt.
what their Strixhaven College is, you know, just like personality-wise, and Clark actually said Prismari. So he's halfway there. He's got the red covered here.
Right.
You know what to say about newts? Come in multiples.
Yeah, 3 of them.
Is that what they say about
Newt.
You don't know if I play all of them. You only know if I
Clark
play
said that
2.
Prismari suits his personality better because he's a music teacher.
Oh.
And he sings in a chorus.
Okay.
Oh wow.
It's really cool.
Eager Glyph Mage, really annoying when you're playing a kind of a control deck with a lot of spot removal. Is this an additive evolution? Ooh, Archaic's Agony
On the
here.
1/1.
So for 3, so now you basically get to draw 2 cards here. You have until the next turn cycle to play the spells here. So there's
What
a
did he
Noxious
hit?
Newt and a sideboard card.
Yes, it looks like he did bring in.
The
No, I got nothing, Paul.
exile a card, draw a card.
Yeah, I know what it does. Yeah, that's the easy part.
I've never put it into my main deck, and I've been
Right.
practicing a lot of best of ones. So
We stumped everybody to our cards in hand, or our card graphics too.
they're like,
there.
nope, can't help you.
No, that's not
Now
it.
we'll go with Spirit
but here's the
Mascot.
Spirit
Yeah, we know that one. That's great.
Well, Chris did
Oh, yeah.
say the Newts come in multiples, and he's drawn all 3.
Oh,
And he's going to exile a card from his graveyard and draw a card here, it looks like, or something.
Yep, and still has land, so you can actually go Newt and still
Newt.
the Barrage.
Yeah, he probably brought that in for the Flyers. You know,
Ooh,
just
little
getting
one.
used to a Flyer.
Right. Yeah.
That's a nice.
nice one.
He's already
Yeah,
seen
we
at
saw
least one target.
We saw the Stone Glider and the speaker.
Exactly. So another removal spell.
Is Chris happy or fine trading a Newt here? This one feels a little bit worse, right?
Yeah.
There it is,
Trade
glorious
and then finds
decay.
A little bit extra value with the exile on the docent. Ooh, 5-drop. This must have just been off the top. Oh no, it's Luen. Okay.
It's Luen.
All right, make a token right away. No other creatures here to
Right.
prepare it.
So
But
we're not going to see the token.
right, but you know what? Making that pest really nice card to get in front of the docent.
And probably another reason why Chris said, I'm just going to take 3 damage.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, Clark just doesn't have a good attack from this board. Has a healthy hand with no targets in graveyard.
Yeah, not so aptly named at the moment.
Yeah. And
Not
now
very
we're-
helpful.
now given the fact that Chris is kind of stabilized here, you kind of have to like Chris's side here, right? Where
A lot
he's
now,
just going to
yeah.
have much better
Holy.
top decks here, and he's at 14 life. He's got the evolution in play too, and he's kind of getting to the point with his mana where I think he might be missing an island, but once he can find it, he can start surveilling as well with his Paradox Gardens.
Yeah, I remember doing that in the pre-release. Just,
Yeah.
I need to
honestly,
find something
based on the
decent.
last
That's
two
all I gotta
games
surveil.
Where Clark didn't do much, and Chris just went, you know, really great 4-drop.
Oh my
plus
god,
spend
his
the extra
hand is
mana, and then into a
awful.
Great 5-drop. Like, it's going to be
Getting
extremely
flooded
difficult
over
for
there.
Clark to win at this point. He's also flooding
He's
really badly.
He's super flooded, and I don't think that I saw a singular copy of Pursue the Past. That's one of the better performing commons in the red-white deck. It's been really impressive.
God,
Even if you're aggressive.
Larson's
right?
strong ass.
Flashback.
A Tam this time, just no lands in hand though.
When you draw that one copy, it just completely changes these matchups.
Yeah, this type of flood for the deck that Clark brought is death. It
Right.
is so difficult if you don't have those type of things. He's got the Rummager. Like, there are cards he could find, but he's not going to want to play any more lands.
No
than this
swing, and
most
you
likely,
know.
but unless he wants to go like Zealous Lorecaster into something, but
right.
Even then, he's got 2 more lands in hand. A brutal draw here for Clark against our reigning Pro Tour champion.
And Chris Larson drawing Tam as well. Curious to see if he's going to wait till he finds the land or just kind of plays it out here to try to put a little more pressure on the battlefield. pretty clear that Clark doesn't have a removal spell here. I feel like he would have probably fired it off on the Luen or even the token here.
Exactly.
Oh, honestly, I just
So
damn
Larson
it.
just has the green light.
Right.
And
Yeah, there
he's
he
just
is.
windmilling more and more value as he goes.
Tam is in play.
Just
Clark
keep
needs a
on
big
jamming.
draw.
Oh, there's unstable mockery.
An unsubtle mockery.
Unstable. Stable.
I mean, it's something.
It is one step on a very long journey, but he also gets a surveil out of it if he remembers it.
He does, yeah. And
he missed it on the prior game, but
right. And
Missed
this
2
is-
surveils.
You can't kill the Luen. It's a 4/5. You might want to kill the Tam, but you can actually wait till Chris plays the land.
Trigger up.
Because it's a sorcery. The spell is a sorcery speed. So
That's
if,
right.
if you play the land, the trigger goes on the stack. You can't actually draw the card. You can respond with a removal spell.
And here we do get to see the kind of bad case on Ambitious Augmenter, right? He draws it quite late in the game.
Yep.
It's okay. It's still worth a mana.
Sure.
It's just, you know,
Hey,
you
mana.
want to have something a little bigger. All right, here we go.
In response here.
Anyway.
Yeah, and that was actually just going to pick up a counter, right? There's no.
Oh, right. He didn't play a land, right?
No.
Yeah, yeah. This was just an additive evolution.
Right. And did he surveil?
Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah, he surveilled and now also can choose to attack with the 4/4. Oh, and now we're getting aggro here.
Oh, now we're swinging.
Chris thinking, look, if you trade even anything with my newts, I can just exile them with my Luen and just make a bunch of pests as well. So I'm
We're
totally happy with
swinging.
this, especially when my hand is also just 2 more removal spells. But Clark does have the helping hand, so probably going to be looking to put some of those creatures in front of these attackers.
Yeah, just to get that thing out of his hand and get something going.
Clark goes, okay, preserve my life total. I'll take 4, given these blocks. Keeping the Spirit Mascot in play because that would get pumped not only with the Stone Dose and Exile trigger, but also with Helping Hand.
Right. So you said he did surveil, so he kept it on top.
Think so.
Lopez.
It's got to be something pretty impressive.
All right. Augmenter.
There's the frog.
I mean,
Is that a
the
frog? I thought it was
can
a
just be
turtle.
a 3/3 next turn, so it's still relevant.
Totally.
Yeah.
Practiced Scrollsmith.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best draws in Clark's deck here.
100%.
You can play that, go get the Unsubtle Mockery, use that to perhaps kill the 1-drop or the 4/4 token.
Probably, I just want to get rid of the token, huh?
Right, and then that would pump the mascot as well.
Which should have happened here. There it is. Good,
Yeah.
good.
And can wait on it if he wants. Has until the next turn cycle.
Oh, it's next turn. Okay.
Right. Yeah, the Scrollsmith.
So he can see where the +1/+1 counter
Exactly,
goes, maybe?
in response. So I would be shocked if Chris Larson targets his 4/4 token, for example,
Right.
with the additive evolution.
Yeah, cards on the table there as far as that goes.
Ooh.
Now that is a draw. So that's going to be able to get the Scrollsmith or Mascot off the battlefield, exiling it here, and pumping up the...
I would like to play
drop.
this, trigger this.
Blue, green, red, black.
The docent in the graveyard.
Right, yeah.
Goodness sakes.
And if you wanted to do that, that does trigger the...
Oh no, you only did 3.
Yeah, so the question is, which one do you want to kill?
Yeah. Going for this Scrollsmith just because
So
that does have first strike.
So he'll just leave it at 3/3 for the mascot.
Right, and then adding an extra counter off of the additive evolution.
He's just going to attack with everything. I mean, at this point.
Yeah. And the
4,
1-drop has
6.
vigilance, I imagine, because you put the counter on there.
Indeed.
Not that it matters too much.
I'm a friendly guy, but I won't give you to you this
This one, Surveil.
4 blocks. Of course.
Alright, what is that right now? He's got to be pretty low.
4/4.
Okay.
He's surveilled.
And so the mascot is currently sitting as a 3/3, which can eat a pest token if he likes.
12.
And it looks like the frog figured out the vigilance thing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is just such an overwhelming board especially when you're playing a lower hold deck. There's just not a lot of comeback mechanics, right? Unless you somehow, there's a sweeper that maybe we don't know about here in red and white.
10, go to 2.
So he could beat up a pest, but he's down to 2.
Yeah.
And surely we're just about finished here. Clark would need a turn I don't think his deck is capable of
No,
to
not at all.
get out of this mess.
We've got a helping hand. Hey, that makes a 4/4 spirit mascot.
So this,
He's going to go for the docent.
It's like I'll pump your creature for you. It's going to die.
Yeah.
But I'll pump it for you.
What a guy.
Oh, he does have a pursue the past.
He
Okay.
does.
Yeah.
Could have used it about 4 turns ago.
Yeah, definitely.
He did put it in the graveyard, so he can flash it back here.
Sure, but that
It's
cuts
just
off
so
4 mana, right?
Right.
So now you have only 3 mana to work with.
Yeah, it's funny because he's actually putting together a turn that starts like he's going to have gained 4 life here, but he's just going to run out of mana.
Yeah, like even if you play a creature here, you block the 2 biggest creatures, you still just take lethal.
6.
Right, at 6, you block the 4/5 and the 3/3, and then you take 3 and then 3 from.
They have 15 damage coming at you. Not looking good.
And he's just going to go ahead and pass the turn
gonna
back
attack
over,
you.
but Larson says, I'm good for it.
I will kill both your creatures.
I will kill both of your creatures. And that is round number 1.
He is stating a fact.
And it has to be said, that matchup did look favorable for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way that you can
All
kind
right,
of
we're gonna zoom.
this deck is doing. There's actually saw this whole
mid, but the Pro Tour Hall of Famers, Duke versus Shota Yasuoka, 2 Hall of Famers facing off.
Well, this could be a good one.
Another here, really, really great to get a chance to see this type of thing. Let's see what they're running with here. You take a look at Reed Duke, hoping to get off to the right start for his tournament, and Shota doing the same exact thing. 2 legends of the game.
20 top finishes between the 2 players. Just absolutely insane.
All right, well, we'll just pick up the action here.
Oh, it's game 3 already. Oh my god, the game's already. Oh, never mind, that's from last game. Yes.
This is the beginning of the game, so it's 2020.
Yeah, and I see lots of different colors in Shota's hand, so I think he's doing some kind of a control deck. There's a sleight of hand there. I see an Abrade, a spectacular Sky Whale as well. And on Reed's side, might be just representing the Silver Quill school here. So yeah, we have the classic matchup here. Silver Quill aggro, not the most aggressive start here from Reed, against, you know, the various blue-based control decks that you can draft in this format.
That was hop to it.
Yeah, that's going to be a very annoying card to deal with when you're a control player.
Especially if Reed has one of the multiple ways in the format of pumping up your team.
Right, and there's a lot of removal too, so, you know, if he has a Repel Calamity, a Wander Off, anything like that, just to get some damage through, that would be very nice.
Oh my god, hop to it.
Last Gasp. Oh, no, Last Gasp would do it here, right?
It would do it, and that is
another
exactly
Converge
so
and
he
then
gets in for
Silver
2
Quill.
and takes out the opposing threat. He doesn't have a follow-up.
No 2-drop.
A double turn there would be really, or a double
Right.
spell turn, excuse me, would be really great there. And there's Tam for Shota, but it's just...
Tam in a land, presumably.
Yes.
Can't draw the card immediately. Does Reed have another Last Gasp? No, he does not.
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah.
Give him time.
But
Get there eventually.
Spell here to take out Tam would be really great start for Reed.
Right.
Let's see if he's got it.
Okay, Abigail,
That's Abigail
and go.
So this is a big turn here for Shota, because now he gets to start unpreparing, re-preparing. You know, the more cards you draw, the more likely you are to hit your land drop and keep the preparation train rolling there. You get that added little life bump. The cards are flowing, and there we go. He's going to run it right again, so he gets to cast it twice his turn.
Yeah, man.
So many cards, Marshall.
So many cards, so many life.
Time to start chipping in.
In the air. Reed
Shota's at 20.
Shota's at 20. Reed needs to find a creature here, right? To prepare the Abigail. Abigail does not enter the battlefield prepared. You do need to cast a creature spell to do so. And there is an Owlin Historian here, so Abigail has been properly prepared.
You get a Surveil one off of the Owlin Historian.
Right.
And then are we going to see... Now, what are we going to see here? Are we going to see the +1/+1 counter?
Yeah, Yeah, I guess of course it just depends on Reed has. If he has a removal spell of some kind, might be interesting.
He's still thinking?
Tam off the battlefield. Of course, he didn't have it on the previous turn. But if you want to just cast the prepare spell from Abigail's side, I guess pumping up a token doesn't really do much, given that you still can't attack with it. So might just put it on the Abigail. Now that does leave you vulnerable to cards like a Braid, right, or a Johnny's Vengeance. So Reed actually
Not
chose
even
not to
pump
cast
it.
the spell there.
Little patience here from Duke.
But has to have a follow-up. Okay, post-combat on the Historian. So yeah, nice patience. We've seen this time and time again.
Yep.
Reed Duke.
And does Shota do anything? No, he just says sure.
And Shota does have the Abrade in hand.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he chose not to use it there?
Yeah, chose not to use it on Abigail or the Owlin Historian.
Wow, so patience from both players.
Right.
Way more patience than I would have in that.
Yeah, I would have fired off the removal spell probably.
Yeah, I mean, this is game 3, so Shota maybe, he's got a lot of knowledge about what Reed is playing. He's probably seen most of his library at this point. This could also be a reason for it.
Yeah.
He could say, you know what, I'll take a couple of damage, but now I get to get a card back off of it.
Right, Pensive Professor here, very, very strong card. Starts out as
Also-
in O2, but so the first spell you cast, you will always draw the card.
That's right, and it's really interesting.
Ooh, Social Snub, a card I haven't really played too
No,
often
it
here.
looks really good
Yeah,
here.
but maybe Shota's creatures are all just premium, so yeah, and then firing off a Braid just to draw that card, so it looks like he's going to be sacrificing the Professor.
Oh, and look at this. Reed's going to protect his creature, give it indestructible.
Yeah, with Masterful Flourish, so this could be a decent attack.
Wow.
Look at this.
And it's a
losing
drain
both
for
the
2.
creatures.
It was copying the spell.
Yeah,
so
it gets copied if you have a creature, so.
Wow.
This
What
is
a big hit.
7 damage.
And Shota also did not play his card draw spell. He hit his land drop with Tam and didn't play it.
Right, keeping up some interaction.
I don't know. He had 2 mana there that never
Right.
got spent, so he had something, but.
Yeah, and now Shota's
Really, yeah, nothing now.
9 life here,
Right.
facing 6 damage. Did he
Holy.
find some more interaction here? That's the best social snub I've ever seen. I mean, that's
One
maybe
of the only.
maybe the second time I've ever seen a cast, period.
That was incredible from Reed Duke.
Right.
Taking out 2 premium.
Golly.
Yeah, the
Rare
reason,
and
yeah, and the reason why you don't see it as often in
Oh, that's-
the Silver Quill decks is because you're the aggressive deck, right? So you don't want to be playing an effect where you also lose creatures when you're trying to attack. But if you recognize that your opponent's creatures are just all rares and large threats,
Yeah.
then it's a fine card to board in.
Transcendent Archaic here for Shota. It's huge, but it's precarious.
It's huge, and it's
6/6,
a lot of
Vigilance,
cards.
Ross,
This is a big
5.
turn from Reed.
Yeah, I mean, he gets to get in for
these
5 either way,
5
right?
So no creature here then.
Oh, yeah.
Right? No
Because he
creature.
would have Abigailed for sure.
3 more rabbits.
And
Oh.
remember,
Another hop to it.
Abigail triggers off of casting creatures, and hop to it just makes tokens. It's not an enter the battlefield effect.
Exactly.
But this is allowing
So
you to
many
go super
rabbits.
wide. I mean, even if Shota plays a creature, this could be a lethal attack.
It absolutely could. All right.
Oh.
This is a big step forward for
Right.
Shota, though. This is exactly what he needs to be doing. He's going to get in for 7 also, because why not?
Right. But, I mean, does Shota have an answer for the flyer still? That's still a 2-turn clock. No reach creatures in play at the moment.
But yeah, Matterbending Mage making a blocker and taking out one of the flyers, even temporarily, is huge.
Yeah. And then now a Muse Seeker into Mage Tower Referee. Okay, but
Sure.
that doesn't stop the flyers.
It doesn't, but it means he's not facing lethal right now.
Not yet. Not yet.
This
you can
is
find like a
really close game.
Yeah, if you can find like a 1-drop, like an Elite Interceptor, that would be
16-4,
lethal.
And how many cards?
An Elite Interceptor, sure.
Right? Because you can play the 3-mana creature, then you pay 2 mana to pump the Abigail, then you play a 1-drop, and then you pay 2 mana again to pump the Abigail.
Cast. There.
And he's going to Essence Scatter?
No, but it still triggers off the cast.
It does.
Right.
You still get prepared, but Essence Scatter does
You still want to
counter
Essence
Owlin
Scatter the
Historian.
flyer. Yeah, for
Yes.
sure.
And he also got to loot there.
Right, off
Did
the Muse
Shota.
Seeker. Yeah.
And every single little thing matters here.
Add counter.
I think Reed has lethal here. He's
Prepare.
okay. Oh, he's 1 short.
He doesn't have the mana, though?
He's 1 mana short, right? Yeah,
Looks like
he's
he's got
one
some.
mana short.
Wow, and he's drawn a lot of lands this game.
That's what I mean. That's why I said Elite Interceptor specifically. 'Cause
Totally.
He needed the one drop to be
Yeah.
able to go for lethal here.
He's got Shota down to 1.
One with 6 attackers. He can even attack with everything on the ground, and that would sneak in an extra point of damage as well.
But Shota
has some cards.
Infinite mana here. He's seen a lot.
Oh,
of cards. He
jeez.
needs some way to interact with a flyer and
And something else
on the ground. Yeah.
Right. He needs to deal with the flyer and put an extra creature or a removal spell on the battlefield here. I saw Disdainful Stroke. That's not going to do anything.
We saw he jumped all over that Essence Scatter. Does he have a way?
He got to loot off the Mewseeker, so he is looking at 2 fresh cards here. You know, Visionary's Dance. That would be the perfect card, right?
Perfect card. Fever Dream.
Yeah, take it.
To kill a flyer, draw a card, like that would get you further. It doesn't solve all your problems,
right?
But
now, if you can just cast a spell to loot, oh, this is a big draw.
Oh, it's ElessarShorkVT.
Okay, do you have a removal spell? No, he's
It's
digging.
sleight of hand.
He's digging. A sleight of hand does
Oh,
actually get 3 cards
jeez.
with that Mewseeker in play.
It
needs
does.
to find a cheap interactive spell here.
He
for the
needs to
flyer.
get in the way of the
Oh,
flyer.
it's a together as one, but he can't cast it this turn.
Oh, jeez.
Does he find what he needs?
No,
Oh.
Whoa, what a finish. I think he saw 7 cards.
Jesus.
Cycle.
Wow, I mean, that's so
Digging
that
and
was
digging and
absolutely
digging.
smart. I mean, Shota's deck looks so strong. He had that together as one.
And you card.
He's like, you know what? That's it.
Here, the next.
It's got a.
Headed your way. Is headed your way in London.
Oh,
May
Eliana, that's
10th
very
and
nice.
Japan, May 29th through 31st. Standard is the name of the game, and registrations are open. Of Rick and your host at the news desk this weekend, and we are keeping tabs on our top draft pods here this morning. Tannen, what have you got for us? How did round 1 go for everybody?
Yeah, if we take a look at pod number 1 and we really look at the players that we highlighted, and Christopher Larson, Edgar Magalhaes, they're both 1-0 right now, so they're on a collision course with each other. Now, that's something to be a little worrisome because both these players are really good and they both want to come out of this draft pod at 3-0. Now, there might be an edge though. Larson did feed Magalhaes during this draft. If we take a look at draft pod number 2, you see Reed Duke is going to be 1-0 in this one as well, and he's got a little bit of an avoidance going on. Ichikawa, Merriam, and are all 1-0, but if he wants to play against one of those guys, you probably want to try to avoid Ichikawa because he's so good that you'd be probably happy to play one of the other 2.
What?
And then if we take a look, the third pod, the players that we highlighted, Shitan Lee and Ken Yukihara. Shitan Lee is 1-0, Ken Yukihara is 0-1. So if you win your first round as STL, you're like, look, I know I'm probably going to have Ken waiting for me here in the 1-0 bracket. He's not there, so you're extra incentivized to win round 2 and try to avoid him here.
All right, there's a look at our main feature pods. We'll be tracking them all morning long here for draft. One of the
Hello,
biggest
how are
teams in
you?
the room is Team Cosmos Heavy Play. They also have the wonderful addition of a trophy to their name, as teammate Christopher Larson taking it home at the last Pro Tour. But how do you make a champion for your team? We talked to
Well, that's nice
Anthony
to
Lee,
hear.
the captain of Cosmos Heavy Play, to find out.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Anthony Lee. Now, Anthony, you're a big part of the Magic community in Australia. You have to travel some of the furthest amounts for people around the world to play this game. What's that like?
Sure.
It's pretty.
I like
rough,
hearing
but
silly
you get
things.
used to it. I mean, you know, when you live in Australia, you know how far away things are. So.
Okay. Now, you're the captain of Team Cosmos. What drove you to make this team, and what were you like looking to get out of that?
I wanted to try new things. I feel like a lot of the other teams or the traditional teams have really been established for quite a while. They've had a lot of success, but that also means they have a certain way of doing things. And I felt that the game is so different now that I wanted to try lots of new things. Yeah.
Well, speaking of success and trying new things, that actually worked for y'all quite a bit at the last Pro Tour. Y'all got to eventually win that one. What was that like sitting around at the end of the tournament when it's all said and done? You're sitting there, it's kind of hit your team. We won the tournament. We have the champion. What was it like for you personally seeing that trophy within your team?
It's amazing. So Magic is an individual game.
I don't think I
and
know
one
what
that
she
has a lot of
does, like.
variance. But when you are invested in your entire team and you really care about your friends and teammates winning, I think that's the best way to make sure that you truly enjoy tournament Magic no matter what. And I really felt that at that point.
I don't think that's
All right, you guys
stacked. I
added
think
a
that's
lot
just
of free agents
Storm.
coming into this Pro Tour. I'm gonna talk about Ely Cassis, Michael Plummer, Jake Beardsley, Nathan Stoyer, just to name a few. How did
I don't.
that
I don't even know how you. Can you even
I
do
wanted
is
to
it
try new
stacks
things. They
really?
wanted to try new things, so we were the place to
I don't
go.
think you can.
All right, so it's a great fit for your teams, and I talked about a lot of people getting added onto your team. Let's talk about this testing situation that you had. You actually had 3 separate houses that everybody was staying in because y'all had too many to fit in one.
Right.
Walk me through that.
Okay. Well, I feel like the traditional structure is really hard to manage because you've got to coordinate lots of people working on Constructed and Limited.
Yep.
But I feel like that's not a situation that really arises in real life. We don't make one person manage, 20 people when they're trying to focus on their own thing, right?
I guess people again, I
Our
don't.
vision here was to make sure that we had different people managing a smaller number of people each.
I don't know why people would call it
Really
just
trying to keep
general
track of what
interaction
kind of
stacks. That
working
seems
environments work best for each
that
person.
seems pretty
All
wild.
these sorts of things that kind of happen in the real world. Like, why don't we just bring that into the Magic testing experience?
Oh, hopefully it's gonna work out for you guys. Now, each one of those departments had like a head. Like, how often did y'all like talk to each other? Was it like a every day we would talk about what's
What's
going on?
first?
Much more than every day, like every.
Maybe the only real
7 hours,
stack speed second.
right?
Oh,
All right, what's next for your team? You got any more goals setting up?
I just want to keep trying new things, seeing what works. Just keep having fun.
All right, thanks for the time and best of luck at the tournament.
Thank you very much.
well, at least it's not a game going on.
We are in the draft rounds this morning at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. So let's set up round number 2 here in the building as we get ready to do battle. We've got a lot of money on the line that's coming up for our champion, and champions are made starting this soon in the tournament. Of course, you got to do well in draft. We're going to watch Christopher Larson up against Egger Magalyesh. Coming up here. Let's get a closer look at our players. Christopher Larson was our featured drafter. He's your reigning Pro Tour
If they're still
champion.
going by the
Operated
time
almost every type of event. Says his goal for this
this
tournament
ends,
is to win the Pro Tour. Well, he did it
I'll pause it
once
before the
already
game
this
starts.
season. Can he do it again? Let's take a look at some of his stats here, Tannen.
Absolutely.
That's a lot of
One the
numbers.
Top 10 constructed win rates in all of the Pro Tour. And another thing to talk about with Christopher Larson is he's the kind of player that is threatening to win a tournament because he's really streaky. He's got multiple win streaks of over 5 rounds at a time at a Pro Tour. That's really dangerous.
Absolutely.
over now.
Let's take a look at the competition here for round number 2. Egger Magalyesh from Canada,
Hey, over.
a longtime
Okay.
Canadian grinder and expert deck tuner. Has
Yeah, I
finished
forgot
championship top
about
8,
the
6
ads.
Grand Prix top 8s, and 1 win back in 2018. What about Egger's stats here, Tannen?
Yeah, the name of the game with Edgar
I think
is
the only
consistency. He's
sort
made
of
5 out of 7 day
stacks
here on
between
the
those
Pro
two
Tour.
players I
He
can
just
even
kinda
think
keeps
of is
plugging along. You saw that the
Narset.
top 8 that's a 0 for Egger right now, and that's a point of contention.
And even
because
then,
he wants to
that's-
change that. So maybe that consistency needs to be turned up just one more notch.
That's a little
All right, there's a look at our players.
little
What
iffy
about
on
the
that
draft
one.
decks, Monty? How did they do?
Well, we saw Chris draft on camera, so we are going to start with him, and his deck turned out very nicely. We saw in the draft that he ended up being able to position himself within a Wither
I guess so. I don't know.
base, but primarily just green, and then converge out and
Some
spot
people-
multiple cards like the Stress Stream.
What's the
Starting
red
off with
one?
Snarl Song is of course
The
always
red
ideal.
blast
But
or
the big thing for Chris's deck
like a
is
red
he
stacks?
has
I don't
the
know what
fixing
won't be red
enabling
stacks.
all of these powerful cards, and
I don't
so
even
far
know.
it has been very harmonious, worked out well for him, and I think
Oh, yeah, I
it
guess
may continue serving him well.
Aces
On the
too.
other side, Edgar, well,
But
we haven't
even
seen
then,
his
that's-
deck yet, but it is nice and it is streamlined. He is in
Another
the
Laurel
Laurel.
deck.
He has 2 copies of Aziza, Mage Tower Captain, but the card that really gets me excited about this deck is Arc of Hunger, one of the best cards in the entire format and an absolute all-star in any Lorehold deck. So
Oh,
if
yeah,
Edgar
there's
can
also
get that one
s-
alongside his very
oh.
consistent curve means that he's feeling good.
All right, so we have a streamlined deck. We have a
I think it's
soup deck.
creatures.
Which one wins here, Monty?
I am a soup lover at heart. I feel like I'm wearing a very soup-enjoying sweater right
Yes,
now.
you are.
I feel like I would look good with a bowl of soup in front of me. I'm
I-
gonna
All right, chicken wild rice.
Hey, I think that sounds great.
All right, great. Well, it's time for round number 2. I'm going to
I
pass
don't
it over
know.
to Ailey and Corey in the booth.
Fellow soup enjoyers, I see. Hey, Corey, what's your soup choice?
Ooh, a chicken noodle. I'm basic. Yeah.
Butternut
Absolutely.
cream.
Ooh, okay, okay.
That's some good
Mono
soup.
blacks.
We were chatting in Twitch
Mono
chat earlier
blue
about it. Which
stacks.
is the best
Pretty
soup? Well,
silly.
we're going to find out here today, friends, as to see
I'd hate to
which
go
of our
against it,
players playing this concoction that we
but
see
it's pretty
Chris Larson
silly.
yielding who is going to come out on top. Now, he is up against a pretty tricky Boros deck in the hands of Edgar Magliesh, and I will say, when we had a look at it, Corey, I was like, oh
Yeah,
that's
do we...
Yeah, it's got some absolute bombs. You know, it's really got a
Phenomenal?
removal, kind of everything you would hope for.
That one guy
these
from
decks really have been
Edge of
performing
Eternities
quite well.
and
And Chris has the bombs
Urza?
to back it up, the acceleration to get you there.
Those are the only two I can
right
think
in
of.
the
I
hand here,
don't know
one
what
of
else
the
there
best,
is.
You know, late games payoff. That's
This is also the one that that artifact that gives your artifacts improvise.
Hi, welcome back to school, everybody. I bet you have had nightmares about this moment.
That's real
where
funny.
You just wake up in class and you've forgotten all your things and you don't have your shoes for some reason.
There you go.
Noxious Newt on the board here to kick things off, get this acceleration going for Christopher Larson, and that is exactly where he wants to be right now, Corey.
Exactly. Edgar brought his shoes and brought his bombs here. Arc of Hunger is a phenomenal card. Playing the Sloth on 4, the Arc on turn 5, and then maybe flipping over a land is amazing.
Yeah, that's a juicy combo.
Phenomenal hands from both players, to be honest.
Man, look at this. Environmental Sciences, too. I love the callback to original Strixhaven with this card. Remember?
Yes.
Environmental Sciences, the colorless card.
I remember seeing something with that where it's like...
Yep. I just keep seeing Civic Wayfinder cost 1 less.
Like a land where
We're going to have a
you...
one-drop that goes and finds a land for us.
Yeah.
I think you like discard a card to untap it instead of untapping it normally. You just do that in stasis, and as long as you're discarding a card, you can just keep the table tapped for as long as you want.
Pro Tour scene seems to always be showing up in any competitive environment that he can find himself in.
That's very silly.
I knew the name of Edgar a long time ago, back when he dominated the Star City Games circuit, and now it just is so validating to see him crush the Pro Tours. You know, has come so close to top 8, took 9th here not too long ago at a Pro Tour, and it just really shows what a phenomenal poised player he is on a great team. You know, really can't go wrong.
Absolutely. Snarl Song, can't go wrong with this one. Now, that, I would say, is a bit of a bomb here.
Yes.
2
4
4s, 4 life. Edgar has nothing on his side of the board yet. What does he need to do against?
And on turn 5,
Oh, does he even have a
turn
creature?
5 to be able to get the Converge for 4, get these 2 bodies into play. Now Edgar's
The
in this
Sloth?
weird spot where he's like, yes, I have these amazing bombs. I have these great cards like the Relic Sloth and the Arc of Hunger, but do I have to just Wilt of Heat a 4/4?
That feels bad.
It does feel bad, but here's the thing is if this is the higher upside play of getting this life-linking creature into play, but if Chris has a removal spell, which he does, it feels like it's lights out. And I think Edgar took this risk, recognizing
that's
happens. You know, I'm probably in
That's the best time to cast it.
Sometimes you're just too far behind.
Yeah, and you know when the little mana dork starts spinning, turn around sideways, then yeah, you're in a bit of trouble here.
Oh,
So
jeez, this
down
game's
to
already
7,
over.
Larson sitting very comfortably at 24.
Oh, no.
Number 1, I think is going to be pretty over pretty soon.
Yeah, and that's the thing is we have 7 damage, even if we just wilt right now to be able to kill a creature. So it does just seem like
Couldn't do nothing.
getting rid of 1 creature isn't enough. So I think Edgar will have to pursue the past and hope to find something here, and it looks like he agrees.
Yep. Gain some life, pad that life total just a tiny bit. Can he find a land and hop to it, perhaps? Just
That
get
would
some
be great.
bodies on the board.
Just throw bunnies in front of these 4/4 is not a great
Oh, that was a
long-term
plan.
but
Ooh.
we're just trying to survive here, and doesn't look like there is going to be anything getting in the way. So Chris sending these sideways. He's going to keep doing what he's been doing.
Oh my god, Sundering Archaic.
Virginia is just keep winning in the feature match area.
You know, I said to you before the start of this
Oh, that game was over.
I really hope we get a featured drafter that has a great draft and a great limited round.
Yeah.
3 rounds of limited,
seen that?
because
Sounds like-
I feel like we haven't had that in a very long time, and it's always hurt. So, Chris, keep going, please.
It has felt like a bit of a curse for these
the
featured
featured
drafters
drafters.
at times. But hey, I mean, I have watched Christopher Larson draft so many times, being on a testing team with him. And man, let me tell you, my win rate against
that-
him is not strong. I'll tell you that.
That's I think that'd be pretty...
You want to be able to
I
apply.
can only imagine how long that game lasted.
Force Chris into a position where he has to put the mana dorks in the way of pressure. And speaking of, here comes Noxious Newt to get. The
Yeah, that sounds like it
Chris,
was
but, his deck
real
even
interesting.
has incidental life gain, like we've seen. So Is Edgar going to be able to apply the pressure?
I can only
Exactly. Yep. And it's just a
How long
perfect
was that
normal
game
card,
even?
being able to get in that early damage. There's not a ton of 1-1 counters, so it's not really trading down, as we say, too often. And if it trades with a Newt here, like, that's perfectly fine, as you have that ability to remove it from your graveyard and maybe cast
Turn
one of your removal spells for a little cheaper,
60.
like a Wilt in the Heat or something like that.
Yeah, there've been a couple points, you know, in games that we've played prepping for this.
That's
where
a
it's
lot
just
of
like,
turns.
I kind of want to kill that. So just Tone Blast it, keep them on par with you in terms of mana production, and, you know, just try and develop a better board state. Rubble Rouser now,
I don't even-
excellent lore hold card as well. An Accelerant for the...
I mean,
Lore Hold
still
card.
60.
Speaking of, for the Quandrix,
I don't think I've
environmental
had any sort of
yet again.
And Chris just
like even between multiple games in a single night. I only think I got about turn 60.
And doing some nice work here so far. And now we'll just see, is the payoffs there like it was last turn? I mean, if
Maybe
we
got
can
50
find the
turns a
song
night,
once
but that's
again,
about it.
It would be another, you know, turn 4 bunch of gigantic creatures. But the additive evolution
Yeah, even applied geometry.
is incredible, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Chris's hand looks great. Additive evolution, I don't think I've ever beaten it. I don't think I've ever lost with it. That card is so difficult to beat when you play it when you're kind of at board parity or a little ahead.
It's kind of like Exhibition Tidecaller. You love having it, you hate to see it on the other side.
Yeah, that's fair.
Edgar getting
60.
60 here now with both of these creatures.
That's a big
getting
number.
in. Chris takes 1 stone docent down. Borrowed knowledge in hand. What else can he do here? A mountain. He's got the Maelstrom Artisan. It's kind of meh in this situation.
Definitely filler. Borrowed knowledge, not necessarily the strongest card either, but hey, being able to throw that extremely powerful camel into the graveyard there for free.
By
that's
camel.
nice as well.
Yep.
Usually when you get these kind of recursive threats, it's something like a 1-1.
Yeah, I don't think that face is ever going away with an Urza.
But with this extremely powerful Spirit Camel, you are able to just return a real threat. So whenever you get to 6 mana, you're like, absolutely, I'll play a free 4/3.
The cards that are
Wow, did we just draw it? I do not think Chris had that in hand.
He did not. Yeah, I do believe he
Oh, we go
just
again.
top-decked that. So
I believe that's why you first picked that card. Really?
Yeah. When it shows up, things tend to go your way. So I don't think Edgar's coming out of this one alive at the rate that Chris Larson is.
Zooming like
We'll
it.
see. I mean, there are definitely Edgar has the best card out of both of these players. The Arc of Hunger is incredible. So I mean, if we can find that,
it's so slow though, man.
It is slow, but you know, I mean, if we were to find that in the next couple
Like
turns,
Arc
we're
of
able to
Hunger.
one of these fractals, it's okay. But that's without saying the additive evolution.
Yeah, that's fair.
down
I would.
this turn.
I think I'd
So that is going to be a big problem.
pick that. I don't want to sit there for
His
an hour
so
drawing land
get
go.
2 bodies in the way here, maybe where Edgar wants to go. What's he up to? Getting the Dromedary back?
Yeah, it feels pretty bad when your opponent goes 6 mana, make 2 4/4s, gain 2 life, and you go 6 mana, 2 2/2s, don't get any life, your turn.
Alrighty, Camel's back. Time to get that on the board. Hopefully trade here with one of these fractals. Ding Chris Larson as well, courtesy of the Rubble Rouser. And here comes Additive Evolution.
And this is great. You get a 3/3 body, and then Chris gets the choice of for sure making one of these fractals a 5/5, which is an incredible attack here, as the double block, you know, is a.
So you just eventually got them just by
for which the camel trades pretty
discarding a Titan.
Chris decides not to use that value here and just attacks with the one very strong attack.
I mean,
5/5.
He's got the luxury of just sitting back, making his best attack possible, not giving Edgar any advantage in the situation. So.
Oh, swinging.
Yeah, really everything coming up Christopher Larson so far.
Yep. Dromedary down.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Scholar and the Fractal down as well. So a great exchange there for Chris Larson. Still firmly in the driver's seat.
Definitely.
I do enjoy watching Chris play. He's so chill.
Yes, very chill, very nice to play against. A very good ambassador for the game, for sure.
Absolutely. Big thanks now here for both players. Where does Edgar go next? Found Elite Interceptor, one of the best commons in this format.
Yep.
So
It's faster, though.
that is step number 1. Enters prepared, able to get some card draw form and tap something down.
Yep. very Thraben Inspector-esque
Yeah,
of this
yeah.
set. One of the, most winning cards here as far as the comments go. So a very phenomenal card. You can untap your Rouser as well if you want to do a little combo there.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
And looks like this was a card that was sided in to be able to
Zoomies
destroy some
Urza.
for his non-basic lands, which he has a plethora of. So a nice card here for sure.
Oh,
We applying some geometry. I do
Doing math?
believe We are.
Yeah, this card is incredible as well.
Fractured like this.
Oh boy.
Oh man, being able to create another one of those, which then gets a 3/3, and now you're putting 2 counters at each combat. This is going to be really, really.
that's a
tough.
lot, man. That's a faster zooming.
Did he draw Wrath of God, which isn't even in this format?
Yeah,
I don't know.
We need Wrath of
Yeah.
Enchantment. Edgar's thinking the same. Having that value, one of those additive evolution cards is enough to, be very difficult to deal with. 2, near impossible.
Got a feel for Edgar. His deck looks solid. It's strong,
Yeah.
but like you said, these soup decks, the quick, the ramp style effects that get to these massive payoffs, and just having the luck of drawing Snarl Song 2 games in a row, and now additive evolution. He's finding all of his best cards.
Yeah.
And this is going to be an easy 2-0 by the look of it.
And honestly, Edgar's deck, I think for a pro tour, I think it's very strong.
Yeah.
Even like just an average arena draft, but for a pro tour, I think it's even very strong.
Yeah.
Which the pro tour decks usually look a lot worse.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that's fair. Gotta be smart
Games
sometimes.
always look very different at the Pro Tour because, on Arena, we unfortunately don't have the luxury of playing within our pods. It's just not, feasible, doable, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's just these players also have been playing for 2 weeks straight. They know exactly what's important. They're talking it out with their teammates and stuff, and, when you're just playing on Arena, that can obviously be different. It's all up to who you're drafting with type thing.
All right, so Stay of Execution drawn here for Edgar. Finds Rapier Wit. Can make one of these big idiots sit.
Tap.
Yeah.
Stun counter.
Go to sleep, my fractal.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. Nothing too special. But man, just the stuff Chris is doing is just so much more powerful.
Yeah, it is. Lorehold Charm, it's a fine card. It's probably the worst of all the charm.
Yeah, probably.
The charms.
But definitely something you're going to play in every one of your Lorehold decks. But what Chris is doing is just a little bit more powerful so far.
But like in this situation, it does nothing when you're on the back foot. Like you're never looking at the trample side of things.
Yeah.
One more ding.
He's just gonna die.
Feels like he's fighting an unwinnable battle there against the life total.
Yeah, and just
Yeah, what, 4, 8,
giving that card a read because honestly, this card
11.
is not played very often. It is very much a
got
card
great
that's
flavor
looking
text.
from the outside in. That's for sure. Yeah, and
17.
it looks like Edgar didn't even main deck it; just sided that one in. As well. Just a gigantic attack here with just a
Oh
1/2
my god.
being held back. We see the additive, the copy, which is also a creature. And hey, Edgar just drew an amazing
19
card,
damage right
but
there.
We're at a spot where he is just too far behind at this point.
Yeah.
More fractals.
For
Oh, fractal. More guys.
Another 5/5 here to be able to.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
And with Edgar at 1, I am sure we are very much heading to the final.
There's so
tournament
many
now.
cards with that guy.
And
That
looks
thing.
like Christopher will be doing what he does best, playing for trophies in a draft.
Hell yeah. 2-0 to start things off here for the Great Dane. Love to see it. Doing his damnedest here to find an out, but with what
Fun
Christopher
fact,
Larson.
I just looked at your list 2 times. I didn't realize you had that card.
Oh,
Looked at your list 2
jeez.
times, didn't realize you had that.
card. Yeah.
Oh, man.
You are toast.
Yeah, pretty much. And there is
There
the
it
handshake
is.
from Edgar Magalhaes. Christopher Larson with a dominant performance there. His deck looks almost unbeatable, dare I say it.
I mean, it looks great. These kind of decks are definitely going to. Yeah, this is a long time ago. That is for sure.
Yes, of course. To
I'll go
X,
back.
they
Right here, I think.
Are doing the exact same thing. Reed Duke,
Ow.
Yuki Ichikawa, they are up against each other here in our second feature match, friends. Two excellent players, long-time gamers, both starting in the 90s. Corey, that was a very long time ago.
That
was before I was alive.
That is for sure.
Yeah, some people still think the 90s are 10 years ago.
Yeah. It is, right? It is, right?
Anywho, we're going to jump in here to
Yeah.
game number 3 for both of these players. We watched Reed Duke in the previous round as well. He is having one hell of a start to his tournament, hey?
Yeah, no kidding. Playing against Shota first, then Yuki here. What a phenomenally difficult pod. But hey, at the Pro Tour, everybody's good. It's just sometimes you see a pod like this where everyone's great.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's usually pod 1 or pod 2 of day 2.
I'm relying just to go guard.
On day 1, it feels a little rough.
Hey, we're not complaining.
Yeah,
We
exactly. Oh,
get
it's
to see
great
some
for
of
us.
the best players.
I'm not
that you
smart
can
enough
have
for it, but I know it's a good
early
one.
Rounds of the game are scheming a silver tongue to start things off here for Reed Duke.
Yes, absolutely. Being able to get yourself a little sign in blood action, that card is great.
That's hard. Oh my god.
You know, it can be a little slow. You do got to have a little setup for it, but the body's already great. A 1/3 lifelink is excellent, and it's just a removal magnet. You kind of have to kill this card, otherwise the card advantage will bury you.
Yeah, that's
Decent 3/3 here.
hours a bee.
Love some vigilance on a critter. Kind of feels like a little bit of a filler card, but you know, you just want to hit your curve. You want to make sure you got creatures on board because, you know, at the end of the day, creatures do win the matches.
Yeah, no, just a great card. It allows
Hers
you
would be
to
doing hers and
be
stuff.
aggressive and just fix your draws while setting up some graveyard shenanigans. You know, if you were able to surveil them into the yard, a Killian's Confidence or something like that would be great. Get some
Love
value.
that card.
Oh, me too.
Oh,
One of my
such an
favorites.
overperformer. I had that in a pre-release, and I think I brought it back 5 times in a row and just kept hitting my opponent.
Not bad, not bad. Quite mean to your opponent, but sure.
Sorry. Scheming silver
That'd be
tongue.
fair enough.
Getting in there once
BLB.
21-19. Yes.
It's in some little bit of damage here. I didn't think I saw a ton of lands here from Reed. That might be what he's missing a little bit here. And then Yuki's draw is almost assuredly going to be basically perfect here.
Stone Docent up against Yuki's 3/3. Great blocker there, and something you certainly don't hate going into the yard because it'll be able to get the sign in blood prepared for Scheming Silver Tongue. Adventurous Eater.
20.
Enjoyed this critter, but yeah, getting that counter and being able to fade this block here from the Docent, that's a pretty good turn here for Yuki.
Okay, 17.
Absolutely. Doesn't look like Reed has any combat tricks here to be able to make his creature indestructible or anything. I believe he must have sided that in against Shota for the last one. Doesn't look like it's in its main deck.
I didn't realize the prepared spell to have a bite.
And doesn't look
Oh,
like
nom
he
nom nom
has
nom
a
nom nom.
land, but it does look like
Nom,
he
nom,
has
nom, nom.
confidence. Not bad, not bad.
Oh, yeah, love to see that.
18-19. 18-19.
And that is going to trigger and prepare
sorry.
this.
Okay. Return. Yeah.
It's going to prepare this so the Sign in Blood's ready to go. You get Killian's Confidence back. And as awesome of that turn is, that's some great value. But you're not really progressing to the battlefield. So Yuki is probably pretty okay with that, especially since Reed missed a land drop. Yuki's going to be like, please just keep doing that every single turn.
Yeah. You know, it is slow. You know, you do need to find something more impactful off of that. A Sin and Dusk Speaker.
Or
I'm very high on this card. I think it's sweet. You know.
Yes.
Giving
Very, very strong.
The automatic, you know, graveyard exile. There's no actual keyword for it in Lorehold.
Yep.
But just having something that goes off every single turn is great. It's good here, but you know, I really like it in the Lorehold show.
Was pretty interesting that Yuki decided to put that counter on the 3/2, which just made it unable to attack into the 3/1 instead of, you know, you do kind of put all your eggs in one basket. If you do put it on the 5/5, then you're a little susceptible to a removal spell. But the Ascendant Dust Speaker already demands a removal spell, so you know, could have gotten 1 extra point of damage there.
2 counters and look at your hand.
Ooh, render speechless.
Reed is building his own Baneslayer Angel here.
You know, you love a self-sufficient creature. Like, just prepare itself, you know? It doesn't need help from anything else. It's just like, oh, I'm going to gain 2 life. Cool. Dunk. I'm going to get some more cards. Thank you very much.
Doesn't need
oh,
the
that's a
answers,
big
but
creature.
Yeah.
Already already fully prepared.
Ooh, Forum Necroscribe in hand there. And our, what's this orator friend's name? The big rhino guy.
Yeah, being able to...
Stirring Ornamental. Yeah.
Being able to next turn just look at the top, 4 cards and pick one out. And Yuki will need an untapped land to be able to drop the other extremely powerful uncommon.
Yeah. Reed says, I don't want you having any more cards, thanks. So
Yeah.
Ornamencer hits the yard, passes the turn back.
Oh.
Big ol' lifelink
Hard.
here to stave off some of these attacks.
The most important thing is Reed did not see a removal spell, so if Reed can fade a removal spell, he's going to be in a good spot. And, you know, the same thing, if Yuki can find a way to move this, 3/5 lifelinker out of the way.
Gosh, how
Reed's gonna be
big.
number 2.
What's he got? A 4/4, a 4/3, and a 3/5.
Silver tongue.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. 3/1 on the ground for Reed, and a 3/5.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That
that's annoying. For
That
Reed
was
Duke.
definitely excellent. Now Yuki is able to play the tap land next turn, drop his last creature in hand, but also presumably get an attack in here. This is going to be a 6/6 coming in, and it can die. Reed can double block, which he might have to. Either go down to 10 or double block, lose both creatures. So a really nice distribution of counters.
Yeah.
I will go back to last turn with Yuki's decision to not make it a 5/5 instead of a 4/4. If it was attacking in with a 7/7 here, that would not be able to be killed. Would be
Not the
but of course,
charm.
everything's contextual. Hindsight's 2020.
Yeah. 2020 sucked, man. Just saying. Anyway, Silver Quill Charm is the option that Yuki takes out. Now, no 5th land, so no immediate concern about the primary research being able to bring back a creature.
Yup. But that might be a solid reason for Reed to double block here.
Yeah.
Is to just get one back if you top deck a land. But yeah, I mean, the double block here, losing both creatures, especially since Reed powered up one of his creatures, that's a big hit. There is land 5, though.
All right. You have the Owlin Historian, you have the Burrog Banemaker in hand, I saw.
Miles away from the Sign in Blood. With only the one swamp.
Yeah.
I bet that is not Reed Duke's first time casting Sign in Blood. Yeah,
you know.
I was halfway to 2.
I think he's
5, 6.
I think he's probably played. There we go. He's cast that one a lot in Golgari decks or Witherbloom decks in the past for sure.
Owlin Historian. Takes a look. He just hit it with the emote, thinking.
Thinking.
Terminally online, most Magic players are.
There you go. Now we'll see
Thank
what kind of follow-up Reed has besides just the flyer here.
2 pretty similar decks from these players. Both playing Orzhov, no fancy splashes, no soup to speak of, just good old-fashioned white-black value.
Yeah. Yeah, just both solid. You know, probably a decent ways across the table from each other.
Yeah.
So they weren't fighting too hard. You know, you can't really have 3 decks of one school or something like that at a table. It does get to be a little brutal, especially since white, you know, goes to so many different.
Listen, class sizes are only so big, Corey.
There you go. Yep.
Oh, Farm Necroscribe now.
Yep. Very
And there's the
powerful.
Onomancer in the bin.
The one thing we know, we didn't see any spell from Yuki so far, but man, if we can find one and Reed doesn't have an answer to this, you just got to think it's
I mean, even so, it's a 5/4. This troll is large.
That's why you basically have to kill that card on sight, because if it ever snowballs out of control, even getting yourself back one creature here, which your one creature you're getting back
insanely good.
is going to be insanely good, and it's going to get you another card.
Wait,
it's
he's only got a rhino at the moment?
I agree with you, Reed. That is a worthy moment. I've loved this card. It's been such a good, solid top end for the Orzhov decks. Even
Witherbloom as well. Yeah. And the soup decks, you know, this card really goes into a ton of decks.
Finally found Swamp number 2, but I don't think we're in Sign and Blood territory right now.
Yep.
Oh, Melancholy Poet. I like this friend.
Does he have a way to exile?
Target, drain 1 life. 10, 17.
No removal spells in sight for Reed so far.
The Dusk Speaker is very pesky and in the way, but yeah. He's got to get in there.
4, 6.
4, 6.
Okay.
4, 6.
No rocks. 14, 13.
Yeah.
Return.
Okay, all right.
That's great.
The life link here has been saving Reed's butt a little bit.
I mean, the thing that Reed needs to happen, and the thing Yuki would love to happen, is any spell to be able to turn on this, and that's a spell. One of the tiniest spells attacks the biggest hit. What a powerful Locust Spray.
Locust Spray! Aether Drift coming back to haunt us.
Oh my goodness. Here comes the Honormancer. What, look at 5 cards?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Yuki didn't cycle that one as well, for anyone who was wondering, just in case.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think that one came with a very, very powerful Rhino Bard. To take a look at the top.
Oh, man.
They're about to start.
5 cards. What does he pick?
It's been that long already?
Another spell?
Yeah, I'd say.
Especially because the rest of the cards go in your graveyard, which presumably is going to put more creatures. So if you get another spell, you just get to start chaining off here.
That's insane. Oh my god.
Oh, and feed the swarm.
Doing it. And now he gets to get prepared with the Elite Interceptor.
Yeah.
So if you lose any creatures in combat, or if there's another creature in the yard, which I can't see for sure, you get to do it again.
I think
looks like all spells,
yeah,
but I could be
don't
wrong.
think I see any other creatures in there. Surrender Speechless, Feed the Swarm, Locust Spray.
And I believe Reed is exactly that, rendered speechless after that turn. That was amazing from Yuki.
Jeez. Repartee, baby.
Yeah, incredible. Now Yuki
Okay,
just
now
has
they're
to decide, okay.
I think I'll do that. I think. I don't know. I'll allow this. Put music for around like a minute. Go to the bathroom. Yeah.
Okay, like, do I want to just
Yeah, I'm
put
back.
all my damage? Oh, it looks like, what is there, another creature? Oh yeah, not bad.
Yeah, Snooping Page gets in there. Holy moly.
What a turn.
This deck is...
Oh my god.
Put 7 power into play, killed 2 creatures, and drew a card.
Oh, no.
Is that a good turn?
That's a pretty good turn in Limited, yeah. That's, you know, a turn that we would see maybe from some of the prowess decks we're going to be seeing in Standard or something like that.
And, you know, also, this Ascendant Dust Speaker, just preventing any sort of recursion that Reed might have.
Yeah.
That was fine.
Creatures. Yeah, absolutely.
Oy, oy. Bad news here for our Protophyrexia champion.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Yuki cleaning up all the creatures, so that primary resurge, if found, which we know is in Reed's hand, is going to be very minimal as far as damage goes. So now it just looks like, you know, these two players are playing different formats with how amazing Yuki's board is compared to Reed's.
Not even a... yeah, that's a trade with the Adventurous Eater. Okay.
Yep.
The bird stays. It's not doesn't have a stun counter on it. So
And we're prepared again, so we're going to be able to bring that 3-2 back. And this looks very much like the end of the game.
It is looking like it's going to be lights up.
Uh-oh.
Yuki just absolutely dominant, finding all the pieces he needed. That is it.
And there's game 2. Or game 3.
Ichikawa picking up a
Gee.
against an
Oh, not happened game 1 and 2.
all the right tools at the right time.
Yeah, if you can ever 3-0 a pod at the Pro Tour, you're going to be feeling excellent.
Absolutely.
If you can 3-0 that pod that Yuki and Reed are in, you feel like the tournament is yours already. So Yuki's deck looks great. Going to be playing for the pod next round, and that's going to be really fun to watch.
I mean, how important are these limited rounds in this Pro Tour? Because
I do
we
gotta-
have never seen a top 8 where some...
If you couldn't make it to Las Vegas for MagicCon, good news. There's still time to get your badge for MagicCon Amsterdam. Join us this summer for the return of Magic's biggest European gathering. Badges are almost gone, so grab yours now at mcamsterdam.mtgfestivals.com.
What set is this even
Get
for?
ready for an epic summer.
This is Garrican.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro
I don't think we have any more
live here from sunny
in-universe sets until
but even more beautiful
Fractured Reality. Honestly, it's looking pretty nice. I'll be honest.
The biggest Magic Con of all time. Here in the Pro Tour area, we have more than 300 players competing for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. We are in draft this morning, and it's been exciting so far. Tannen has an update for us from our 3 feature pods.
Yeah, if we take a look at the pods, we can see which of these players are going to be playing for the trophy here in the first draft of the day. So from pod number 1, you can see that is Devor Detechnik and Christopher Larson at 2-0 each other. Christopher with a great deck that we've seen on camera quite a bit. Could be interesting to see if he can 3-0 here. Moving on into pod number 2, you can see that is Guillaume Merjam and Yuji Ikawa is both 2-0 here. Going to be playing for the trophy in pod number 2. So moving on to pod number 3, we can see that we've got Toru Inui and Devin Straub from America here are going to be playing for their trophy in pod number 3, all looking to get a very good start on the day of their first Pro Tour.
Absolutely, draft so important. Well, at the last Pro Tour, the best performing team by far was Team The Boulder, a team made up of some Midwest grinders. But how did they do
I thought
it?
their Cosmos had heavy play.
Talk to their team captain.
No, I don't remember what the team was called. I'm blanking.
Hey everyone, I'm joined here by Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour champion of Guilds of Ravnica and captain of team, let me get this right, Boulder Merlion. So you make sure you get this right. Andrew, how did the team come about?
Yeah, well, I guess it's sort of been a project that I've been working on for a long time. For PT Aethodrift, I ran what you might call the proto boulder. Sure. You know, it was the Boulder Merlion before we'd really all pieced together, but had some of the major players kind of in place for that tournament. Didn't do that well, didn't have that great a process, but we took a lot of lessons away from that, and we kind of carried those forwards into making what I think is a really, really effective team and a really, really effective process.
Obviously, it was a very effective team, a very effective process at the last one. Let's talk about that just a little bit. At the last Pro Tour, your entire team played the same deck. I've never heard of such a thing. It was a great talking point for us, and I loved it. I loved the idea of that happening. When was that like a first dream of yours to have your whole team play the same deck at a Pro Tour?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's been a dream of mine for a long time. I sort of have believed for a while that if there are disagreements about how a deck matched up against another deck, or a certain key card, or whatever, we should be able to resolve all of those disagreements in our playtesting before the event. And then once we have all the same premises, like what decks are going to be good, you know, what's making with like all these things, we should all agree on what the best deck is. We should be able to.
Yeah.
Obviously, in practice, there's a lot of moving pieces. This doesn't always work out. Sometimes decks are really close together. It's hard to pick. But I had, for a long time, dreamed that we'd finally be able to reach that ideal. And for this Pro Tour, we did achieve it. I don't know if I will achieve it again, but I do think it's like an aspirational goal for me at every single Pro Tour that I play to achieve all the same premises, work everything out, and play the best deck.
When did that dream start to like actually coalesce or start to become reality?
Yeah, I mean, we were in the testing house in Richmond. It was in the middle of nowhere. We were like an hour from the city. And I remember there was definitely an evening, maybe 3 days before deck registration, like Monday or something, when I suddenly started to realize that almost everyone on the team was going to play it. There were like 3 holdouts that time. I think Dan Weiser was a holdout and Alan Wu was a holdout, but almost everyone else was already close to locked on it. We were kind of wearing them down. So that's when I realized it, yeah.
When did you know that you like had something special with this deck? Was it like how you convinced these people holding out to maybe jump on board as elementals?
Yeah, well, so it's funny. We didn't necessarily know how good our deck was. My experience is that almost every Pro Tour I've played, you play the best like you can, you do your best, but you never really know until the tournament starts just how good your deck is or how bad it is if it's a like new original deck. It's very hard to say. Sometimes you have a broken deck and you aren't actually aware of it, and that was definitely the case here. What I will say is there was a
I do like Spelementals. Really deck.
Registration, and what happened is, believe it or not, someone on the team, Liam Edelson, flew in from the RC. He's the only one who played the RC. Flies in, is extremely jet lagged, is sick, and is like in his delirium proposes the card Glacial Dragon Hunt. And we believe this card like fixed a major problem with hand deck, which was killing Keen-Eyed Curator effectively. And so as soon as this was proposed, like the team felt like dominoes. Like everyone the Crazy Faith ended with Glacial Dragon Hunt from Liam's delirium.
So Bree's dream pretty much made this a reality.
Yes,
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. All right, what's next for the team? Do you have any like short-term goals, long-term goals? Like, what's going on for Team Boulder in the future?
I want to really, I would say that Team Boulder is in some sense my attempt to create what you might say a legacy. Sure. I want to have this team have a lasting success. I want to prove that you can succeed on the Pro Tour through hard work and grit and process.
And I want to show that we can do this Pro Tour after Pro Tour. We will continue to play the best deck, and we'll continue to prove that we can hang with the greats. Speaking of hanging with the greats and the great process, you have a personal great finish on a Pro Tour. You've won one. Your team had an amazing showing at the last Pro Tour. Can you kind of compare the two for me? Like, what meant more to you?
Yeah, well, so this is maybe surprising, but I've actually told several people this, and I stand by it. Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse was my favorite Pro Tour that I've ever played, including the Pro Tour that I won. To me, it just felt so good to have all these
Lorwyn was such a good
and all these changes I wanted to make to how we
I enjoyed watching that one. That was a good one.
at the highest stage in the best way, to have all the team together, reminiscing about, wow, look at this good deck we played, we're comparing records at dinner, like I remember after that first night, I was like 3-2 in Constructed was like our worst win rate across the entire team. Like, it was so magical, and I don't think I'll ever experience that again, and I treasure that experience, and it really does mean more to me than succeeding alone. And honestly, it's been a while since I really felt the thrill of an individual finish. Even when I went 11-5 at ECL or whatever, it didn't mean as much to me as seeing the entire team succeed. From the, our least experienced members on the first Pro Tour to our absolute veterans.
Absolutely, I love that answer. Team captain and big-time team player, Andrew Ellenbogen. Thanks for the time, and hey, good luck at the Pro Tour. Thank you.
We'll see if the Boulder can do it again. This Pro Tour, Andrew told me, hey,
Herb.
we're on draft this time. If we can turn that around, hey, we've got it. Let's set up our next feature match, everybody. It's round number 3. These players are playing for the pod. Who's
Wow.
with the draft trophy? Is it our defending champion, Christopher Larson, or perhaps Devor Detechnik? Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Christopher Larson, of course, your reigning PT champ, Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse, said, quote, it was a solid weekend about the last Pro Tour. So I'd say so, but he wants
Tournament goal, win the Pro Tour. I think he's going to do it.
It's his college of choice. Let's take a look at these stats. They're good, Tannen.
Yeah, you see that he's made 6 day 2s out of the 8 events he's played. That's something I kind of want to highlight, is the consistency that Christopher Larson has here at the Pro Tour level. Getting this 3-0, getting this draft trophy, sets him up to keep that consistency going yet again in another day at the Pro Tour.
I'm scared if Christopher Larson walks away with a trophy here. Up against Devor Detechnik, started playing the game in 2002, has had a solid performance at the Pro Tour level, going 10-6 at EOE and 9-6-1 at Lorwyn Eclipse, so good finishes there. Won 8 in a row at AC11 to re-qualify here for this event this weekend. When asked what college he identifies with, he said Prismari because they have otters, which is very good. Here's his round by round here, Tannen.
Yeah, you can see that he got a win over Roland Forjan, and
God, I really do need to do arena more just because I want to play, but
big challenge ahead of me here, Christopher Larson.
Arena is just
It's amazing.
arena.
Very good limited player here, so I expect a good fight between these two.
Yeah, speaking of those decks, let's take a look at them, Monty, and have you break it down for us.
Okay, so we're going to start once again with Christopher Larson. We've watched him draft this deck. We've already seen him play on camera twice. This deck is nice. It has everything going for it. He has this green base and is able to splash out into a little bit of black, a little bit of blue, a little bit of red.
Red.
Removal is there, and of course he got to kick off his draft with that copy of Snarl Song that is just one of the best uncommons, if not the best uncommon in the format.
Yeah, I hope he can make it
It's looked great for Chris so far.
He has it for 5 one of these times.
Devor Detechnik, very much a limited specialist, and he's got a nice Silver Quill deck going for him. The curve is relatively low. He has a lot of ways to trigger repartee and just a lot of removal and great cards to work with. I wouldn't say this deck is a slam dunk by any means, but the card quality is absolutely there. And look, again, Devor is a limited specialist, so no surprise to see him at 2-0. If he can start off the Pro Tour with 3-0, that's setting himself up for the constructed rounds where maybe he's not as familiar.
But it's interesting here. Christopher Larson's soup deck just looked unbeatable on camera, and all these streamlined decks lining up to try and beat it. Can Devor do it with this build, do you think?
I'm still going to go with the soup, but I think this might be a closer one than we've seen in the last 2 matches.
All right, waiter, we'll have the soup. All right, Marshall and Paul are in the booth here for the trophy round.
You came to the right restaurant, Maria. Me and Paul will serve. We love that soup as well. That's, of course, the nickname that we give to these decks that play 4, maybe 5 colors, sometimes 3 if it's cowardly soup, you know. But yeah, that's what Christopher Larson has in his hands here. We saw him dismantle both of his round 1 and round 2 opponents Now he's going to be playing for the trophy here against Devor Technic, who's on Silver Quill, which I think if you told Chris that would be one of the decks he doesn't want to face, but this isn't really the fastest version of it.
Yeah, it's not the fastest version, and also on the flip side, Chris Larson's deck doesn't necessarily go over the top as much as you would see in other Converge decks. He's got definitely a much lower curve and a lot of cheap ramp effects, so he can actually withstand some of the aggression. Now, so it's actually possible that the version might actually do more work because of that.
Oh, he has one lander. He has a one lander. Oh no.
This is kind of why Christopher Larson took this card, right?
Yep.
He is hoping to be able to start just curving.
Oh, nice.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. He's got Frog Aggro coming in here.
Right.
I guess it's technically a salamander, but how about Amphibian Aggro?
Right. Turn 2, just attacking for 2 here.
He's Newton it.
Very likely has another follow-up here.
Yep.
Oh, doesn't. Actually just keeps a 2/4/10 all green mana here.
Wow, I was not joking.
It has Archaic Agony and Applied Geometry, but if the war can kind of slow things down a little bit, it's not the end of the world, right? If Chris Larson was able to just go Island Applied Geometry, probably the game just ends right there. But given the missed land drop,
well, this will be a stop sign.
Yeah.
Though Barrage in hand here for Larson. Does he want to fire it off into the 2 untapped mana?
Yeah, it's a little bit rough here. Now, if you're Chris, of course, he definitely just wants Island. But given how long he's been taking, I mean, look at this hand. He just can't play anything here.
He's just going to pass the turn back over to the Technic.
Eesh.
He's like, how many you got, dude?
Yeah, and Devor's hand is actually great now, especially given that he's been able to kind of slow things
Then you got the
down.
Dooter Tutor?
One of the better rares in the format. Emeritus of Woe in hand. Typically, you want to wait till turn 6, but I mean, it's just basically a 6-mana creature that just gets you the best card in your deck.
He's going to play Render Speechless here. And he says, wait a minute, I thought you were a soup
Right
deck.
now, I'm not very soupy. That's correct.
Right now, there's
A very
only
green
one
soup.
flavor of soup. It's just green soup.
Yeah, I hope you like frog soup.
Yeah. Pea soup?
Salamander soup.
Yeah. Yeah, but Render
Newton it over there with a guy.
One of those cards that has been kind of an overperformer. You look at that type of effect. Historically, you know, a coercion type effect. Hey, look at your hand. Take a card has just been okay. But in this type of format where you have all these soup decks that are trying to go over the top, play some big cards.
Oh.
Does a lot of work.
Got the red.
Counter's also super relevant, and
He only has 2.
Well, Larson's trying to play the mono green beatdown route here.
Mono green beatdown with an isn't land.
To the Render Speechless. He did get to fire off the Barrage to get the speed bump out of the way.
And the blue-red dual land was an excellent draw, as it does allow you to fire off a Snarl song with 1 more land. Ideally, if you draw an island, you can do it for 3 here. Or the Archaic Agony if the board plays out something smaller.
Or if he just doesn't hit his land, yeah.
Right. 4/6. All right, so 4/6.
It's a little large. Jesus.
Attack with the Death Toucher's Barrage. Does he have? Did he cast that one?
He cast it in
he cast
response
it
to the
already.
render,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you got the dino.
Terrafractal.
That's a
4 power.
Yeah, 4 power Terrafractal.
And he gains 2.
And it pumps the ground creature, however, it's still just a 3/3.
That's right.
Now we have a 4/6 prepare creature. I imagine Devor is not going to be looking to attack with this just yet, just trying to stabilize the board here. Has to deal with the big Terrafractal, of course, but no removal in hand at the moment. Now you do have the Emeritus of Woe in hand if you have land number 6. You can play it out, cast a Modern Tutor, try to find a kill spell. Devor does have a couple of copies of Stand Up For Yourself in his deck.
Yeah, that'd be really nice to kill the Terrafractal.
Aeropractal. Boom, boom.
And Devor's in one of those spots where he's probably thinking, well, you know, I just have to kind of hope you don't draw something. I know exactly what you have. You know, given the Archaic Agony, you're not really interested in playing a small creature, as it'll probably just die.
Mm-hmm.
It's got, maybe he just plays it anyways. Like, if you want to spend your whole turn to the Archaic Agony, maybe it's not too bad. You also have Cost of Brilliance. You can turn that into a 3/3.
This here, counter.
Oh, dig site inventory.
Attack.
Yep.
So what do you need?
He needs
to
Does it get vigilance too?
Right, it does.
I'll take
+1/+1 counter and vigilance.
It's a good attack.
Yeah.
It's not really primary game plan for right now, but
Prepare this guy.
All right. And now Chris Larson's going, okay, if I would really love to draw, it's a 4/3, I believe.
for the emeritus of
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
excuse
me.
5/4, gee.
Archaic's Agony would not actually be able to get it done. So, I mean, just card honor rate by itself is just incredible. Just a 4-mana 5/4, and then just if you can untap, I mean, you will be able to deal with that Terrafractal.
Drew Swamp though, it's not bad.
Swamp.
He's Drew Swamp, but he's 1 mana short of being able to kill the 5/4. However, he can play out a Snarl Song here. For 4? Wait, no.
3.
Yeah, I think 3's better than.
Red land attempt for blue, so he can only do it for 3, right?
That's rough.
Yeah. I mean, Devore is down to 7 here.
Yeah, so that's a good attack.
Free life. I'll make 2 free picks.
And he's just going to go ahead and build out his board with Snarl Song here.
And Devore absolutely needs to deal with the flyers here, but of course there's also just a giant ground force that he also needs to handle.
Yeah, the ambitious Augmenter's now got 3 counters on it, so it's up to 4/4. It's a lot of power and toughness that Chris has put out here.
It's a turtle, it's not a frog.
Can get pretty frisky on a board like this.
Especially when your opponent's down to 7 life here. I mean, Devore's best play is probably just finding, oh, he actually just drew stand up for yourself.
Oh, interesting.
So that helps a lot, right? Because now you can potentially just run out another creature if you feel like you're just going to get run over.
He can go joined researchers plus stand up for yourself. It sure does look suspicious to Larson if you don't do the demonic tutor, but he is under a ton of pressure and doesn't really have the luxury right now.
Just dootin' and tootin'.
Yeah, it's just a tough spot here. Just so much pressure here coming from Chris Larson. Yep.
So that's joined researchers.
And killing it now just so that Chris doesn't draw any way to protect the creature or perhaps a counter spell.
At the beginning of your end step, but I'm have more cards.
And see your rendezvous.
Has that Archaic's Agony to kill the 2/2 and actually will be able to have 1 card to draw off of that if he likes.
He might be able to get in for an attack, at least with the newts. Oh, he drew Last Gasp.
Oh my goodness. Now he doesn't have mana to cast both.
Both though.
Right.
So does he want to get frisky here?
Now the Last Gasp does mean that if you do block with the 5/7, if you Last Gasp that becomes a 2/4.
4 toughness.
But the tokens are currently 3/3s.
Yes. So it would have to be the Augmenter that gets blocked, and that's the one that Devore probably wants to block the least, at least on a trading situation. Yeah, Chris is going to go deep into the tank here. He really has to figure out this turn.
Yeah, you could just fire off the Agony and can you leave up a black? No, you can't, because you want to get that extra card off of the Agony if you're going to be looking to target the joined researchers.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you can't keep up the swamp. All right, reveal 1 card.
Oh.
It's Graphalon.
Graphalon. You can play that next turn.
Now, can he attack with the newt here?
I mean, you're at 20 life.
Yeah.
So you probably
Yeah,
can,
he's in there.
Yeah, get in with the nude.
A dig site inventory in the graveyard, so he can get in if he likes, but that's a lot of ground. That's a lot of toughness on the battlefield here. Devore does find land at number 6. Now, keep in mind, we still haven't cast Demonic Tutor yet, right? That's still on the table. So now you can use that to get the second copy of Stand Up For Yourself or whatever else you might need here.
Yeah, and it looks like he's drawn another land for the turn, which is actually kind of welcome at this point.
Yeah, especially with
so much to do.
I know. I mean, he's got that Forum Necroscribe in hand as well.
Yeah, and he may just want to go for that.
Just play that out.
Yeah, it's funny.
Does have
He's
Ward
had
just got a
access to
card.
Demonic Tutor for 2
Right.
turns in a row. He's like,
No, I need just to have just more big creatures in play. I mean, the more 4 toughness creatures on the battlefield, the better, right? When you're facing a pair of 3/3s on the battlefield.
And the Forum Necroscribe is really annoying. It's huge, and if you want to get rid of it, they get cards back.
Is there a creature in Devore's graveyard? There is a joint researchers, right?
Right.
Got
Yeah,
the
we know
joint
that
researchers
one.
at least.
Yeah, it has ward, discard a card, so it's
Right.
Oh no.
card advantage even
Fuck
if you
the-
kill it.
Yeah, and Chris is kind of down to 2 cards here, so it's a hefty cost if you even find some way to get it off the battlefield. Now, like you mentioned too, I mean, Chris can just at least get in with the newts, right? It's not like Devore's in any real position here to attack. So you can do that at least.
Right.
And that's what he's doing. And if you're Devore, you go,
it's really
this is so annoying,
it's
but
really
I guess I'll go
annoying.
to 4. Yeah. Then you can just run out the Tammy, or excuse me, the Gruffalon.
Probably Chris's worst card.
Right.
But it is still power and toughness with an opponent at 4.
It's still just a 3-power creature, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
And
is it
every little bit of damage is mattering here. Those newt attacks are
Adapted guy you have before?
doing it.
0. It has 4. It has 4 all the time.
It was 4 at the start of the turn?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was like a while like that.
That got no bigger. So
Time to Demonic Tutor.
What do you play? Say it.
You don't have to say.
Demonic Tutor.
There it is.
he's doodering.
That is cool, though.
Yeah,
We're
being able
playing
to
limited and demonic
Ancestral
tutors on the
Recall,
stack.
Demonic Tutor.
Like for reals.
Right.
That's pretty cool. Chris wanted to hear it. I like it.
I mean, how often do you get to say I cast Demonic Tutor
Oh.
outside
Oh, and they got the card.
Woo!
Brought
Who
up the
pulled that
Alpha
one?
DT.
What are we tooting for?
So, yeah, I mean, when we were looking in terms of removal,
Silverquill
I believe
Charm.
there were the 2 copies of Stand Up For Yourself. So that would be a really nice thing to go get here.
Yeah, I looked on the sheet. He's got 2 of them.
And that would also trigger Repartee, right? So you can get something back from the graveyard onto the battlefield because you have the Form Necroscribe in play.
Did he get Masterful Flourish?
No, he had that in hand.
So he got Silverquill Charm
He
then?
drew Silverquill Charm, okay.
Well, that also triggers Repartee.
Of course, yeah. Oh, man. Dig side inventory.
Yep.
Student Vigilance.
This triggers.
Yeah, and now you get to kind of see all the repartee stuff on from the Silverquill side.
It's a Death Toucher to start trading with the newts.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like Devore is
and the charm for the other. That is funny.
Turning the corner here.
It's weird how those are what matters at the moment.
Right, and remember, you just get a trigger every turn, right? Because that creature just prepares every single turn.
Yes.
So now you get a joined researchers here
Good thing
in play
that-
as well.
And the Technic's looking at what his attacks look like.
Yeah, he's like, how aggressive can I be? I mean, when it comes to just combat and limited in general, you know, Devore, he is fairly well known in the limited Magic community. He's one of the best limited content.
Dude, they got an iPhone on the
fantastic player.
on the
I've
gimbal.
watched several of his videos, and I've just been thoroughly impressed with the way that he just, you know, can just manage board states. So it just doesn't come as a surprise where just in every single turn, he'll know exactly kind of what to attack with, what to keep back, and what to expect.
And he's certainly working this board state beautifully. Finds himself down to 4 against Larson and has just methodically rebuilt his entire board.
Yeah. Now Chris Larson
Tam off the top for
found a Tam here and a land.
So is this where we start to now
Oh,
Chris
pissed.
needs to change gears?
Right. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think Devore has almost entirely stabilized here, especially with the Silverquill Charm and the Cost of Brilliance. So now, I mean, I think Larson's on the all right. I see what we're doing. We're now kind of at a stalemate. I'm going to try to draw some cards with the Tam here and get some.
Man, you got the island.
He does get an increment trigger there on the Graflon too. Chris did take that big hit last turn.
Yeah, and again, Devore just every turn can get some triggers here, and his hand is full of action still. Prepare, yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize. I forgot this was just game one. Oh, this is a close game.
Now it's a lot harder to attack, given that there is the Newt on defense now. Might want to find a way to go to the skies.
6, 13.
I mean, you still have fairly safe attacks, just given the fact that you have that Masterful Flourish in hand. And look, if your creature dies in trades, that's fine. You can just get it back with the Necroscribe in play.
Necroscribe.
Devore, of course, given that he's at 4, though, still needs to be careful. Now, Silver Quill Charm, it does have a third ability that people rarely use. You can drain your opponent for 3 life.
That's right.
Right? So if you know,
3 lives, 3
okay,
life.
I think I have just enough to kill you. Devore could fire that off and just drain just to stay alive. Or if Chris takes a lot of the damage, he could use it to finish off Chris Larson.
Yeah, those are the 2 use cases for that last mode, is when you're in a racing situation and you can swing a race in your favor, or when you're just about to win the game because you can get them to 3 or less. Okay, he gets to cash in for a fractal here. Christopher Larson seems content.
Yeah. Devore has
chump and leave himself with a fractal.
Chris Larson has so many
blockers.
And Devore has 3 creatures back.
He does.
Okay.
Cervical Charm.
If you attack with everything.
Brilliance.
Yeah. And there's a last gasp here too. Did Devore maybe get a little too aggressive? We'll find out here.
We're gonna find out in a second because Chris just draws another.
Oh, another forest.
But as you mentioned, last gasp.
Now remember, Devore is at an effective 7 life, and if you block 3 of the creatures, now I mean all the creatures on the right have at least 3 power, right?
Correct.
Right.
In fact, all of them except for the newts.
Right.
Yeah, it's 4 power, 3 power, 4 power, 3 power, 4 power.
So if you block all the 4 power creatures, that's 3, 6, 7, 8 damage coming in, right? Assuming just 3 creatures in play on Devore's side. Now Devore also just has Silver Quill Charm to kill a creature too, if he wants. Anything with power 2 or less, though.
Oh, no.
So draining would be better.
Yeah.
Right.
Does Chris want to go for it?
Attacks?
I mean, I feel
he
like
says attack.
Yeah, I feel like the longer the game goes, feels like it might be worse here for Chris. So yeah, is it time?
It's just weird because Chris is dead to the crackback if he's wrong here, right? But he's going for it. Christopher Larson.
Let's go.
Attacks with everything. I think that's exactly what he needs to do.
Right.
And Chris says, before
Just get swinging.
I have a last gasp that I'd like to use.
Don't even use it.
So you block the 3 biggest creatures. There's 2 creatures with 4 power.
Right.
So 8 damage comes through. If Devore uses Silver Quill Charm, he only goes up to 7.
And he's dead.
So that would be lethal unless there's another creature.
1, 2, 5,
Devore's
8.
Right? Did he put himself dead to just an attack with everything?
And Larson says, yeah, you got blocked.
Yeah.
I'd like to go to damage. And is Devore doing the math and going, wait a minute?
Yeah, I think Devore was hoping that maybe one of his creatures would trade or die. And then,
so
maybe
he'd have
get
something
it
in
back.
the yard.
Yeah.
And you're Christopher Larson ships the squad, and it works.
Wow.
Full face.
That attack couldn't have been super high.
Right.
Given that Detechnic left the board that way, kind of on purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. Feels like if Devore maybe just kept one of those creatures back, I mean, we would still be playing this game.
And I liked his position.
I did as well.
I have so few cards.
Wow, Larson's on
5. Oh my god.
And that
Devore's
actually,
on 6.
Yeah, Devore's on 6, but it is rough for Larson. You know, one of the notes that we had about his list, it's, you know, a 4-color deck, is that he doesn't have much in the way of card draw.
That's right.
And a lot of these decks can mulligan, and if they get their lands underneath them, 1 card draw spell kind of puts them right back in the game. He doesn't have that.
Devore's hand is fantastic, by the way. Turn 2 Inkling Mascot, turn 3 Hop to it, turn 4 Render Speechless.
Wow, that is a turn.
And given that Christopher Larson mulliganed the 5, I think you just attack and you're happy with this trade.
You just take him off of the newt.
Right. And, oh, and Devore drew a Form Necroscribe, so you're okay just having a creature in the graveyard anyways. Yeah, just attack. If Chris Larson was at 7 cards, then you think about it, because it's nice to put the counters onto the 2-drop, and then, you know, with the Render Speechless, you'll have a 4/4 flyer.
Right, Inkling Mascot getting in for big damage, potentially. Now, as it turns out, it also just got in for the 2, so it was kind of free anyway.
Planar Engineering. All right, so Christopher Larson taking the turn off, so he does get to ramp here and get all the colors.
Black and a red or a blue?
At what cost? Because remember, he went down
A
to
blue.
5 cards, and Devore is about to play Render Speed.
Alright, he gets
so he's going to get
4.
2 additional points of damage. That's 7 damage coming in, and will
3.
be the best card in Chris Larson's hand.
So if the question is at what cost, the answer kind of feels like the game.
It's
like
possible.
that's not literally
Right.
over. Like
Yeah.
Chris has cards that he can draw, but he will need to draw them.
Now, Chris
the
does
best
have
card's going to get sniped here.
Yeah, now Chris does have 2 really good plays, right? Chris has not only Applied Geometry, he also has Lewin. So if you take one of those cards, you can still have a pretty good turn on the following turn, right? Either you make a 6/6 land, or you make a 3/4 and you make an additional 1/1 blocker, which is a pretty good way to stabilize this board.
I mean, if I assume that Devore in that situation would take Lewin.
And then just only have
say
to face
you have a
the 6/6. And then if you do find something like a stand up for yourself, for example, then you can just get that off the battlefield.
Yeah, because remember, that's all after Chris takes like 7 this next turn.
Right.
Not that Chris had a choice in the matter.
Of course. It's like, what you got? Yeah, Devore also gets to get a nice little surveil here too. And now that since he drew the Scathing Shadelock, probably just looking for land number 5.
For now, though, Render Speechless. It's kind of the natural curve.
Yeah, putting it on the
Trigger
mascot.
for Surveil. Where are the counters going, though?
I think it was the mascot.
He was saying, I want to do my trigger.
I would
His Surveil
if I
trigger.
had to show you just my hand. I was like,
I was distracted because I don't have my own dice.
The mascot triggers.
I'm really sorry about
Yeah,
that.
okay, it's no worries, man.
And you think he's putting the counters on there, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh.
It's okay.
Oh,
you know
I
what?
thought he called it out. He must have
I thought he
just
called out the
targeted it.
triggers. There's a couple of things happening here, right? There's a mascot trigger. Where did the counters go? And then, of course, the actual spell resolving.
Exactly. So it seems as though
There is no
missed the
surveil.
mascot trigger.
That's what it seems like.
The Surveil trigger.
Right.
Okay. Oh, and he's going to go late game.
Okay. It's like, all right.
It makes sense now that Larson has all the mana under him.
Okay. So, I mean, taking the 6-drop
I'm
here,
at
but
11.
Larson does have the ability to play something that can help him stabilize here.
He really does. He draws a forest.
Because if you play the Luen, you can also exile the Lorecaster and make another 1/1 if you like.
So you can get 2 1/1s.
So many guys.
That's what he said. He makes 2 1/1s. So all of a sudden now the hop to its don't do anything, right?
Yeah.
And so now, I mean, he's completely stabilized the board against the hop to its. Now, if you're on Devore's side, you need to just start casting some instants and sorceries to trigger the repartee on the Inkling Mascot.
And get it in.
Yeah, just get it, go to the skies.
Dig site.
To the air.
There's one.
Although that would have been an awesome card to just surveil to the graveyard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In this case, it's going to pick up a counter vigilance and also flying.
Now, Chris Larson doesn't have any interaction, right? So, I mean, this is 5 in the air. Next turn, that's 6 in the air. That's just lethal.
Yeah, if the pests come in,
then the pest would have to come in and basically chump attack into the Inkling Mascot, right?
Right.
Oh,
Archaic's Agony.
I don't think he doesn't have the white mana though, so he can't do it for 5.
And he needs all of
to
it.
kill the mascot, right?
Oh, that's rough.
Can do it for 4, and maybe find other removal. Remember, Chris Larson does have a lot of removal in his deck. Double grapple with the past, so you can cast the Archaic's Agony on a 1/1, and if you hit Swamp plus grapple, that would be incredible.
That's some business. Let's see what he can get.
Look at 3 cards. Not
Oh,
quite
there's the
sure.
white.
There's his white source too.
Yeah, there is the white source, but Devor is representing lethal. So at the very least, Chris Larson needs to attack with one of the pests here, and is attacking with both here to go up to 8 life. Now Devor can still block, recognizing that this is almost a forced attack here from Chris Larson.
So he's going to block.
I'll find a land.
He's going to play his land, play the scientist, grab a land. That's going to stay in his hand, though.
Right. Yeah, really interesting spot.
Why did Geometry make a non-legendary
5-drop, right? Just playing dig side
token?
It's not lethal. And then just leaving 4-man on the table feels really rough.
Yeah, is there any great pull to getting Chris to 1? Not so much, right?
Right. Scathing Shadelock, just passing, and can't kill that. I mean, that's just another way to keep triggering the mascot turnover.
Let's say just get another Lewin. Does.
Just kill the mascot.
Right.
He's kind of back in
Yeah,
business.
absolutely.
See what he draws for the turn.
That's additive evolution. By the way, that somebody played this against me. It's an incredible combo. Additive evolution with applied geometry is amazing because this makes a 5-mana 3/3, right?
Yeah.
When you copy the enchantment, you make a 6/6 enchantment, but a 3/3 still enters the battle.
No.
So you get 9 power and 9 toughness, and then you also get the +1/+1 counter. So you're basically getting 10 power and 10 toughness worth of stats off of the card.
For your additional 4 mana.
Right.
Yeah, I did it twice already.
Well, it looks like it was Swamp Unknown card and the geometry here. But Chris does have a third card. Is it a removal spell?
If it's not, I mean, the mascot is just lethal, right? It's a 5/5. It gives +2/+0.
Yep.
And then you have the dig side inventory. That's 8 damage. There's no way to gain life. And Chris did not find a Barrage Barrage or a grapple.
He's going to go ahead and attack.
It's like, would you like to block? I mean, Devor's at 20. Could also just take it here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things where
Oh.
it's like, yeah, I mean, you have that block available, but it's just like, why go for it when you have the win here? Especially with Chris Larson completely tapped out now.
Yeah, it's tough because Chris
Does he even have left in his hand?
Combo, but it is not going to be enough.
I haven't seen it.
This should be exactly 8 damage.
Oh, it's an auction. A newt.
The dig side inventory. Yep.
And Larson says, all you got to do is turn him sideways, dude. He keeps looking up at
I'm at 8. This is 8.
Well, now it's right.
Just kill me. Just kill him.
5-1.
Yeah, but you never get the counter on it.
Larson's always having fun.
Yeah.
Even in these
He
high
knows,
pressure
like, he
feature
knew.
matches,
Yeah.
he's a goof. That's really funny. It's only 7.
Yeah. I mean, we're just playing for undefeated at the Pro Tour, but you know what? Can stop some.
It's fine.
Rolls here, Paul. 5 cards for Detective and 6.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Last game it was the other way around.
That's right.
And he's already got his white.
Devor has to keep 2 planes now. 3 planes needs a swamp here to be able to get that Cost of Brilliance. Does find it. Might just have to fire off Cost of Brilliance turn 3 here. You usually want a creature in play, of course, but if you just need to find a threat, you do have to fire it off.
Interesting for Larson, he does not have a newt here. It's been a staple on the battlefield for this whole match as these two players battle it out for the trophy here. They're 2-0 in their draft pod, and a win here in this game would propel either player to 3-0. The perfect start, and wow, if Christopher Larson can close it out.
Right.
And sometimes there's like, feels like the champion stumbles a little bit when we feature them.
Not this time. I mean, take a look. This is your opponent mulliganed the 5, and you get to play a turn 4 planar engineering, and your opponent with their black-white aggro deck has no creatures on the battle.
Literally no board, and you're at 20.
Right.
There's the blue, there's the black.
He has all the colors that he needs for all of his converge spells.
Oh, no red yet.
Terrafractal, and even with all this mana now, you can also just surveil if you need. If you do have, I guess he doesn't have a planes probably, so probably can't surveil off of that land. So yeah, but this is of course, looking very, very nice here for Chris Larson with that double mulligan from Devore.
His hand is lacking.
Yeah, he still needs to draw some action.
Oh, he has a mount in his hand.
Will die to the stand up for yourself in Devore's hand. Devore probably just running out honor bound page here, as it's the only creature in his hand.
Yep.
Larson's going to be actually probably happy to see that.
It's very last gaspable.
Right, and that's a
Just
tough
go
trade to
die.
make. Right. In Modern Era Limited, if you're trading 4 mana for 2 mana and you don't get anything out of it, that is a way to lose a game for sure.
Definitely.
Another way to lose a game is to flood out, and it looks like Larson is avoiding that. He drew a Grapple with Death this turn. He's going to tap out for Terrafractal. As you mentioned, Paul, it is very likely just going to die to stand up for yourself, but he's kind of back in business.
Yeah. I mean, Devore is the one who's got more action in hand, but Chris Larson also has a pair of removal spells in hand. So, I mean, Devore with only the one creature might be in for a longer game this time. I suppose you can just attack because you have the dissection practice. So if Chris Larson blocks somehow, then you can kind of blow him out with the combat trick. So Chris Larson recognizes this, and you know, also he knows about Silverquill Charm, so that would be a really good.
Would be funny if it was 1 mana trading for a 7 mana.
But you gain 2 life.
Yes. All right, stand up for yourself does kill Terrafractal right now. You can see the Technic making sure that he uses his instance appropriately. Sometimes it's better to wait, and a lot of times it's not. Oh, and there's Tam off the top.
value.
There's a risk of flooding here for Larson, but he has sidestepped it beautifully.
Yeah, really good draw, but doesn't have a second blue source. I don't think he has one in hand either.
It's funny because he was thinking about the last land to get out of the 4.
Right.
And he decided to go for a forest, and he's probably kicking himself for it now.
Yeah, has that swamp, has that last gasp, but just doesn't fire it off right away because, of course, the various combat tricks that Devore can be representing. Now, especially given the fact that Devore made that attack on the previous turn with the honor-bound page, you have to note that your last gasp probably won't actually successfully kill this creature. So Chris is just never firing off this last gasp until Devore taps out.
And you see, it does in fact get through.
Getting a swamp here, playing out
Wham.
and still has access
Wham
to the
in the-
Silverquill Charm. I thought he was extending the hand. I'm like, that's a.
He's like, just let me shut.
That's a quick concession.
Let's just get to the next round.
And he can leave up the charm in the practice.
In the practice. But on Chris's side, I mean, you are still at 16. You do have the land drop here to prepare the TAM, which would then allow you to draw a card, gain a life.
And he's going to do so. That does use up his blue mana.
Right. Oh, and he found a shared roots, which is also really nice because you can just prepare the TAM again.
And get the blue source to be able to double TAM at some point.
Yeah. Also has access. Might just fire off grapple with death on the honor-bound page. Or perhaps the Barag Banemaker even.
I mean, I think he can target anything, right? It's an artifact or a creature, so.
Oh, sure. I didn't mean the Sky Coach. I think he's probably going to use it to get either the Death Touch creature or the first striker.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they all seem like viable.
Yeah, I guess my general rule of thumb is I just like going after the creatures, and then if you just don't have any more creatures, then the vehicle doesn't do anything.
Broke down on the side of the road.
Yeah, just that's it.
Still in there.
And what an incredible card the Sky Coach is, though. Just they really push those creatures that get you basic lands in this format, or the cards.
Yeah, that card is performing very, very well.
Yeah, extremely good, especially in the Silverquill and Lorehold decks where you have plenty of creatures to crew it up. Oftentimes when I'm playing my Converge control decks, I've cut it before just because I just don't have creatures to crew it.
Yeah. It's just 3 mana, get a land.
Yeah, and then it's a lot weaker.
It's a lot worse. It's a lot worse there. Okay. So shared roots from Larson. That re-prepares TAM.
Right. And I guess Larson only has 1 island in his deck.
Okay, so he ended up getting the swamp. Well, that makes a lot more sense about that choice from before then. it is unlikely in normal circumstances that he would be able to use, what is it called? Deep sight, I think, from TAM over and over again.
Oh, sure, yeah. It looks like he's going to play a Banemaker, pump it, crew, and attack with all 3 of the creatures.
The Technic trying to get the job done against Larson, who's had a little bit of off again, on again, stops with this game.
Right, and these combat tricks are going to be so good against Last Gasp. He's like, all right, I'm going to do it.
I'm gonna kill a thing.
Think he will. So that'll turn it into a 5-4, which means he's only going to take 2 damage for it from it this turn, but that's a 5-4 flying vehicle now that he has to deal with.
Yeah, he gets to keep it around.
3, 4, 5,
6 damage coming in. This is a lot of threats. I mean, the Vorgot is a little bit flooded, but hey, he's got 2 great mana sinks on the battlefield.
Yeah, Larson would love to find one of his big payoffs here. Snarl Song would be beautiful.
Oh, Jean,
Not the worst. We'll trade with the Banemaker here. Although the Dissection Practice will be very nice against Noxious Newt, as you can turn it into an 0-1.
Maybe it is the worst. There's another blue source.
Okay, Gruffalon is a reach creature.
It is actually, although slightly too small to truly tussle, and he's going to use grapple now.
And all this incidental life gain is certainly also quite strong here.
Yes.
Chris Larson now sitting at 13 life.
And
attacking.
Anticipating no block, he's going to go ahead and send in.
Right, and he's just like, there is no world where I'm blocking with this TAM, so I'm just going to get in.
TAM has a card and a life attached to it as well.
That's right. And with all that mana, Chris is going to be leaning heavily on this to
what a turn
get
for
ahead.
Larson.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Now we're down to Dissection Practice and Noxious Newt in hand for each player.
Right. Now Devore still just has a good attack this turn, right? I mean, there's just not
like to pump up.
Right, there's just not a great block here. So pumping there, and then you can just attack with everything if you like.
You can.
As the Banemakers can become 4/4s if you sink all your mana into them, and the Graphalon's only a 3/4.
The Technic deciding if he may want to leave one Banemaker back.
Oh, just to block, just so that there's not like a racing situation here.
Right.
Yeah.
Nah, just go all in.
At least coming back.
Whole hog.
Either get in for 1 or prevent 4, right?
Right.
From getting in.
Exactly. Yeah, I like that attack. And
He might just pump it all, though.
I think he's just going to go for it.
Yeah. 7. All right, Larson down to 6.
8.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's 8 because he
4 and 4
from the honor bound page. Yeah.
All right, another big draw step here for Larson, but he's got a couple of them.
Right. Yeah, he gets to draw a card here off the
Zealous Lorecaster.
Oh, that's, I mean, you can use that to get back a grapple, right?
Absolutely. Although, is he using up a little too much mana here?
Well, if he draws a land, no, he has the mana just to get back Last Gasp and cast it too.
Yeah, that's fine too.
And now he has Applied Geometry, which he can play on the following turn.
Holy.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What a couple of turns here for Larson.
Yeah, and if you're Larson, probably just want to fire off that Last Gasp immediately to play around any type of combat tricks that Devore might have.
And by the way, does.
Right. Is he looking at playing Applied Geometry here instead? He's tapping 4 mana. I would have
double Graphalon.
Oh, because he's got the Newt. So well, it just feels so clean to go Lorecaster, get my Last Gasp, kill your 3/3, or maybe one of your Death Touchers, whichever. But actually going for Applied Geometry here instead, it looks like. Nope. Okay.
All right. He thought he liked the clean.
He
play
gave me the pump fake. Yeah.
There it is.
Aligned with the Cheon at this point. And as you said, this is the moment.
Right. Oh, gets back grapple and just plays the Newt. Sure.
That works too.
Yeah, that also completely works. You just get another good removal spell that can gain you some life. And man, that Applied Geometry is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, and now he has 2 blockers for the 3/3 anyway. I mean, he doesn't know about Dissection Practice, but yeah, so he can just happily probably throw the Graphalon in there.
Okay, Killian's Confidence. We get a redraw here.
that's not bad.
If you can find maybe a stand-up for yourself, that could be something nice here to slow things down.
Yeah, I guess he just has to do it.
Yep.
Yep. The first striker here, so that's now a 4-4, and with the dissection practice, would be able to eat something.
Oh,
Just
he
the
found
land.
the land though.
No, no.
That's 6. Dissection practice also drains your opponent for 1.
The only good news is that it was a swamp. So he can pump one additional
right?
time.
Yeah, yeah. Could just attack with everything just to try to get Killian's confidence back and just force bad trades with the Banemakers if Chris Larson wants to make those trades. But then you have to think about the attack back, right? It's like, is there enough on the attack back here? Now, the thing is, Chris is probably going to at least make 1 block. Let's say you just block with the Newt. What are you gonna? How much are you gonna attack back for? Right? We have 4 from the Lorecaster, 4 from the Grufflon. Okay.
Ooh.
Larson's like, all I need to do is cast this applied geometry.
Totally.
And I'll be good. You can just get it back.
And you can see
just get it back.
You can just get it right
It's
back
the
again.
combo.
Yeah, and you can see that he's holding that Lorecaster for that exact reason.
Right.
He wants his choice.
You what?
I can still pump.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Although, I guess it won't matter here.
Yeah.
One of them doesn't do anything though. So
Chris Larson's like, I just want to cast applied geometry over and over again. Now only has access to the 1 blue source. If he had more,
he could do more.
He could just keep copying the Lord.
He's got 2.
Right, over and over again. You get the geometry back.
1 life. Yeah.
You cast applied geometry, copy the Lorecaster.
Because it's already resolved by the time. Are you serious? That's gnarly.
But there's only 1 blue. Oh, he's got 2 blues.
He does. He does because of the duel.
Oh my gosh, this is disgusting.
Oh, he's going in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do it again.
Larson putting on a show, trying to earn himself the trophy here.
These are all 6/6s, by the way.
You kidding me right now?
Goodness.
Them some large guys. Them some large lads.
Still in hand?
A little bit of a misstep though. Didn't keep up a green source for Barrage Barrage.
He changed it.
He changed it. Okay.
Your turn? Yeah. This is going to be turn 0 of the additional turns.
Oh wow, we're actually in additional turns. It doesn't feel like that's the way this is going to end.
No, this is going to end very, very soon, especially if Devore can't stop this. But Devore did find the removal spell here. So if you stand up for yourself, the Lorecaster, you will
He could
fizzle.
break the well, then maybe
But you
I'm
still
wrong.
but you still have the 2 6/6s you got to deal
But
with.
he's got one of them covered.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, assuming that it lives.
Yeah, but there's also Grapple with Death and Barrage Barrage, right?
Right. Yeah, it's still. But remember, we're in extra turns here. This isn't a.
Oh my God, Snarl Song.
Larson just drew Snarl Song.
Oh.
I mean, that's got to just close out the game, right? Within the time that we have.
Even with the time we have.
Yeah.
First, he's going to grapple.
Just
the
attack,
Banemaker.
probably.
Yeah, he's just got clean attack.
Oh, he's going for the.
He's just going to fight and try to end it right here.
Oh, right. And then Devore's going to use the removal spell, but then that would mean Chris Larson still can get the loop going with the applied geometry.
Yeah, and Technic's really forced to do this.
Right.
He just doesn't want to use this on a fractal, but he has to.
Yeah, and now you just make another 6/6.
But he really does need to make sure. I mean, this is turn 1 of extra turns. He should be fine.
Yeah.
You're at 11, right?
Yep.
I mean, I suppose Chris Larson
to
is
make
at
it
6.
1.
Doesn't have the mana to cast Snarl Song, though, right? So, all right, playing it a little bit more conservatively here. Keeping 2 creatures back. Because the way that you can possibly lose this is you find a removal spell for the Lorecaster.
Yes.
Or you find if you attack with.
That's so funny. You can just do that. Just loop them.
Then you attack and you get Killian's confidence back, and maybe you can get a.
Oh, and that's going to do it. Christopher Larson.
Holy.
The match and the pod. He wins the trophy. And we'll be back at the.
Your LGS is ready for Secrets of Strixhaven, and there are plenty of events no matter how you like to play Magic. Full details are available at mtg.social/WTP-
Going in round 4.
Hey everybody, welcome back to live coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven here from Las Vegas, Nevada. We've also got some great cosplay going on here at MagicCon Las Vegas with 25,000 people Brethel joining us here to celebrate Magic the Gathering. Welcome along. I'm Maria Bretholdi, your host for the weekend. Joining me here at the news, that's Monty Devuti and Tan and Grace. And we are out of draft this morning, shifting our attention later on to standard.
Yeah.
Before we do, let's have a wrap-up of draft Tannen.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at these pods and how these players got to 3-0. Now, it's going to be a story of 3 different ways that you could play this format. As we take a look at Christopher Larson, our defending Pro Tour champion, he got it done with everybody's favorite deck. Everyone say it with me. He did it with the soup deck. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Maria, for the backup there.
Oh, that was
You
big.
can see he played 4 of the 5 colors available to him. Worked out well with the people around him. Great deck. Not much more to say. Super powerful stuff.
Soup.
If we take a look at pod 2, though, Yuki Ichikawa did it the old-fashioned way. This is the way we all learned how to play Limited growing up. Stick to your 2 colors, get good cards, good removal, good creatures, get the job done. So you can see that's one of the other ways you can play here. You pick one of the schools, you stick to it, you can 3-0 your draft pod here at a Pro Tour. And then last but not least, we go to the 3rd draft pod. You see the third and the other way that you could play here where Toru Inoue picked the way of doing this in the 2 wedges that kind of work together. Blue, green, black is a way that you can pick either one of the schools, one maybe a little bit more than the other, but you can dip your toes in the waters of each one of those schools, get the best cards from 3-0 your draft pot here. Great start for all 3 of these players.
Secrets of Strixhaven draft is indeed awesome. Feels like you can do absolutely anything. All right, everyone, it's time to take a look at our leaderboard now for the first time here in our tournament and find out who is starting the tournament off with a 3-0 unblemished record. This is, of course, exactly where these players want to be and why draft is so very important across the tournament. You can already see some big names here putting up numbers on the board. Nora Offman there, top 8 at Pro Tour EOE. Yuki Ichikawa, we had a call out there, getting that 3-0 there. 9 Grand Prix top 8s and 4 wins to his name. And check it out, in 16th currently, Javier Dominguez, 2-time world
Yeah.
champion. Love to see him starting off with a 3-0.
Yeah, we take a look at the second page, you see a ton of players 3-0. Hey, Eli Cassis, we're seeing those survivors really putting up the results here. Neither one of them wants to be the first one to come off that as well. Mike Sigrist, 3-0 here too, on his chance back at the Pro Tour. Good to see that great limited player doing well there.
And our 3-0s continue. This is such a huge tournament. Check it out.
God, 41 players at 3-0.
And 2022 with the World Championship and Pro Tour win there. Congratulations to him on starting out the tournament so very well. Luis Salvato with a 3-0.
How many players are in this?
Adam Adelson starting off 3-0.
Need to be what, like?
Our 3-0s. Anthony Lee, your Cosmos Heavy Play team captain. And speaking of teams, how about we
130 players?
teams are doing sort of TCG player money.
I think, I don't know.
TCG player picked up some big names, including some big limited names coming into the event, coming off of one of their worst events. They're doing average here. Michael Sigrist, one of those big limited name pickups, getting a trophy for himself. And shout out to my friend Nam Dang for his first Pro Tour trophy, getting the 3-0 done for Team TCG player.
Up next, we got Team Handshake Moxville. You can see the team there. This one, some middling results, right? We've got some 3-0s. We got a lot of people maybe not doing as well as they'd like. See a couple of
Oh god, that's a lot more people than I thought. 390.
Trophies here. David Inglis with a 3-0. You know, lots of people. Simon Nielsen with a 1-2, back against the wall, but he's a very talented player. We'll see if he can turn this around.
All right, there's a look at Handshake Moxfield, but what about Moriyama, Japan? Let's check out the results.
There should be like 40, 80, 80.
From Japan. How did they do?
Even so, that's only 200.
Well, we've got 3 3-0s, but overall, pretty average record for a team of this caliber. So hoping to hold on here as we turn to the standard rounds.
All right, and time for the biggest team in the field with the reigning Pro Tour champion team, Cosmos Heavy Play. They are crushing it. Of the
12 Jesus.
8 trophies, and I believe as we take a look at the second page of Team Cosmos Heavy Play, I think they have an almost 70% limited win rate.
That's incredible.
I think no 0-3s. Everybody.
Oh my god.
Win. This is 0 0-3s for Cosmos Heavy Play. They
Wowee.
are crushing it so far to start this tournament.
Yeah, awesome stuff from Cosmos Heavy Play there. Let's take a look at the Boulder Merlion and see how they did. I think we're going to have a little bit of an underwhelming result here from them as well. A couple 3-0s to be excited about, but a lot of 0-3s and 1-2s to be a little not excited about from this team. See Corey Burkhart there going 2-0. Collins Mullen with the 3-0. Personal friend of mine. Love seeing that for him. But this is a team that really leans on how well they've done in Standard in the past, so we're going into that format for them, so hopefully they can kind of turn this around and right the ship.
Speaking of turning our attention to Standard, let's do that right now. Just in case you're unfamiliar with the format, Monty has a bit of a preview for us here.
Okay, so of course, by kicking off Standard, we're going to start by showing you the sets in Standard, and there are
So
6
many,
teams. One of
Jesus.
the biggest Standard formats we've ever had.
It's only getting bigger.
Way back to Wilds of Eldraine, but
There's gonna be like
a lot of the
23,
focus is now
not 23.
on the latest set to join
22 sets?
of Strixhaven.
I think before
A
rotation?
lot of the impact on our Standard metagame.
We're only gonna be losing these.
300
Was these 4?
in the field. Only 60 of them have not registered a Strixhaven card. So a massive impact. And here is our metagame for the first time this week.
I wonder how many
Visit Prowess
Turtles
leading
cards
the
are
charge,
being played.
30% of the field, almost 100 copies, mono green landfall, the second most played deck. No surprise here, but as we go forward in Standard, the question is, are some of these lower number decks like a Zorius
Is it
or a
Mice?
Momo
That one is.
able to overcome those big heavy contenders?
I'm excited to find out. But before we do, qualifying for this event, of course, is difficult, but you can do it if you play a Spotlight series. Tannen had a chance to talk to some players who qualified that way yesterday.
Hey everyone, I just found Christian Calcano.
Hello.
He top-aided Spotlight Toronto to get himself back onto the Pro Tour. He was limited, by the way. I know that's your jam. Tell me about your experience.
In that tournament? It was pretty pretty awesome. I opened a cool deck. I wasn't 100% sure like how it was gonna fare. It wasn't like super broken in my opinion. It just had the right cards though, and I went undefeated on day 1. Then
Just
I
done did the
drafted
thing.
a pretty solid Merfolk deck on day 2, and it was cool. I was in the feature match all of day 2, so that was like that was a first for me. So that was nice. And yeah, I drafted a cool Merfolk deck, went 2-1, and then the second draft I stuck to my guns in the format and drafted like a really off the wall Vivid deck, and managed to lock up the top 8. So
all right, well thanks for sharing that with us, and good luck
Hmm.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm here with Kai Nelson, the winner of Spotlight.
Ah.
Tell me how that experience was for you.
Yeah, the experience in
Well, you do.
I came
Body.
prepared with a deck that I
Pinky.
feel like was under the radar, kind of with tools that were not explored yet, and it really paid off in the meta in Atlanta.
Well, best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey everyone, joined by Oliver Tomiko. Great finish at Spotlight Atlanta. You made top.
What a
Tell me about your
shirt.
experience.
Yeah, it was great. I played Lessons. I picked up the deck basically the day before the tournament, and it kind of like is, you're drawing cards, you're dealing damage to your opponent with the monuments, kind of a really intuitive deck, but you do a lot of discarding. End up getting second place. I haven't played a Pro Tour since maybe like 2019, 2020, so I'm very excited to be back doing this. The event was really fun. Yeah.
But thanks for your time and good luck. Hey everyone, I'm joined by Dylan Pratt here for.
Thank them of all. That's what it was. That was the team.
Top 8 finish at Spotlight Toronto.
That was the team that was playing.
Well, it started a month before. My amazing.
Oh
surprised me
God.
for my birthday.
Teamer Harmonizer.
Gave me a trip to Toronto. I'm actually from Whitehorse, Yukon, so just next to Alaska. So it was a far travel. I went all the way across the country, and I'm used to just playing on Arena, like by myself, drafting, playing limited. So it was a bit of a shock going to 1,800 people in the Spotlight. But yeah, I was just trying to be in the moment and had no expectations. So many people. My first tournament in like 20 years. Yeah, I just was trying to be mindful every round, and I kind of just kept winning and didn't lose so much. And then they announced I was in the top 8, and it was
Here
really
we are.
cool. I was just
Keep
very
on
surreal.
winning.
Just had tears in my eyes. I was like, it's kind of been a lifelong dream. I've been playing Magic since I was 10 for 30 years. So it was very surreal to be like, am I on the Pro Tour? Am I actually going to be going to the Pro Tour? Or now I'm here.
Yeah. All right, well, Dylan, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Valerie J, winner of Spotlight Toronto. Why don't you tell me about that experience and how it was for you?
Hi, thank you. It was really great. I got to prepare for the limited format with my team, Sanctum, the week before for the Pro Tour, and it was incredible and helped a lot. I had just missed my requalification for the next Pro Tour in round 16, lost my Winninen, and was pretty crushed and not sure where to go with my competitive career after that. But got back on real quick, so I can't complain. And now they gave me a trophy.
Here we are. Yeah, you're a winner. They can't take that from you. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Qualifying via the Spotlight Series. So good to see some familiar faces back on the Pro Tour too through that route to qualify. Well, we're going to keep featuring some Spotlight Series winners here coming up in our next feature match. Let's check out for round number 4 as we turn our attention to Standard. Here in the tournament, we just saw him on camera there give a little interview. Kai Nelson.
Mid-range for
Tony
prowess.
Martos. Golgari mid-range versus Is It Prowess matchup. Now, Kai Nelson is a Spotlight Series winner in Atlanta with banned airbending. That was the deck that he brought that was a little bit under the radar, excuse me. He has a fantastic record at these Spotlight Series events with a combined 34, 13, and 1 across 3 different events. So congratulations to him. Says he's so excited to be
Depending on how long these games go, I might need to try and
taking a look at his round
just
by
catch
round
up
here, Tannen.
Yeah, we take a
tomorrow.
look at the fact that he did 3-0 this pod. That's a great start for his Pro Tour here.
I think as long as I can get the round.
He does constructive. You see that
It's round 4 today.
Basil and Takeshi there in the first round. Easy 3-0 for him. It looks like he only lost 1 game.
Try to
Hopefully he can keep that up.
get up to it early enough to at least try catching up for top 8 on Sunday.
To his name to RC top 8 to be precise. Top 8 at Arena Championship 11 as well. Says his favorite house here is Quandrix for the weekend. Started playing Magic in 2001. Let's take a look at his.
This year I was born.
Yeah, you can see nice 3-0 start for him as well, beating Matthew Wright, Brendan Roy, and Liam Kane in his first 3 rounds. He's going to have a nice little matchup for himself here in round 4. Let's see if he can keep the winning ways going.
All right, there's a look at our players, but what decks do they choose to bring here for Standard this weekend, Monty?
All right, well, starting off with Kai Nelson, he chose an under-the-radar deck for Spotlight at Atlanta. He's done it again this weekend. He's brought Golgari mid-range. Now, very much aiming to be a disruptive deck, trying to interrupt the graveyard using a card like Keen-Eyed Curator, disrupt the hand using Duress, and then once he's able to run his opponent low on resources, that sets things up for a card like Professor Deli.
I got Maelstrom pulled in Standard.
Game through just repeat value. This deck is all about value and disrupting your opponent. He said he actually feels decent about the Is It matchup. So as we look over to the other side, Tony Martos, well, this is the big bad, isn't it? Is It Prowess is the most played deck in the room. Plenty of ways to build it. And for Tony, he's actually gone for the build that features Color Storm Stallion. This is one of the newer.
Oh, the horse!
Strixhaven card.
God, I love that horse.
All about value. Cheap spells, setting up, and then again, disrupting your opponent, but a lot of it is just the Storm Chaser's talent plus Boomerang Basics loops that we've seen. And the Stallion just plays so well into this deck.
I know, I'm so excited to see it on camera here this weekend. It's time for round number 4 as we switch on over to Standard. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Monty.
Yeah, we're getting to Standard finally. Only
We are back in the booth. We are
3 hours and 15 minutes in.
It is Standard. Yes. We're going to see lots of blue and red spells being cast, friends.
Yippee!
Of Tony Martos, who also played Is It Lessons in the event that he qualified for. So it's going to be interesting to see how this match shakes up here against Kai Nelson, you know, marching to the beat of his own drum once again, playing Golgari midrange.
No, it's going to be really interesting.
I love limited, but I love me some Standard.
Here in Richmond, where there was a deck that people were gunning for, and it is that other style of decks that are coming to beat them going to take it down, or is the big bad of the format going to be that good? So those are the big questions that we need to answer here.
Yeah.
Looking forward to Standard.
Is It Prowess is, as you say, the big bad of this tournament. It is the most played deck. It is the deck that many people defaulted to, even after playing decks like, you know, Mono Green Landfall. They were just like, there's too many decision points to be made in Landfall, so Is It Lessons is easier in inverted commas. You wouldn't think you'd say that about a deck that has so many things going on.
Yeah, so many choices, that's for sure. And, you know, we don't see Slick Shot Show Off from Tony's build. That's kind of the, you know, the go-to list, I would say. You know, seeing the Stallion is a little bit different, but a very powerful card. And, yeah, going to be really interesting to see how Kai and this Golgari deck, you know, can fare against Is It.
Yep.
Golgari is just a very notorious deck that's going to be like...
That's a wild thing I learned. You have to play your
It's never anything that's going to have
country of origin language
And the one thing that I
For-
will
in
think was
Pokemon.
interesting here is Maelstrom Pulse.
I just
It's gonna
have like
clean up so many
JP
lines,
Oh,
and I bet it's gonna
Storm
do that
Chasers here.
exactly right now.
What would we call that? Otter side?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
That's
know.
wild.
Maelstrom Pulse looks to be really good right now in a sea of otters.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Sea water, that was a good one. Alrighty, so things underway here. Maelstrom Pulse easily snapped off there by Kai Nelson. Wants to get those otters off the board. They may look, you know, seemingly docile and
No,
totally
not the
harmless, but,
otters.
oh boy, a couple of spells and those guys are chunking your life total down by half.
Definitely, yeah. It's a very big problem, and I will say Tony's specific build of prowess here, where you're playing just a creature that can be removed pretty easily from Kai, I think we'll have a little bit of a disadvantage in this matchup, but we're gonna see, you know, the very powerful Color Storm Stallion that's gonna be
Draw.
really good against, you know, maybe the
Oh, you do another
Elemental
burst lightning.
deck, being that it's an elemental and other matchups like this.
Yeah, you know, and Secret of Strixhaven really just supercharged an already powerful archetype.
Yes.
We look at his list. He's got Color Storm Stallion, Traumatic Critique, Vibrant Outburst, Prismari Charm. So many cards from the new set have made their way. into
Chinese
this
sleight of hand.
archetype. So
I think it's Chinese. I can't really. I don't know.
Important one, Flow State. Flow State ends up just being so incredible. So yeah, it will be.
Isn't
very
a horse an
interesting,
elemental?
to see if is it's going to take it down or the players that are gunning for it.
Oh, yeah.
Can do it.
It's always fun to predict in the beginning of a tournament who's going to be in the top eight. Like, what's the makeup going to be? My prediction: 3.
Oh, it is an elemental.
Okay, fair. But I'm not sure. Too early to tell. But I mean, we saw from Lorwyn Eclipse where it was Cub decks. It was the rhythm decks everywhere. And, well, they ended up doing horrific. There was one in the top 8, and it kind of snuck in. So, really anything can happen here. I got to say, one of my favorite stories from the Spotlights was Kai Nelson being able to commentate that event where he was a huge Avatar fan. You know, crush Spotlight Avatar with an Avatar themed deck.
So
like,
cool.
it was really, really fun to watch. And big congrats again.
Yeah, you know, it's almost as perfect as Ken Yukihiro being a
I think
massive
these are the
Final
kind of
Fantasy
sets
fan.
I like where
For
they
me,
don't
and a Final Fantasy shirt, you know? It's just
They
some
don't
moments
just
you can't write better.
full on
That was definitely one.
make their own deck that just
Kai did miss a
dominates
land drop there.
whatever.
Not ideal as we're gonna
Like, you know what? I like it adds to the existing one.
is a new piece of technology that these Golgari decks have been playing, and normally it just looks a 3-mana mana rock here that doesn't look that great, but the fact that it is a demon and every other creature type is a big deal, that no matter what with that core in play, they're always going to be draining the opponent, and artifacts not that easy to remove in this standard metagame right now.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Super cool inclusion there in the list here for Kai. 2 of in the main deck configuration. And doing a good job here of, you know, protecting the live turtle, trying to get these itty-bitty critters off the board. 2 Boomerang Basics have attempted to keep some semblance of a board state for Tony Martos. But, yeah, Kai definitely has the removal needed to fend off these Izzet prowess attacks.
Yeah, Kai had a really brutal sequence of draws there, not drawing a land at end step and not drawing one for the draw step. If he was able to go Furdok Core, land, Bitter Triumph, this crab that you have to pretty much assume is going to come down. We have 4 instants or sorceries in the yard. It's pretty face up, and it's indeed in Tony's hand.
Before?
Yeah.
And now with this crab coming down, Kai decides to not Furdok Core just so he can have 2 pieces of removal. Might Bitter Triumph and deal with the otter here, which is a big game.
Requiting Hex, Bitter Triumph, Goodbye Critters, Eddie Merc Crab, a real pain in the backside, but a clean answer there from Kai Nelson. So really just running Tony Martos out of resources, trying to keep the creatures off the board, make him waste his spells, you know, with no real benefit from them.
Yep.
So, yeah, so far, Kai going toe-to-toe with Tony.
Absolutely. And this is the kind of game, and this is kind of the situation where Slickshot Show-Off would be amazing.
Yeah.
You know, he would be able to finish those last couple points of damage. Of course, the horse can do that pretty well, or pretty great as well.
Horse.
Neither of them showing up, so Kai will have the chance to kind of claw back here against Tony.
Charm, Burst Lightning, Get Out, another Burst Lightning. So lots of gas in hand. Just
Get 5 mana.
to help push this game over the edge. And
You get 3 more damage in if you pick.
Yeah, and the Get Out normally
The burst.
is great. Like, I'm going to counter something awesome with this, but the Furdok Core will be the perfect card if Kai does decide to go for that.
Yeah.
But you know, it's pretty tempting to go Badgermole Cub first, which that will run a bit of a foul here.
Yeah.
So Kai has a big decision here. This, you know, could easily be the game decision here. And we'll see if this get out gets cast or just destroy it on the stack. Tony has a plethora of answers to this.
Yeah, don't want that land to be earthbent, so it looks like we're going to Charm first and foremost. Prismari Charm, Surveil 2, and Draw. Looks like the mode that was chosen.
Just an instant speed preordained mode, a very solid.
Oh, you got the horse.
And, now, the fact that we can get out this or Burst Lightning, then plus the Stallion, have a good amount of damage here.
Yeah, so that was not on the stack. It had resolved.
Yeah.
And we do get the Earthbent land. But that's another juicy target for that other Burst Lightning.
Yeah, and that is interesting. If you get out here and you were to counter that.
Yeah, you wouldn't have the land to deal with.
Yeah, well, I think you just, you know, you have a solid chance of winning the game because you get out, counter that. Kai's going to go down to 9. You have the Stallion, which is 3, double Burst Lightning upstairs, which each one is essentially a Lightning Bolt with the prowess. So that would have been 9 damage, would have been Xaxes, but we, of course, have perfect knowledge and we know the hand.
Yeah. Turn possible.
Another opt.
Tony, we saw
Yeah.
Storm Stallion to hand there from the Prismari Charm. Opt, get out, and Burst Lightning. Horse time? Yeah.
Horse.
Horse time.
Giddy up.
Move the blocks.
Yeah, this part has been great. You know, it has been a nice kind of juke where all the prowess decks are just kind of doing the same thing. Slick shot show off, Crab, Storm Chaser's talent, and now having this ability to have this really tough to deal with threat. Yeah. And when paired with Burst Lightning, you know, you're dealing a ton of damage. You get one kicked Burst Lightning is 11 damage with just the horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's super, super
really
So much damage.
Love these spells that have, you know, multiple casting costs attached to them. Use them early, use them late. Especially with this horse down, kicking a Burst Lightning is going to be painful.
Oh, this is going to be so good. Strategic Betrayal is perfect.
Oh,
being
goodbye,
able
horse.
And the graveyard. So you're really neutralizing any of, you know, the very powerful things that you have of any graveyard. Bouncing the Stallion here, very much needed.
He got out of there real quick, huh?
That's just a one of in Kai's deck, and it looked excellent there.
My goodness. All right, so Horsey's safe, back in hand. Storm Chaser's talent. Still got plenty of power in hand. There does Tony. Turn passes back to him. Now sleight of hand picked up as well.
Yeah, and the Furdock core is now making it so Kai's gaining 2 life, draining Tony as well, but the most important thing is gaining some life here. And with the Stallion, you're able to play that. That's 3. And let's say you can cast 3 spells. That makes it 6. Burst Lightning would be a total of 8 damage. So looks like Kai will survive this turn, which is huge.
Yeah. And just to clarify, the Color Storm Stallion, he doesn't get the +1 if 5 mana is spent. Gets a copy of it instead of. Is that right?
No, it's both. Yep.
Both?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Get both.
Alrighty.
Yep. You get both because that's why Burst Lightning would be 11. Because 4 from one, 3 from the one that you make the copy plus the 4.
5, right?
Gotcha.
7.
The horse gets it all.
5 right. No, 7.
Oh, right. 7. Yeah.
So kind of prowess, but not.
Yeah, prowess for only instants and
okay.
sorceries.
Yeah.
Doesn't get boosted from the Storm Chaser's talent.
There's like 3 different ways that these creatures get pumped if he was playing the slick shot show off as well.
Exactly. So just
Oh my gosh, we gaining 6.
and that's great. We're gonna gain 6 life and go up to 13, but I believe Tony put another horse into his hand with Burst Lightning, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12
13?
damage. I count 12, but the opt will be 13, 14, 15. So
Good lordy.
should be GG in favor of Tony here.
Let's go swinging.
Here we go. Burst Lightning right upstairs. Make a copy of the Color Storm Stallion. Trigger prowess on the otter.
That's the easier way to do
Yeah.
13, you know? You could have taken more game actions and did the Stallion as well, but...
Yeah, 13. Jeez. Wowza. So, who wins between 3 Unholy Annex or 1 Horsey Boy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that horse.
The Stallion
What a
and
card.
Slugshot Show-Off would have done similar things there.
Yeah.
But Stallion was definitely cooler.
Yeah, you know, play the new card. It's fun.
Exactly.
Certainly aren't lacking power in the new sets as they come out, so good to see, you know, a little bit of variety in a pretty figured out archetype.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. Is It Prowess has been doing great. You know, a couple of tournaments ago, it was kind of the deck that just had the best win percentage, so people picked it up for the spotlight in Richmond. It had phenomenal numbers there, and now it's just cemented itself as the best deck.
Absolutely.
2 strategic betrayals in hand for Kai, so
right.
really solid at neutralizing both an early start plus the graveyard.
Tony having as much fun as he possibly could in the early turns here.
I don't think the graveyard matters as much.
The little otter maker. And getting in the
Prowess decks. I don't know.
Here comes a Carsey
Ooh.
Revenant. Alrighty. I haven't seen this one in a hot minute.
Great card. Just being able to have it be a significant body with lifelink that has to be dealt with. And then the fact that you can boost up one of your creatures and give that lifelink a little bit later too is awesome. Looks like Tony does have Impractical Joke or Seer to deal with it.
Impolite Joke gets, oh, excuse me, Impractical Joke. Gonna get rid of that guy, so he's in the yard. Might come into play a little later on, but at least it's not exiled.
Yeah, Kai's like, please don't say that says exile.
Yeah.
It's like, no, okay.
My guy.
Okay, excellent.
I needed that.
No wondering shenanigans in my standard format.
In the early game,
I don't think there's anything that can prevent damage.
Tony might kind of fall into that same trap of redeploying the Storm Chaser's talent, but decides not to. Heads up play there from Tony.
Doesn't want to get pulsed yet again, although it didn't seem to really affect him all too much in the last game.
I mean, it was definitely stopped him
Going
from
for
dying
betrayal.
very quickly.
Yeah, true.
And
got to stay of execution just a little while longer.
exactly.
Talent get out. Prismari Charm and Seer in hand.
Yeah, and Kai just staying alive one extra turn for that last game would have been pretty close to winning the game when you're hitting your opponent for 6 each turn.
That's true. Prismari Charm now. Digging a little deeper into the deck here for Tony.
Solid versatility from that card. I mean, really, all 3 modes are great. In the mirror, dealing with 2 otters is excellent.
Yeah.
You know, bouncing an Eddie Merc crab before your opponent's about to Sunder Flock you, or just, of course, this preordained mode is excellent.
Sleight of hand now available for Tony, so plenty of gas in the tank here. Storm Chaser's Talent. Otter comes back. And we do the same old. Boomerang basics at back to hand.
Going at it
It's
again.
funny to imagine an otter being on top of a boomerang. You set it down, and then it comes back.
There you go. Yeah, we're going to be seeing and saying that a lot.
Yes.
And it's going to be Storm Chaser's Talent being returned to hand. That powerful combo of Boomerang Basic and Storm Chaser's Talent. And the inevitability it gives you. Eventually.
Oh, I guess it kind of does. Storm Chasers let you
As long as there's not a rest in peace.
get
style
something back.
effect, that engine never ends.
Nope.
You got 4 mana laying around? All right, buy back the
Yeah.
basics. Bounce it, play another otter.
Yeah. Color Storm Stallion in hand now for Tony. 2 little friends here.
Oh yeah, I guess that can kind of go infinite.
Let's see what Kai does here. Does have Emeritus of Abundance if he wants to go and fish back a friend from the graveyard, but kicks things off here with Soulstone Sanctuary.
Yeah, wow.
Merit of Abundance.
Had the opportunity to Maelstrom Pulse away this Otters, you know, I mean, took the conservative play last game and didn't this game. We'll see if it punishes you. Leaving 2 Otters when you also have the Stallion for another Haze Thread, this can be a lot. This can be a lot for sure.
I do kind of like this. It's kind of him saying, all right, well, I know you're going to hit me for a lot, but if I don't have a way to actually apply pressure to you, I'm just dead the longer the game goes anyway.
Horse.
So, unfortunately, that creature won't be around to get renewed on by the Carsey Revenant, so in for a lots is the ultimate result.
A good chunk of 8. You know, I mean, that is a huge hit, but now, like you were saying, Kai has stabilized and can Maelstrom pulse away the Otter, and then can strategic betrayal away the horse and the graveyard.
Yeah.
And as long as Tony doesn't have another threat, you know, Kai's got to be feeling pretty safe about that, and I don't believe Tony does, so this will be a nice turn for Kai.
Yeah. Pulse. Bye-bye, little buddies.
Oh.
A little bit of Otter side to get the turn going here. Strategic Betrayal and Lenore Elves. Hey, you're late, but you're here.
Kai was saying Witherbloom was his college of choice here, basically saying thanks to Reed Duke, you know, the professor of green-black strategies, and I think Reed Duke would have been happy to see Maelstrom Pulse
Absolutely.
picking up another 2-for-1.
I'm surprised we haven't summoned Reed Duke in this game, considering it's Golgari mid-range.
Yeah, I'm sure the hairs on the back of Reed's neck have stood up when someone Maelstrom pulses away 2 creatures.
His spidey senses tingle.
What a draw there.
Oh my god.
Chaser's Talent number 2, so you can get full value from Get Out, is awesome.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of autos.
That's all right, right?
That's a lot of autos.
And now Kai kind of out of gas.
Yeah, just Strategic Betrayal to deal with something big, but currently it's all just a bunch of little idiots.
Maelstrom Pulse number 2 would look pretty good, but...
Yep. How many is he playing? Let's find out.
Looks like 2 in the main, so it's definitely possible. But now, even if you do that, Tony has the ability to every single turn level up talent, pick up Get Out. Say go. If he doesn't have to counter something, Get Out, bounce 2 talents, rinse and repeat. The double
1, 2, 3, 4.
Chaser talent draw from these Izzet decks is equally as disruptive as the Boomerang Basics.
It is, huh?
Storm
Yeah.
Chaser's talent. Yep.
It's a neat little piece of tech.
God, I can't remember
You don't see
Storm
many
Chaser's
playing Get Out,
talent
but,
thing
like,
to
it's looking very
cost.
impressive here for Tony.
Definitely.
I mean, you got to do something. So what? Do you animate a land, or are you just going to Strategic Betrayal and get rid of that?
Or
Yeah, I mean, I would think, especially since you're Hellbent here, no cards in hand for Kai.
Yeah.
Kai has the solid play of Animate Soulstone Sanctuary, and then the next turn put the Revenant Death Touch Life counters on it.
That would be sweet.
Yeah, it's not bad.
At least pad the life total a little bit.
Yeah.
On a Vigilant creature.
Yeah, yeah.
Double dip in the life gain department.
Very solid, but of course, these Izzet strategies just play so much efficient removal.
Can I up this without target?
Yep, can you Storm Chaser's talent without the target? And yeah, Strategic Betrayal, getting rid of Get Out here is a big deal. And now that's kind of the...
How I looked at the card, it was not even...
You know,
that is a good question.
Yeah, the brutal aspect here of the plan C, when you have Storm Chaser's talent, just get it to level 3. You almost never, you know, see that card go all the way up. But when you got nothing else to do...
Yeah, you want to use your mana in some way. And
exactly.
When games do go long, this is where Storm Chaser's talent shines, because eventually you're going to draw into your flow states, your stock ups, your opts, whatever, and that every single time just creates a bunch more little idiots for you. And eventually, Kai's at 7 currently. You're going to get him done. Oh, goodbye. Hey, hi.
Absolutely. And looks like Kai is just looking to get busy here.
All right.
Looking to get busy with the cottage and the Soulstone instead of trying to bring back the Revenant.
Okay.
You get a food, so you kind of gain the same life.
Yeah, yeah. You know, Kai must be pretty worried that Tony's out of gas.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Otherwise we would have seen an attack loss.
I remember what that does.
Yeah, if there was a Seer, anything that could deal with a Soulstone Sanctuary, those Otters were getting in there. Burst Lightning, any of that. So you got to assume the hand is probably land.
Yep. So Kai looking like pretty stable right now.
Yeah.
Has the long goodbye in hand as a backup against any surprise horses that may come from Tony's side of things. But no, just looks like it's land and pass the turn back.
And Tony flooding out. And you got to think, you're like, oh, man, Tony, you know, got pretty unlucky here. Is just flooding out. But those strategic betrayals prevented the inevitability.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you never can fully flood out when you have Storm Chaser's talent and either a Boomerang Basic or a Get Out in your graveyard. So Golgari has to attack these Izzet decks on that axis where they have to deal with the threats. They have to deal with the graveyard too.
Yeah.
And that's what makes Izzet Prowess so dynamic, is it attacks you from so many different fronts.
It sure does. And Kai's done a great job this game of keeping control of the battlefield, of keeping control of the graveyard. And, you know, even if you need to, he has a duress in hand to keep control of Tony's hand as well.
Yep.
So 2 food, 6 life essentially, hanging out on board there. So Kai very comfortable.
Yep, with a removal spell as well. You got to think the games where Tony wins this is going 3 sleight of hands in a row, you know,
Something
into a burst
crazy.
lightning, and then you get 4 otters with that, you know?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing Tony's looking to do, and it's well within the range.
I didn't realize he was getting in with the elf too.
So elf down, otters down. That's a bit of a relief there, so no immediate pressure there from Tony's side of things. Top of the deck needs to be kind to him, or we're going to go
Oh, it's a horse.
It's been a pretty sweet little back and forth. Oh, hey, horsey.
Yep.
It doesn't do anything currently, but
It's kind of wild that sleight of hand or opt would be better than this 3-drop extremely awesome rare from Secrets of Strixhaven. But
Give him a horse.
He's just on blocking duty here, huh?
7 to 9.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, the cottage is a 4/4, so no trades.
And there it goes.
And now, you know, it's long goodbye, dealt with. Have we got lethal here, perhaps? Not yet.
Not quite yet, but yeah, long goodbye. A nice little piece of tech against the horse. You don't have to pay the ward.
Oh, something else that likes eating graveyards?
Yes.
Little trash panda, keen-eyed curator drawn.
Yeah, Keen-Eyed Curator kind of jumped out to be the anti-is-it Spelemental style card. Recently had some very strong results in online events.
Yeah.
And, you know, has really
Been doing
proved
well, yeah.
itself. Yep.
Who was the player that went like 11-0?
I believe
with
it was
Keen-eyed Curator in the main deck?
the Magic Online named Zerk.
Zerk.
Yep,
Yeah, yeah.
who took it on, took that tournament down, going 11-0 with a mono green landfall deck with 4 of that in the main, and 4 Melstriders Resolve, the kind of the tech there.
I really want Kai to
Just swing.
please.
Just swing.
For me. Just
He has an island in his hand.
do it for the lols.
I believe Kai is just thinking, do I want to duress first? It doesn't make
Island.
sense what...
I will...
Looks like he did.
Oh, he did duress, yeah.
Okay.
I think he would have given him that. Well, did he? I don't know. All right.
I believe Tony said, I have island, so
Yeah,
we
yeah, I
must
heard that
have.
too.
Okay, there we go. We tapped the land.
Okay. I was not what's happening here, friends? There's no free duress, as far as I know.
I mean, we did only tap 3 lands, and we ate a horse, so
Nom nom.
something's fishy there.
Hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Look like anything mattered here. Game 3 between these two. Gotta love it.
Yeah, it's been a fun little back and forth here between the best. Well, okay. It's the best deck statistically.
So far.
So far.
Yeah, we'll
It's
see.
the best deck, but it will be the best deck here this weekend.
I mean,
Now,
I
we
It
saw
don't look like a bad one. You got the horse. You got
That's
the.
exactly what I wanted to say. I wanted to call back to Lorwyn, where Bant Rhythm was the deck.
Yeah.
And man, there were a lot of decks that beat that deck. You know,
Oh, yeah.
Spelementals being kind of the favorite there.
Yeah, the Badger. What's Badger? The little guy killer. Completely forgot his name for a
Badger
second.
Molkov, yeah,
That's
there you
the
go.
one.
There you go. All right, so Tony, not with that explosive start. AK just getting... Your games look so different when you have a Storm Chaser's talent because all your cards work with it. So when Prowess is just casting spells, it looks like a much different deck.
Sure does.
And now we might see the Professor in action here. The sweet new Golgari Plains.
Horse.
Oh, Professor Delian fell. Oh, yeah, this card is sick.
We have
4
not...
abilities on a 4-mana 5 loyalty planeswalker? What?
We haven't seen a Planeswalker this good in a while.
Yeah.
You know, and
He's excellent.
it's very, very good. So I'm excited.
Oh, there goes the
Being
horse.
able to tick up to 7,
Yeah, in
you know,
one turn.
and then ultimate on the following turn. Now the ultimate's not, you know, game breaking like
Yeah,
some
yeah.
of the ultimates are, but it is good.
Yeah. I mean, if you're playing any life gain strategies, he's freaking fantastic. So he looks like a bit of a jerk, but you know, whatever.
And you look at Tony's hand, not too many great answers to the Professor, you know, so I might be taking Tony to school. Doesn't decide to play it though.
You're
You know,
at
there's a plethora of
Planeswalkers.
things that could have been there.
Yeah.
And even if you tick up to 7, there's always that boomerang basics to bounce it, but
Yep.
that's not a good answer.
Instead decides, I'm just going to make my Soulstone Sanctuary into a creature. And let's
Oh, it
have
does. Wow.
another Soulstone in hand. So first things first, get punching.
Ooh, a good draw there. The Emeritus to be
Yeah.
able to regrow Strategic Betrayal. That's pretty tempting, but wow, looks like Kai is going with the strategy of I'm going to make you deal with these creature lands, and then once you're kind
then we'll
of
talk.
distracted, then the professor will come down.
If you're not careful, Tulare Community College's professor is going to get there.
The one thing about that plan is I don't truly love it for Kai because, well, if Tony's not playing spells, what does he have? Removal. And, you know, we're going to see that. So I think if Kai had perfect information, he would have slammed that professor on 4. Turn 5, he would have Emeritus, regrowth the strategic betrayal and went from there.
And now we're in a bit of a pickle because 2 lands down, and we're behind in the mana department.
Yeah. And now the old Eddie Merck is going to be coming down very soon. And by the way, Eddie Merck Crab, like, let's pull that one up on screen. I think this is truly going to be the Pro Tour of the Crab. Like, I think this card
grab.
The Lessons decks are adopting this strategy in some regards instead of Monuments and stuff like that. Eddie Merck Crab has just felt amazing in Standard these days.
Yeah, 2 mana 5/5 at instant speed seems pretty good.
Yeah, pretty solid.
It's annoying as hell tapping down your stuff.
And whenever you can just attack with it, boomerang basic it back, tap your opponent's stuff down again the following turn.
You enjoy this, don't you? You like watching your opponents squirm.
Needless to say, I don't think I have to tell the audience what school I would be attending here.
Burst Lightning, Boomerang Basics, Eddie Merc Crab, and Get Out in hand there for Tony. So mostly known information for Kai, who has Delian Fell, but no way to cast it. 2 lands have been destroyed, courtesy of Tony.
Yep.
Emeritus.
Sorry.
And I believe we haven't played a land, so
There
we
you
just
go.
go land Emeritus. That's totally
There
fine.
she is.
Now Tony has the option of tapping out, Burst Lightning it.
Yeah.
Or the Traumatic Critique off the top was pretty solid.
Yep.
That was interesting.
Bursting
You
it.
could have just, you know, dealt 3 to it and did a little bit of looting with the Traumatic Critique. But looks like Tony wants to save that for a little bit more value. And
It's 4 toughness, right?
0.
oh yeah, it is 4
Yeah,
toughness.
16,
Yep,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Here comes Delian.
In traumatic critique it
When
plans.
you have such
You
a
are
great
not allowed.
creature like that, it
I think it says any target.
added, right? It's got to be a 2/3. No, that is a 3/4. You're right.
Here comes Delian. What has he chosen? To draw a card, lose a life. So
Looks
no
like it.
plussing or no adding loyalty counters there.
When your life is so high here, you know, you can get a card out of it. So just in case Tony does have the ability of dealing 5 damage to it, broadside.
It is any target, wow.
You still get some value out of it.
Traumatic Critiques art. I chuckled so hard when I saw this card spoiled.
Yes.
Wrong.
Yeah, it is pretty good. And just a great card.
The
we're gonna be
artist
seeing
should
that
suffer
one a
for
lot.
their craft, not the audience.
We're going to be seeing a lot of that card in a lot of different shells.
Yeah. Crab shells?
It does. Well, that's one of them.
Scraps.
But so far, this game has just looked so different in the sense that Tony just didn't have that early start.
Yeah, where the modders at, man?
Yeah, games 1 and 2.
Haven't seen any.
Tony was mana efficient every early turn. When you're just this is-it control deck where you're not being proactive, you know, it looks a lot different.
Yeah. And like you mentioned, this deck can fill multiple functions. You know, it can act as the control deck when it
I'm only 5 hours behind now.
needs to.
Yes.
But you know, up against a deck like Kai's, where I think the longer it games, the more it's going to favor the mid-range strategy. Like, especially given how things are currently, without any pressure from Tony's side.
Yeah. Yeah, Golgari never kind of runs out of steam. It's never doing anything too flashy in the early game, but
just solid.
If you give it enough time, there's enough card advantage.
I'm still sad we don't got
that kind of stuff here that Kai usually wins the late game, but definitely not always.
At least a lot more overall.
It is just that incredible that it's good early, it's good late.
Ooh. Ral, Crackling Wit. Drawn to hand there.
And
another otter.
Yep. We are all set up to go here with Eddie Merck. And here's a little nice tempo play. Boomerang basic it back, and now have the 2 mana 5/5 ready to go. So just replaying the Professor, draw a card. It's not that great.
That sounds so silly. 2 mana 5/5.
The Resin.
That is true. You know, Kai wishes he had a strategic betrayal here to try and prevent that from happening. But
yeah, and I mean, I want to point all that back to when Kai took that I would say it oddly aggressive line with animating Soulstone Sanctuaries over and over, where instead you could have just went Professor into Emeritus and regrowth back to Strategic Betrayal. I think you'd be in a lot better situation if you did take that line.
Delian fell, redeployed once again.
He's gaining 3 this time.
Some life.
19. That's just to get out of range of the crab. And hey, 2 mana 5/5. My Requiting Hex is going to be sweet, right? No, that's not how that one works.
I wish.
But this is Kai saying, all right, if you want to deal with the Professor, you have to attack. Oh, never mind. The horse off the top.
Oh.
You get to
Off
play
to the races.
Yeah. You get to play the Stallion and just attack it now.
Yeah.
What a huge draw.
Yeah, Critique would have taken care of it too, but having the horse there, you know, just
Yeah.
a cherry on top.
And now you get to keep the Critique.
And the Critique can make a copy of it.
There you
Oh, that's gonna hit.
How much damage is that?
Tony will be silencing the naysayers
13?
here with that Traumatic Critique, that's for sure.
Oh boy. What's the rules against workplace violence?
3 to the dome. You got a 4/4, a 3/3, and a 7/7 coming in.
3 upstairs.
Yeah.
I think it's how big the crab was.
The Stallions, that will be 7
7/7 or
damage,
5/5.
15 damage next turn Tony can present with just what he has.
Do we have any creature lands down there? I don't think so, right?
No.
It's 5/5, not 7/7.
Maelstrom Pulse is great. Deals with 1.
By the way, 3/3, a 4/4, a 5/5, 3 to the dome.
Yeah, you gotta kill the pony, right? The pony multiplies, so.
I think so.
Color Storm Stallion down. Pay the ward with it. Just the crab. Crab is still very, very dangerous, but you know, Traumatic Critique. It's a big old fireball to the face, but it's also a bunch of cards. So
Yeah, triggers the super opus there. And Boomerang Basic here, not so bad. Get to draw yourself another card. You know Kai can't have a removal spell because he would have killed it earlier, so that was pretty free for Tony. Boomerang Basic would be a lot worse if it just puts it into your graveyard.
do you think Tony took all of the Storm Chaser's talents out?
No, I don't think you can ever really take all those out. Yeah, maybe trim. I could see trimming. I don't think I would in this matchup, but yeah, no, I would think those stay in. And if they get taken out, you gotta think that Tony's bringing in more win cons.
Yeah.
I think the only matchup that I consider taking out Storm Chaser's talent is the Landfall decks. And against the Landfall decks, you're bringing in
Not even flashing in the crab.
and stuff like that.
Delian once again. She's like.
No.
And wow, how good was that Boomerang Basic now?
13.
With the fact that the Professor could have came down and destroyed Eddie Merc if it was still in play.
Yeah, and now Eddie Burke gets a chance to just run this Professor down, but he's not going to be too sad about it considering what, copy number 3 is in hand?
Yeah, and all this is just, wow, interesting. Tony not going to play the Eddie Merc.
Oh, what are we doing then?
Oh, we lost our graveyard, excuse me. Okay, we got betrayed.
Oh, yes, right, okay, sorry about that.
What is it? 2.
Yeah, excellent here for Kai then.
Kai is sitting pretty then. In a really, really good spot. Critique, chucking some cards, Impractical Joke drawn. That'll take care of this copy of Professor Delian Fell.
Yep, does say Planeswalkers.
Sure it does.
Joker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have killed a fell with that.
Yeah, it's not
Limited.
exactly Lightning Bolt.
No, it does its best impersonation.
Exactly.
Yes, 13 balls.
Okay, I mean, that was a huge draw for Tony, being able to neutralize that. And now, well, Eddie Merc Crab isn't a 2 mana 5/5, but it is a 5 mana 5/5 that you can cast right now. So we did draw another Professor, but looks like Kai's not going to play it.
Okay.
Or maybe our graphic hasn't updated. That could be as well.
Is it just requiring Hex in hand, maybe?
I mean, if the Professor's there.
Oh, you got another one.
Professor to be able to deal with the crab looks excellent here.
Yeah.
Once again, get out, showing its awkwardness. You know, creature and enchantment.
Yeah.
There's planeswalkers and artifacts that matter in this, but get out being able to bounce this, still very strong.
I mean, to be fair, the metagame isn't at a point where people need to start playing around Planeswalkers. Like, Delian Fell's really, really good, but, you know, Golgari midrange is firmly in the other Dex registered category.
Yeah, there's Rawl and this Planeswalker, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite cards of all time here off the top, and it's going to look so good.
Roaring Furnace.
Time to relax in the Furnace.
Oh.
The sauna.
The sauna or the Furnace? Which
Both.
side?
Both.
Yeah, both?
You
Okay.
start with the Furnace, you play land 5, and you head on into the sauna. Relax a little bit.
Yeah.
And draw yourself.
Oh, go to the sauna.
I thought Kai was the deck that was going to be drawing 2 cards a turn. It's Tony's turn.
Sure is.
Oh, hey, there's Storm Chasers.
Basic and get out.
Yeah. You know, having repeatable removal or card draw, it's just so good. Oh, hey, Storm Chaser talent.
Yeah.
Welcome to the party.
And now where Tony gets to go, 5 mana, get an Otter, buy back, get out. And it's going to be excellent. But yeah, how about just finish the game? 3 damage upstairs, and Tony.
Yuppie.
Shoo-wee. Alrighty, so Kai put up the best fight that he possibly could with Guard mid. It's,
you know,
it's a very cool jump straight. Another feature match here. We're going to see
Lessons and omniscience.
On Teamer Omniscience. So, very cool combo here of players and of deck types. So,
that guy chose Silver Quill, was not playing either of the colors.
The game is in progress. Zhang up 1.
All right. Always some spice from Team Sanctum as well, so we'll see what we got cooking up here. Yeah, and this is it Lessons? You know, nothing really too spicy about this one. This is still the Monument, still the Artist Talent, some counter spells, so I was starting to look like, all right, where are the weird alt win con, stuff like that? Nope, this is a very much traditional deck here from Zhang.
Zhang goes by combo for the sake of combo online. Interesting to see they're not playing, you know, some convoluted win condition, but, you know, when a deck is this good, sometimes you just got to default to one of the best decks in the format. Now, Lessons, a little underfavored here this weekend. You know, a lot of people favoring just the prowess version of the build. But still, plenty of the same cards. You're going to see similar effects. You know, I really enjoy the Monument to Endurance version. I'm sad not to see Cool but Rude in more of these decks, but hey.
Sure. Yeah, we see some that play the Monument. You know, some are just playing Eddie Merc Crab, kind of doing that kind of thing. And yeah, I got to say, if you would have picked like, all right, which one of these players is playing Teamer Omniscience? Which one's playing Is It Lessons? Definitely would have thought Ruzang there playing the more spicy deck.
Yeah.
But hey, Is It Lessons? Still phenomenal card. It's one of the best cards against the deck in Soul Guide Lantern.
So the Teamer Omniscience deck, super strong, super powerful. Zhang's got to be careful to not let a Kona Rescue Beastie hit the board, because if Kona gets tapped, well, you're going to have an Omniscience to deal with, no doubt. And then basically it's off to the races for Asenius, so got to make sure. And there's one of the ways to be able to tap a Kona Rescue Beastie.
Yep. All the station lands. Did miss a land drop there, so that was pretty brutal. And, you know, there's a lot of tap lands in this Teamer Omniscience deck. A tapped mountain, you know, not a great land, but of course, the fact that it can station and enable your combo is a big deal. But now Zhang is just all online here with Monument, Artist Talent being level 2.
Yeah.
We've seen this a lot, and it's still very powerful.
I mean, Team Omniscience is a sweet deck, but like, does it have the time to do this against a deck that likes to kill you, can kill you so quickly?
Exactly.
That'll be the question here as we consult the star charts for Zhang.
Should still be the trigger on the stack to loot here. So discard draw. You can discard draw 2.
Yep.
Or get some treasures. And like Zhang had, you know, Spell Pierce has some permission. So had the ability to interact with this, but chose not to.
I love these.
That's really cool. I like that.
Yeah, that's a
Whoever
nice
made that, high five.
Very cool.
Just to be able to keep track of the
Fun little thing.
Monument to Endurance can get up to.
Yeah, and the one thing about these Omniscience decks is they're very powerful. Turn 4, you know, you can win. Getting Omniscience into play has to be the most powerful thing that you can be doing. But the fact is, you can counter the creature, you can kill the creature because it has to make it through combat, so it's very vulnerable.
Spell Pierce there, stopping a stock up for Araz, who's looking for a way to try and
Oh.
deploy his game plan here, but Zhang keeping them in control. Abandon attachments.
Abandon trigger.
Triggers. This
Treasure.
Gonna be saying that a lot here with this deck.
Trigger.
technique in the yard.
Still very powerful. You know, you got to think, is it lessons? You know, I mean, it just dominated the World Championship. It's just been good throughout, you know, standard ever since that point. But I would say still kind of the second best is it deck going into this. Could, of course, prove itself to be the best once again by the end of the weekend.
Artist talent, giving the student discount. We can call it that, I guess. Fits right into the Prismari school of Strixhaven.
Definitely.
Kick consult.
Kick consult the star charts with a discount. Trigger.
Very powerful. And that's the thing is Soul Guide Lantern is very good against lessons. You know, being able to shut off some of the powerful stuff that Grand can do. That's great. But when you have Monument, when you have Artist Talent, you kind of don't care as much.
This is like plan B, right? You know, having Grand stick on the board and having your opponent have no graveyard interaction at all, sure, plan A. But you know, this, to me, is far more powerful.
Yeah, and I think the best, you know, the Lantern's going to do at this point is air quotes countering a accumulate wisdom.
Sure, yeah.
We see plenty of those in hand from Zhang, but you know, countering it still means you still get the front side of it, they anticipate instead of just the ancestral recall.
It'll quench you in hand there for 2 for Zhang.
Yeah.
So 3 mana left up. That's not terrifying at all, Corey.
Yeah.
And a treasure. Excuse me.
Their hand is absolutely stacked right now. Even the combustion technique, which can be kind of countered with the Lantern if we do get a Kona into play.
Yeah.
Ashling.
Your first for Zenyos.
Quench trigger.
Unable to pay the 2 there, so it'll quench it, gets rid of it.
Yeah, really brutal there for Senyus to have the turn 6 quench still be an effective counter spell.
I mean, he's stuck on 3 lands, so that stock up, the countering the stock up there, I think, was probably what broke the camel's back.
Right now?
And then it's like...
in response to trigger?
No, I mean, you do this, then I'll do this.
Okay, I trigger first.
Okay.
So this is just how exactly do you want to do this? And now this is going to exile, and Zhang has the ability to just cast an ancestral recall in response.
I have a monument trigger. I choose treasure. That's on the stack. This is on the stack. In response to all of that.
How about an ancestral recall? Is that pretty good?
Let's go again.
Discard this one.
Ancestral recall.
Now let's just do like...
Draws 3 cards. Another card will be acquired off of the not so good accumulate wisdom.
And now the 3 life mode has been activated. Whenever that happens for the lessons player, it's usually GG.
Couple lightning bolts to the face of this monument.
This that goes now I get the treasure.
There we go. A huge stack here if you kind of see what is all happening. But really all this means is in response to you countering my 1 ancestral recall, I'm going to recall in response and then restock up the graveyard.
Let's just say it wouldn't be, you know, impossible to see Erez scoop here because he's so far behind. You know, you don't want to, at a Pro Tour, he's sitting at 3-0, but...
You gotta feel bad for him.
Zhang is in right now. Like, how do you beat this?
Yeah, and I mean, the one thing is top deck cavern. Top deck cavern.
Yeah.
Somehow... You know, Ruzhang only has counter spells instead of removal spells, and then you put an Omniscience. So that is the type of deck where you kind of never concede because you can kind of combo out of nowhere with Omniscience. But
I think against one of the best combo players in the world,
yes.
I don't think he's going to get away with that.
Yeah. This is another form of combo.
Yeah. You know, I get to do 12 game actions to your maybe 1.
Copy.
Yep.
Oh, lordy, that's got to be it, right?
Yep. So we're getting
6 damage here.
The 3rd monument's getting played. That's going to be 9. So this should be Zhang just playing spells during the upkeep, winning the game.
So anyways. Zhang's
So I started blasting.
And the absolute master off to a 4-0 start. Always fun to see.
You're at 14, yeah?
If I could swear on broadcast, there would be a bomb dropped. I would just say, this is insane.
Yeah, this is really incredible.
He's already dead.
And that's the thing, the Teamer Omniscience deck, it's not playing good defense. You know, it is a deck that when you miss a lot of land drops, you know, this is the kind of stuff that can happen.
Okay, we were like, yeah, you know, Zhang's not playing combo. Turns out.
The combo's still there.
Combo aspects, that
It
is
sure
for
does.
sure.
I mean, you know,
The
that's
combo's the friends we made along the way.
in situations like this, where you know it's such a high stakes tournament. It's the beginning of the day, yeah. So your brain and your thinks.
Sure, before
we're gonna bring out the news.
Okay, we get to.
Is headed 30 empty of Strixhaven lock to shoot some baskets and play some Magic. Hey everybody.
If this
welcome
gets
back to
me to
the
round
Strix
5, and then I'm gonna get off.
and Dan and Grace. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at over here at this tournament after 4 rounds of play.
Okay, going around 5 now.
Record coming in to round number 5 with a 4-0. Noah Offman there sitting at a 4-0. Your top 8er from Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Toru Inoue also sitting at 4-0 this early in the tournament, has 3 Grand Prix top 8s to their name. And then I want to check out a couple of players who are just doing super great and have a lot of accolades to their names. Luis Salvato and Nathan Stoyer, Pro Tour champions there, also starting out 4-0, so that's very exciting to see them there. Luis Salvato after a top 8 at the last Pro Tour, starting out this tournament very well indeed. Let's take a look at some more standings here, Tannen.
Yeah, you see a couple more players here.
Wow, 20 people 4-0 still.
Here as well, Ri Zhang as well at 4-0 here, and then we can get down into the 3-1s. Eli Cassis off with another solid start to a tournament. Kellen Pastor, very good constructed player at 3-1. A lot of these players still in this contention.
Christopher Larson, 3-1 as well, our reigning Pro Tour champion. So doing well here at the start of the tournament. But how are our teams faring, Monty? You've got to check in there for us.
Yeah, different type of standings here as we take a look at the team leaderboard after 4 rounds. And at the very top, it is Team Pluto, which is I believe is the team of the Spanish coalition, heading up the field there at 70%, but they're a slightly smaller team from the big teams. Cosmos, Heavy Play, fantastic limited portion, 63.1% across their 21 players for them. Absolutely fantastic for Cosmos Heavy Play.
Wow, incredible stuff there. A check-in with our teams. We'll check in more with them later on. And now I introduce a new feature here at the news desk. Grab yourself a cup of tea. That's all I'll say.
Oh my god, it's a good card.
There's so many great decks in Secrets of Streets have. There's so many awesome decks that you could play. Prismari, Quandrix. Wait, you could even play the soup deck. I like soup. I think it's time I go get some soup.
Bye.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Pro Tour champion Reed Du. Reed, what are you playing and what does it do?
Playing Is It Prowess. So this deck is full of instants and sorceries that cost 1 and 2 mana, which supports Storm Chaser's Talent, Slick Shot, Show Off, and Eddy Merc Crab. So basically just play a flurry of spells to make a huge turn and, you know, kill the opponent out of nowhere.
Give me 3 key cards of your deck.
Well, the 3 threats that I mentioned, Storm Chaser's Talent, Slick Shot, Show Off, and Eddy Merc Crab, they do the heavy lifting. But Flow State also is a huge new card.
What's a good matchup for you and why?
Well, because Is It Prowess has so many cheap cards, if I face someone who, you know, let's say that they looked at Secrets of Strixhaven, they picked a cool 5 or 6 mana card that they're excited to build around, if I can trade my 1 mana Spell Pierce for that card, then I'm going to have a huge advantage based on the efficiency of my spells. So something like Jeskai Control, I might be able to have a good matchup against.
What's a bad matchup and why?
Probably the Azorius midrange deck with Sage of the Skies is the scariest matchup because Sage of the Skies makes it really hard to push through an unblocked creature to get the damage you need.
Wow.
Hey, I'm here with Zemin
How
Bell.
insightful.
Zemin, what's your deck and what does it do?
I'm playing as Zorius Tempo. My deck tries to lock its
No.
opponent out of casting spells and force
No.
the with cheap wires.
What are 3 key cards in your deck?
High Noon, Voice of Victory, and Ava Interrupter.
What's a good matchup and why?
A good matchup is any sleight of hand deck. A bunch of cheap cantrips line up very poorly when you can only cast 1 spell a turn.
What's a bad matchup and why?
Bad matchup is mono green landfall. They don't really cast any spells. They just activate bossing, say, so Onion doesn't do anything.
These activate bossing, say.
Hey, I'm here with Kai Nelson. Tell me, what's your deck and what does it do?
All right, this weekend I'm playing green-black mid-range. It's a mid-range deck that really focuses on targeting the graveyard and just grinding out opponents with the new green-black Planeswalker, Delian Fell, and NX.
All right, well, give me 3 key cards from your deck.
3 key cards, I would say, would be Llanowar Elves, Keen-Eye Curator to target the graveyard, and Delian Fell to grind out card advantage.
What's a good matchup for you and why?
I think the good matchup, really going for the crab decks with Strategic Betrayal and Keen-Eye Curator, and yeah, just kind of hoping to slow down their game plan.
Grab.
Bad matchup. I'm kind of scared how much Momo kind of popped up. So maybe we can dodge the Momo decks and not get Quantum Riddler to death.
Hey everybody, I've got Willie Edel here. Willie, what's your deck and what does it do?
I'm playing 5 cards Elementals. I try to shift like big
Elementals?
creatures, big comes to play effects into play as fast as turn 3.
All right, what are 3 key cards for your deck?
I'll say Ashling is the biggest one. And of course, like the big, evoke element. I would say like Deceit and Vibrance.
Okay. What's a good matchup for you and why?
I think the good matches are the green decks because of Thunderflock, which is not a key card because it's only against the green, but it is. But yes.
What's a bad matchup look like for you and why?
The bad matchups are the easy decks that has like more elementals that Thunderflock doesn't do anything, like the horse and the crab.
Well, thanks for your time
Horse.
and good luck.
Thank you, Tano.
Well, of course, one way to qualify to be here playing at the Pro Tour is a good showing at a regional championship. And Tannen had a chance yesterday to talk to some players who did exactly that.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Lishi Tan here. Had a really good experience at RC Taiwan. Why don't you kind of tell us about that?
Yeah, it's the RC is 1 week before my business trip, so I just might as well go to there to play. The people are very friendly, and somehow the deck I used to play become kind of good in the meta game, and I just play it, fix the bad matchup, and then luckily I got it, took down the whole things.
And here we are. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I've got Tristan Wild LaRue here with me, winner of RC Portland. Why don't you kind of walk me through that experience?
Yeah, I showed up at the tournament with I really liked the Badgermole Cub deck, Nature's Rhythm deck, and I added a bunch of colors to it, and it turned out it was
Added
really
a
good.
bunch of colors.
No one believed me, and then I won the tournament. I remember I was asking, 'cause it was before the PT, and I asked my friend Joseph if I was allowed to play the deck because they were like all in the PG Discord. And he told me it was fine as long as I didn't win. But
Oh,
so
scoreboard.
yeah, here we are.
Hey, well, thanks for your time and best of luck at the Pro Tour.
Thank you.
Nothing
Hey,
you
everyone,
can
Joe
do
West
about it
here,
now.
fresh off his victory in RC Milwaukee. Why don't you kind of walk us through that?
Yeah, for sure. I got really fortunate to win the RC in Milwaukee in February. I played Izzet Lessons. It was a great deck. I switched up to a different Izzet deck for this tournament. I feel very thankful just to have a great group of friends to test with and practice with, play Magic with, and hang out with. And yeah, man, Magic's a great game. I feel really fortunate. Yeah.
Thanks for the time, Will. Best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Hey, I got January Adams here, finalist of RC Vancouver. Why don't you tell me a little bit about how that experience was for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So RC Vancouver was my 4th RC, and it was a really fantastic experience. It was the first one where I made this kind of success, where I qualified for the Pro Tour and then eventually top 8 and made it to the finals. I qualified playing Mono Green Landfall, which is a deck I have a lot of love in my heart for. This RC, we're trying something a little bit different. I am registering the card Steam Vents, which I know is a pretty popular one out there. But it has been absolutely
I
fantastic
love me
to
my
be
Steam.
here to test with my team Sanctum of All and to just try to get out there and give the best performance that I can at my first ever Pro Tour. I just couldn't be more excited, and hopefully I'll be doing this again on the top 8 stage, but only one way to find out.
Hey, hopefully. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody, I'm joined by Sophie Seeley. It just qualified for its very first Pro Tour here, fresh off the back of a really strong finish at RC Portland. don't you kind of walk me through that?
So I was playing a deck that Jennifer Rose Holloway was playing at Worlds. It was in-house in Sanctum. We called it Gwinko. I was one of 2 people who registered the deck, and we both qualified for this event from there. It was a fun, like, control deck that could then power through late game and kind of turn the corner fairly early. It was a lot of fun. I had a great time. I performed super well, hit all of the matchups I was looking to hit, and now I'm here, and I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it as well. Sophie, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Do well enough at a regional championship, and you could find yourself here playing at the Pro Tour. Very cool to hear some of those stories
Wow.
from those players. Well, let's check out our feature match coming up here for round number 5.
Once he's playing, then I'm gonna go.
At Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven.
Ooh. This is gonna be interesting. Mimic versus is it? Oh yeah. Yeah. I gotta grind through 4.5 hours tomorrow before I can even get to day 2. On day 2. Dude. Oh well. It be how it be. I feel I definitely could have at least gotten through round. It wasn't so lazy when I wanted to take a shower and just lay in bed for like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It is what it is though. Hopefully gonna be back tomorrow. And Sunday. But I don't know, see what happens. I'm just gonna get off now. Goodbye.